This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery. Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Advertisement to third edition and Introductory Address. The source of liberal deeds is wise economy. Advertisement to third edition. This work having passed through 2 editions, and having met with a very favourable reception, the authoress has been induced to thoroughly revise and rearrange the whole work. Numerous additions have also been made, particularly under the heads Miscellaneous Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers, which she hopes will be found to have enhanced its value. Introductory Address. The compiler of Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers, having entered early in life upon a train of duties, was frequently embarrassed by her ignorance of domestic affairs. For, whilst recipe books for elegant preparations were often seen, those connected with the ordinary but far more useful part of household duties were not easily procured. Thus situated, she applied to persons of experience, and embodied the information collected in a book, to which, since years have matured her judgment, she has added much that is the result of her own experiments. Familiar, then, with the difficulties a young housekeeper encounters when she finds herself in reality the mistress of an establishment, the authoress offers to her young countrywomen this work, with the belief that, by attention to its contents, many of the cares attendant on a country or city life may be materially lessened, and hoping that the directions are such as to be understood by the most inexperienced, it is respectfully dedicated to those who feel an interest in domestic affairs. End of Advertisement to third edition and Introductory Address. Recorded by Gesine in Valletta, February 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Martin Clifton. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 2, Meats and Poultry. To boil fresh meat. In boiling fresh meat, care is necessary to have the water boiling all the time it is in the pot. If the pot is not well scummed, the appearance of the meat will be spoiled. Mutton and beef are preferred, by some a little rare, but pork and veal should always be well done. A round of beef that is stuffed will take more than 3 hours to boil, and if not stuffed, 2 hours or more, according to size. Slow boiling is the best. A leg of mutton requires from 2 to 3 hours boiling, according to size. A forequarter from an hour to an hour and a half. A quarter of lamb, unless very large, will boil in an hour. Veal and pork will take rather longer to boil than mutton. All boiled fresh meat should have drawn butter poured over it after it is dished, and be garnished with parsley. The liquor that fresh meat or poultry is boiled in should be saved, as an addition of vegetables, herbs, and dumplings make a nourishing soup of it. A large turkey will take 3 hours to boil, a small one half that time. Secure the legs to keep them from bursting out. Turkeys should be blanched in warm milk and water. Stuff them and rub their breasts with butter. Flour a cloth and pin them in. A large chicken that is stuffed should boil an hour, and small ones half that time. The water should always boil before you put in your meat or poultry. When meat is frozen, soak it in cold water for several hours and allow more time in the cooking. To boil a turkey. Have the turkey well cleaned and prepared for cooking. Let it lay in salt and water a few minutes. Fill it with bread and butter, seasoned with pepper, salt, parsley and thyme. Secure the legs and wings, pin it up in a towel, have the water boiling and put it in. Put a little salt in the water. When half done, put in a little milk. A small turkey will boil in an hour and a quarter, a middle-sized in 2 hours, and a large one in 2.5 or 3 hours. They should boil moderately all the time. If fowls boil too fast, they break into pieces. Half an hour will cook the liver and gizzard, which should be put around the turkey. When it is dished, have drawn butter with an egg chopped and put in it, and a little parsley. Oyster sauce and celery sauce are good with boiled turkey or chicken. To boil beef tongue, corned beef, etc. If the tongue is dry, let it soak for several hours. Put it to boil in cold water and keep it boiling slowly for 2 hours. But if it is just out of the pickle, the water should boil when it goes in. Corned or pickled beef or pork require longer boiling than that which is dry. You can tell when it is done by the bones coming out easily. Pour drawn butter over it when dished. To boil a ham. A large ham should boil 3 or 4 hours very slowly. It should be put in cold water and be kept covered during the whole process. A small ham will boil in 2 hours. All bacon requires much the same management, and if you boil cabbage or greens with it, skim all the grease off the pot before you put them in. Ham or dried beef, if very salt, should be soaked several hours before cooking, and should be boiled in plenty of water. To boil calf's head. Cut the upper from the lower jaw, take out the brains and eyes, and clean the head well. Let it soak in salt and water an hour or two. Then put it in a gallon of boiling water, take off the scum as it rises, and when it is done, take out the bones, dish it, and pour over a sauce made of butter and flour, stirred into half a pint of water it was boiled in. Put in a chopped egg, a little salt, pepper, and fine parsley when it is nearly done. You can have soup of the liquor with dumplings if you wish. To boil veal. Have a piece of the forequarter nicely washed and rubbed with flour. Let it boil fast. A piece of 5 pounds will boil in an hour and a half. Dish it up with drawn butter. Oyster sauce is an improvement to boiled veal. Roasting meat. Roasting either meat or poultry requires more attention than boiling or stewing. It is very important to baste it frequently, and if the meat has been frozen, it should have time to thaw before cooking. Beef, veal or mutton that is roasted in a stove or oven requires more flour dredged on it than when cooked before the fire in a tin kitchen. There should be little water in the dripping pan, as that steams the meat and prevents its browning. It is best to add more as the water evaporates, and where there is plenty of flour on the meat it incorporates with the gravy and it requires no thickening. Add a little seasoning before you take up the gravy. Meat that has been hanging up some time should be roasted in preference to boiling, as the fire extracts any taste it may have required. To rub fresh meat with salt and pepper will prevent the flies from troubling it, and will make it keep longer. To roast a turkey to make gravy, etc. A very large turkey will take 3 hours to roast, and is best done before the fire in a tin oven. Wash the turkey very clean and let it lay in salt and water 20 minutes, but no longer, or it changes colour. Rub the inside with salt and pepper. Have ready a stuffing of bread and butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, parsley, thyme, an onion if agreeable, and an egg. If the bread is dry, moisten it with boiling water. Mix all well together and fill the turkey. If you have fresh sausage, put some in the craw. Have a pint of water in the bottom of the dripping pan or oven with some salt and a spoonful of lard or butter. Rub salt, pepper and butter over the breast, baste it often, and turn it so that each part will be next the fire. Gravy may be made from the drippings in the oven by boiling it in a skillet with thickening and seasoning. Hash gravy should be made by boiling the giblets and neck in a quart of water, which chop fine, then season and thicken. Have both the gravies on the table in separate tureens. Cranberry and damson sauce are suitable to eat with roast poultry. To roast a goose, make a stuffing of bread, butter, salt, pepper, sage, thyme and onions. It requires but little butter, as geese are generally fat. Wash it well in salt and water, wipe it and rub the inside with salt and pepper. A common-sized goose will roast in an hour, but a small one in less time. Pour off nearly all the fat that drips from the goose, as it will make the gravy too rich. Make hash gravy of the giblets the same as for turkey. Ducks. Wild ducks are generally cooked without stuffing, and for those that like them rare, 15 or 20 minutes will be long enough. For common ducks, a stuffing should be made the same as for a goose. They will roast in half an hour. Currant jelly and apple sauce should be eaten with ducks and geese. Chickens. A large fowl will roast in an hour, and a small one in half an hour. Boil the livers and gizzards in a skillet with a pint of water. Thicken and season for gravy. The breasts of the chickens should be rubbed with butter or lard to keep them from breaking. Tie the legs in to keep them from bursting out. When butter is scarce, it is a good way to make rich short cake to stuff poultry with. It will require nothing added but pepper, parsley, etc. To roast beef. Season the beef with pepper and salt, and put it in the tin kitchen, well skewered to the spit, with a pint of water in the bottom. Baste and turn it frequently so that every part may have the fire. A very large piece of beef will take 3 hours to roast. When it is done, pour the gravy out into a skillet, let it boil, and thicken it with flour mixed with water. If it be too fat, skim off the top, which will be useful for other purposes. To roast veal and lamb. Veal should be well seasoned and rubbed with lard. When it begins to brown, baste it with salt and water. A large loin will take from 2 to 3 hours to roast, the thin part of the forequarter an hour. It should be well done. Boil up and thicken the gravy. A leg of veal or mutton may be stuffed before baking. Lamb and mutton do not require to be rubbed with lard, as they are generally fatter than veal. Make the gravy as for veal. A quarter of lamb will roast in an hour, a loin of mutton in 2 hours. To roast a pig, hash gravy, etc. Have a pig of a suitable size, clean it well, and rub the inside with pepper and salt. Make a stuffing of bread, butter, parsley, sage, and thyme. If the bread is stale, pour a little boiling water on it. Mix all together. Fill the pig and sew it up with strong thread. Put in the skewers and spit and tie the feet with twine. Have 1.5 pints of water in the bottom of the tin kitchen with a spoonful of lard and a little salt. With this baste it and turn it, so as each part will have the benefit of the fire. It should be basted until the skin begins to get stiff with the heat of the fire. Then grease it all over with butter or lard, and continue to turn it before the fire, but baste no more, or the skin will blister. A pig will take from 2 to 3 hours to roast according to the size. When it is done, pour the water out in a skillet, season it, and thicken it with flour and water. To make hash gravy, put the liver and heart to boil in 3 pints of water. After they have boiled an hour, chop them very fine, put them back in the pot and stir in a thickening of flour and water, with salt, pepper, parsley and thyme. Have the gravies in separate tureens on either side of the pig. Apple sauce and cold slaw are almost indispensable with pig. To roast pork. After washing the pork, cut the skin in squares or stripes, season it with salt and pepper, and baste it with salt and water. Thicken and boil up the gravy. To bake a stuffed leg of veal. Cut off the shank and make holes round the bone for stuffing, which should be of bread and butter, the yolk of an egg, and seasoning. Fill the holes with this and spread it over the top with little pieces of the fat of ham. Dust salt and pepper over it, put it in the Dutch oven or dripping pan, and bake it brown. Put a pint of water in the bottom, and if it should dry up, put in more. When it is done, dust in some flour for the gravy. If done carefully, meat is almost as good roasted in the stove as before the fire. If you let the gravy boil over in the stove, it makes an unpleasant smell through the house and spoils the flavour of the meat. The ham of fresh pork is good done in the same way. To bake a pig's head. Have the head nicely cleaned with the eyes taken out and the ears cut off. Season it with salt and pepper. Rub crumbs of bread over with a spoonful of lard. Put it in the Dutch oven or dripping pan with a pint of water. Bake it an hour, thicken and season the gravy. To cook pigeons. Pigeons should be roasted about 15 minutes before a quick fire. As the meat is dry, they should have a rich stuffing and be basted with butter. You may bake them in a Dutch oven or stew them in a pot with water enough to cover them and some crumbs of bread or flour dusted over them. Let them cook slowly for half an hour. Mix together flour and water with salt, pepper and parsley to season, and a lump of butter. Stir this in and let it boil up. Put them in a deep dish and pour the gravy over. Pigeons make a very nice pie in the same way as chickens. To bake a ham. Make a dressing of bread seasoned with pepper and herbs. Moisten it with about 5 eggs instead of water. Take a ham that has been cut at the table, either fresh or salt. Fill up the place where it has been cut and cover the top with the dressing. Bake it half an hour and garnish it with parsley before sending it to the table. To bake beef's heart. After washing the heart, make a rich stuffing with bread and suet, highly seasoned. Fill it with this and put it in a Dutch oven or the dripping pan of a stove with half a pint of water. Let it bake an hour and a half. The gravy will not need any thickening, as some of the stuffing will fall out. Put the gravy in the dish. Beef à la mode. Take part of a round of beef, bone it and make holes for stuffing, which is made of bread, suet, thyme, parsley, chopped onions, mace, cloves, pepper, salt and a raw egg. Stuff the meat, bind it with tape and put it in a Dutch oven with a plate in the bottom to keep it from burning. Just cover it with water and let it stew from 3 to 4 hours according to the size. Make gravy with some of the water it was stewed in, seasoned with claret and butter and thickened with flour. If you wish it to taste of any other sort of wine, add a glass to the gravy. Beef steak. Choose the tenderest part of beef, cut it an inch thick, broil it gently over good coals covered with a plate. Have butter, salt, pepper and a little water in a dish, and when you turn the beef, dip it in this. Be careful to have as much of the juice as you can. When done, put it in a warm dish and pour the basting over with some butter. Mutton chops. Cut some pieces of mutton, either with or without bone, about 1 inch thick. Have the gridiron hot, first rubbing it with a little suet. Put on the chops, turning them frequently, and butter and season them with pepper and salt as you cook them. Then dish them on a hot dish and add more butter. Rabbits and squirrels. Rabbits and squirrels, or birds, may be fried as chickens, or stewed in a pot with a little water. If you make a pie of rabbits or squirrels, they should be stewed first to make them tender, and then made in the same way as chicken pie. Rabbits are very good cooked with chopped onions in a pot with a little water and thickening of milk and flour stirred in when they are nearly done. Squirrels make very good soup. To fry ham. Slice the ham, and if it is very salt, pour boiling water on it and let it soak a while. Then fry it with a small piece of lard. When done, dish it. Mix together flour, milk, parsley and pepper, let it boil, and pour it over the ham. To fry beef with kidney. Cut the kidney in small pieces, take out all the strings and let it soak several hours in salt and water. Wash and drain it, season some pieces of beef and kidney and put them in a frying pan with hot lard or drippings of any kind. Dust a little flour over. When it is fried on both sides, take it up in a dish, mix a spoonful of flour in some water with salt and pepper and pour in. When it has boiled, pour it over the beef. To fry liver. Liver should be cut across the grain in slices about 1/2 inch thick. Pour boiling water over it, drain and season it with pepper and salt. Flour each piece and drop it in a frying pan of hot bacon drippings. Do not fry it any longer than it is done, or it will be hard. Take it up in a dish, make a gravy as for beef, and pour over it. Veal cutlets. Cut the veal in slices near 1 inch thick, wash, drain and season it. Beat up an egg and have ready some pounded crackers or breadcrumbs. Dip the slices first in the egg and then in the bread and fry them in hot lard. Mix a gravy of flour and water with salt, pepper and parsley. When the veal is taken up, pour it in. Let it boil a few minutes and pour it over the dish, and grate a little nutmeg over. To fry veal, lamb or pork. Cut up the meat in thin slices and season it. Dip it in flour and drop it in a pan of hot lard. When brown, take it up and make gravy with flour, milk, parsley, pepper and salt, which stir in. To stew veal, lamb or pork. Cut the meat small, season it and put it in a pot with water enough to cover it. Let it cook for 1/2 hour, then pour in thickening of flour and milk, with parsley and thyme and a piece of butter, if the meat is not fat. Take it up in a deep dish. Brains and tongue. Pour boiling water on the brains and skin them. Tie them tight in a cloth and boil them and the tongue with the head. When done, put them on a plate, chop 3 leaves of green sage fine and beat up with the brains. Spread them round a small dish and after skinning the tongue, place it in the middle. Veal hash. Take the lights, heart and some of the liver, boil them in a pint of water. When done, take them out and chop them fine. Season it with salt, pepper and a little sweet marjoram. Put it back in the pot and thicken it with butter and flour. Let it boil a few minutes and dish it in a small tureen. Brain cakes. When the head is cloven, take out the brains and clear them of strings. Beat them up with the yolks of 2 eggs, some crumbs of bread, pepper, salt, fine parsley, a spoonful of cream and a spoonful of flour. When they are well mixed, drop them with a spoon into a frying pan with a little hot butter, and fry them of a light brown colour. Forcemeat balls. Take a pound of veal, half a pound of suet, 2 slices of ham and some crumbs of bread. Chop them very fine, and put in the yolks of 2 eggs. Season it with parsley, thyme, mace, pepper and salt. Roll it into small balls and fry them brown. They're nice to garnish hashes, roast veal or cutlets, and to put in soup. To fry veal's liver. Cut the liver and heart across the grain, wash it well, pour boiling water on and let it stand a few minutes. Then drain and season it with salt and pepper. Flour it and drop it in hot lard. When it is brown on both sides, dish it. Dust a little flour in the pan and pour in some water. Let it boil a minute, stirring in a seasoning of parsley, thyme or sweet marjoram. Pour the gravy over the liver. This is a good breakfast dish. To fry veal sweetbreads. Dip them in the yolk of an egg beaten, then in a mixture of grated bread or flour and salt and pepper. Fry them a nice brown. To stew sweetbreads. Stew them in a little water with butter, flour and a little cream. Season with salt, pepper, parsley and thyme. To brown a calf's head with the skin on. After scalding and washing the head clean, take out the eyes, cut off the ears, and let it boil half an hour. When cold, cleave the upper from the lower jaw, take out the tongue, strike off the nose, score the part which has skin on, rub it over with beaten egg, sprinkle it over with salt, parsley, cayenne and black pepper, lay pieces of butter over it, and put it in a Dutch oven to brown, basting it often. Cut down the lower part in slices, skin the tongue and palate, and cut them up. Put them in a pot with a little water. When done, thicken it with brown flour and butter, season it with pepper, salt, some pickled oysters, wine or brandy if you like it, and let it stew 15 minutes. Lay the baked head in a dish and put the hash around it, and lay forcemeat balls or brain cakes round the edge of the dish. Bacon fraise. Cut streaked bacon into small thin slices. Make a batter of a pint of milk, 2 eggs and 2 large spoonsful of flour, some salt and pepper. Put some lard or dripping in a frying pan, and when it is hot, pour in half of the batter, and strew the bacon over it. Then pour on the remainder of the batter. Let it fry gently, and be careful in turning that the bacon does not come to the pan. Irish stew. Take 5 thick mutton chops, or 2 pounds of the neck or loin, 2 pounds of potatoes, peel them and cut them in halves, 6 onions or half a pound of onions, peel and slice them also. First put a layer of potatoes at the bottom of your stew pan, then a couple of chops and some onions, then again potatoes, and so on until the pan is quite full. Season with pepper and salt, and 3 gills of broth or gravy, and 2 teaspoonsful of mushroom catsup. Cover it very close to prevent the escape of steam, and stew on a slow fire for an hour and a half. A slice of ham is an addition. Great care should be taken not to let it brown. To brown flour for gravy, etc. Put some flour in a Dutch oven and set it over some hot coals. Keep stirring it until it is of a light brown colour. In this way several pounds can be done at once and kept in a jar covered, and is very convenient to thicken brown soups and gravies with. Drawn butter. Put half a pint of water in a skillet, rub 1/4 pound of butter in a large spoonful of flour. When the water boils, stir it in and let it boil a few minutes. Season it with parsley chopped fine. Stuffing or dressing. Stuffing for poultry is made of bread and butter, an egg, salt, pepper, chopped parsley or thyme mixed together. If the bread is dry, it should have a little boiling water poured on it. Egg sauce. This is made as drawn butter, with 1 or 2 eggs boiled hard and chopped into it, and a little salt. Celery sauce. Take a large bunch of celery, cut it fine, and boil it till soft in a pint of water. Thicken it with butter and flour, and season it with salt, pepper, and mace. Bacon dumplings. Cut slices of cooked bacon and pepper them. Roll out crust as for apple dumplings, slice some potatoes very thin, and put them in the crust with the meat. Close them up and let them boil fast an hour. When done, take them out carefully with a ladle. Drop dumplings. These are good for almost any kind of soup, and may be made of a quart of flour, 2 eggs, a spoonful of butter, some salt and pepper, wet with milk and water. Drop them in while it is boiling and let them boil for 10 or 15 minutes. Vermicelli. Beat 3 fresh eggs very light, make them into a stiff paste with flour and water. Knead it well and roll it very thin. Cut it in narrow strips, give them a twist, and dry them quickly on tin sheets or dishes in the sun or a moderate oven. Soak them a few minutes in cold water, and put them in chicken soup. They are very good and convenient. Hash made of fowls. Take the bones and pieces that have been left of roast or boiled fowls, either turkeys or chickens, crack the bones, cut off the meat, and chop it fine. Put it in a small iron pot or stew pan, cover it with water, and put in the gravy that may be left from the fowls. Season with pepper and salt, put in some chopped celery, crumbs of bread, a lump of butter, and, if it requires it, dust in a little flour. If you like it, you may slice in an onion. Beef steak pudding. Take 2 pounds of beef from the round or sirloin, and after taking out the bone, season it according to fancy. Some prefer a seasoning of pepper, salt, onions, thyme, marjoram or sage, others the pepper and salt alone. Then prepare a plain stiff crust, either with or without butter or lard. Spread the crust over a deep dish or bowl, put in the beef, and if you like it, add some butter. Cover it close with a crust, which must be closely turned in to prevent the water from penetrating. Tie it up tight in a cloth, put it in a pot of boiling water, and let it boil quickly for an hour. The cloth should be dipped in hot water and floured as for other boiled puddings. Beef steak pie. Take some fine beef steaks, beat them well with a rolling pin, and season them with pepper and salt according to taste. Make a good crust, lay some in a deep dish or tin pan, lay in the beef, and fill the dish half full of water. Put in a tablespoonful of butter and some chopped thyme and parsley, and cover the top with crust. Bake it for 1 to 2 hours according to the size of the pie, and eat it while hot. Baked beef pudding. Parboil some tender pieces of beef in water enough to barely cover it. Grease a pan with lard, season the beef and lay it in. Make a batter of eggs, milk and flour with a little salt and pour it over. Bake it an hour in a stove or Dutch oven, and when done keep it hot till it is eaten. Save the water the beef was boiled in, add a little butter, flour, pepper, salt and chopped parsley, thyme or sweet marjoram, and boil it up. When you dish up the pudding, pour this over, or put it in a gravy dish to be served hot at the table. Pork stew pie. Take small bones and pieces of pork that will not do for sausage. Roll out some crust with but little shortening. Lay in the meat and small pieces of crust alternately, sprinkle in flour and seasoning, cover it with water, and put on a crust. Spiced beef in the Irish style. To a round weighing from 20 to 25 pounds, take a pint of salt, 1 ounce of saltpetre, 2 ounces of pepper, 2 ounces of cloves, 1 ounce of allspice, 4 ounces of brown sugar, all well pulverized and mixed together. Rub the round well with it, and lay it in a small tub or vessel by itself. Turn and rub it once a day for 10 days. It will not injure if it remain a week longer in the spices, if it should not be convenient to bake it. When you wish to have it cooked, strew over the top of the round a small handful of suet. Be particular to bind it tight round with a cord or narrow strip of muslin, which must be wrapped several times round to keep it in shape. Put it in a Dutch oven, and add 3 pints of water when it is first put down. Keep water boiling in the tea kettle, and add a little as it seems necessary, observing not to add too much. It will require a slow heat, and take 4 hours to bake. This is a very fine standing dish, and will be good for 3 weeks after cooking. Keep the gravy that is left to pour over it to keep it moist. To bake fowls, season and stuff them in the same way as for roasting. Put them in a Dutch oven or stove with a pint of water. When they are half done, put in the giblets. When these are done, chop them with a knife and put in thickening and a lump of butter. If chickens are young, split them down the back and put them in a Dutch oven with a plate in the bottom and a pint of water. When they are done, stir in a spoonful of flour mixed in half a pint of milk, a piece of butter, salt, pepper and parsley. Let it boil up and dish them. To fry chickens. After cutting up the chickens, wash and drain them. Season them with salt and pepper, rub each piece in flour, and drop them separately in a frying pan or Dutch oven of hot lard. When brown, turn the other side to fry. Make a thickening of rich milk, flour, a piece of butter, salt and chopped parsley. Take up the chicken on a dish, pour a little water in the pan to keep the gravy from being too thick, put in the thickening, stir it and let it boil a few minutes, then pour it over the chicken. Chickens fried in batter. Make a batter of 2 eggs, a teacup of milk, a little salt, and thickened with flour. Have the chickens cut up, washed, and seasoned. Dip the pieces in the batter separately and fry them in hot lard. When brown on both sides, take them up on a dish and make a gravy as for fried chickens. Lard fries much nicer than butter, which is apt to burn. Chickens in paste. Make a crust as for pies and roll it out in cakes large enough to cover a chicken. The chicken should be very nicely picked and washed and the inside wiped dry. Put in each a small lump of butter, a little salt, pepper and parsley. Have the pot boiling. Close the chickens in the dough, pin them up in separate cloths and boil them 3/4 of an hour. Dish them and pour drawn butter over. Pigeons can be cooked in the same manner. To fricassee chickens. Cut up the chickens and put them in a pot with just water enough to cover them. Let it boil half an hour. Have ready some thickening made of milk, flour and butter, seasoned with parsley, thyme, pepper and salt. Let it boil a few minutes longer, and when it is dished, grate a little nutmeg over if you like it. This is one of the easiest, cheapest and best ways of cooking chickens. Chicken pie. Cut up the chickens, and if they are old, boil them 15 minutes in a little water, which save to put in the pie. Make a paste like common pie crust, and put it around your pan or dish. Lay in the chicken, dust flour over and put in butter, pepper and salt. Cover them with water, roll out the top crust quite thick, and close the pie round the edge. Make an opening in the middle with a knife. Let it bake rather more than an hour. If you warm a pie over for the next day, pour off the gravy and warm it separately and add it to the pie. Pot pie. Cut up 2 large chickens. Grease your pot or Dutch oven with lard. Roll out crust enough in 2 parts to go round it, but not to cover the bottom, or it will burn before the pie is done. As you put in the pieces of chicken, strew in flour, salt and pepper, some pieces of the crust rolled thin and a few potatoes. Cover this with water and put on a covering of paste with a slit cut in the middle. Let it cook slowly for about 2 hours. Have hot water in a tea kettle, and if it should dry up too much, pour some in. Just before you dish it, add a little parsley and thyme. Veal, lamb and pork pies may be made in the same way. If you like more top crust, cook it in a Dutch oven, and when the first crust is done, take it off in a pan and set it near the fire, and cover the pie again with dough. Giblet pie and soup. If you can get livers and gizzards from market, you can have a very nice pie made the same as chicken pie, or soup with dumplings made of milk, egg and flour beaten together and dropped in when the soup is nearly done, and season it with parsley, pepper and salt. Chicken stewed with new corn. Cut up the chickens as for pies, season them well, have green corn cut off the cob. Put a layer of chicken in the bottom of a stew pan and a layer of corn, and so till you fill all in. Sprinkle in salt, pepper and parsley, and put a piece of butter in. Cover it with water, and put on a crust with slits cut in it. Let it boil an hour. When done, lay the crust in a deep dish. Dip out the chicken and corn, and put it on the crust. Stir in the gravy a thickening of milk and flour. When this boils up, pour it in with the corn and chicken. Chicken and corn boiled together in a pot make very nice soup with dumplings. To broil chickens. Split the chickens down the back, season them, and put them on the gridiron over clear coals. Cover them over with a plate, which will make them cook faster. Baste with melted butter. Be careful not to let them burn. Make gravy of the giblets, boiled in water and chopped fine. Put in butter, thicken and season it. Pour this in a dish, and put the chickens on the top. Chicken pudding. Make a batter of 6 eggs, milk, flour and a little salt. Parboil the chickens. Have each joint cut. Grease a pan with lard and lay the pieces in. Put in some lumps of butter and season it well with pepper and salt. Then pour the batter over and bake it in an hour in a stove or Dutch oven. Veal or beef makes a very nice pudding done in the same way, but the batter need not be as rich as for chicken, and it requires no butter. Or it will make a good dish if you cut slices of ham after it will not do to appear on the table. Make a batter as for other pudding, put in a little butter and pepper, and bake it in a pan. Cold chicken with vinegar. Cut up the chicken in small pieces and crack the bones. Season it with salt and pepper, and put it in a deep baking plate with a lump of butter and a tablespoonful of vinegar. Cover it with hot water, put a plate over, and let it stew on a stove or hot embers. Chicken salad. Cut up the white parts of a cold chicken, season it with oil or drawn butter, mustard, pepper, salt and celery, chopped very fine, and a little vinegar. Turkey salad is made in the same manner as above. Stewed chickens with rice. The rice must first be soaked in water and very nicely washed, or it will not be white. 2 teacupsful of rice are sufficient to serve with 1 chicken, and must be boiled in a quart of water, which should be boiling when you put the rice in. Add a dessertspoonful of salt. Generally half an hour is long enough to boil rice, and it must not be too long in the water after it is done, or it is less wholesome. Drain the water off if the rice has not absorbed it, and place it in the bottom of the dish. The chicken must be in preparation at the same time with the rice, and should be cut up at the joints as for fried or fricasseed chicken, and salted and seasoned. Boil it in a little more water than sufficient to cover it, and when it is done, take it out and lay it over the rice on the dish. Then rub a small piece of butter with sufficient flour to thicken it, and stir both together in the liquor, which must remain over the fire for about 2 minutes, and just before it is taken up, add the yolk of an egg well beaten and some chopped parsley. It must then be immediately poured over the chicken. In preparing this dish, take care that it does not get smoked. End of section 2, Meats and Poultry.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 3. Soups. In making soup, allow yourself plenty of time. Dumplings should be put in about half an hour before the soup is done, and herbs a quarter of an hour, vegetables about an hour, rice 20 minutes. If herbs are put in too soon, the flavor will fly off and be lost. Chicken soup. Cut up the chicken. Cut each joint and let it boil an hour. Make dumplings of a pint of milk, an egg, a little salt and flour, stirred in till quite stiff. Drop this in a spoonful at a time, while it is boiling. Stir in a little thickening, with enough pepper, salt, and parsley to season the whole. Let it boil a few minutes longer, and take it up in a tureen. Chopped celery is a great improvement to chicken soup, and new corn, cut off the cob, and put in when it is half done, gives it a very nice flavor. Brown calf's head soup. Scald and clean the head, and put it to boil with 2 gallons of water, a shank of veal, 3 onions, 2 carrots, a little bacon, and a bunch of sweet herbs. When they have boiled half an hour, take out the head and shank of veal, and cut all the meat off the bones into pieces of 2 inches square. Let the soup boil half an hour longer, when strain it and put in the meat. Season it with salt, cayenne, and black pepper, and cloves, if you like. Thicken it with butter and browned flour, and let it boil nearly an hour. Put some fried forcemeat balls in the tureen, and just before you pour out the soup, stir into it a tablespoonful of sugar, browned in a frying pan, and half a pint of wine. This resembles turtle soup. Beef shin soup, mutton soup, etc. Crack the shin in several pieces, and wash it through 3 waters. Put it in a pot of water 4 hours before dinner. When it begins to boil, take off the scum as it rises, and keep it covered. An hour before it is done, skim off all the fat, and put in potatoes, onions, turnips, carrots, and cut cabbage if you like it. Either beat up dumplings with eggs and milk, or roll them out of dough made as pie crust. A few minutes before it is done, stir in thickening with parsley, thyme, pepper and salt, and tomatoes if they are in season. Then dish it for dinner. A shin will make a good dinner for a large family, and will do to warm up if any is left. To eat pickles with it, or pour a little vinegar in your plate, is an improvement. Soup made of mutton, veal, and lamb does not require many vegetables. Carrots and potatoes are the most suitable. A shank of veal or mutton will make a small pot of very good soup. Celery, cut fine, is very nice seasoning. Gumbo soup. Take 2 pounds fresh beef. Put this in a dinner pot, with 2 gallons of water. After boiling 2 hours, throw in a quarter of a peck of okra, cut into small slices, and about a quart of ripe tomatoes, peeled and cut up. Slice 4 or 5 large onions, fry them brown, and dust in while they are frying from your dredge box several spoonsful of flour. Add these with pepper, salt, and parsley, or other herbs, to your taste, about an hour before the soup is finished. It will require 6 hours moderate boiling. Another way. Cut up a large fat chicken. Boil it in 2 gallons of water, adding at the time you put in the chicken the same quantity of okra, 2 large onions cut fine. Season with pepper, salt, thyme, and parsley, and when nearly done, drop in dumplings made of 1 egg, half a pint of rich milk, and flour sufficient to make them so that they will drop from a spoon. This soup requires from 4 to 5 hours moderate boiling. Just before serving, take up the chicken, and after taking out all the bones, return the chicken into the soup, and dish it up. Pea soup. Leave a pint of peas in the pot, with the water they were boiled in. Make a thickening of flour, milk, and butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, parsley, and thyme. Toast 2 or 3 slices of bread, cut it up in the tureen, and when the soup has boiled about 10 minutes, pour it over. Children are mostly fond of pea soup, and it seldom disagrees with them. A few slices of fat ham will supply the place of butter. Soup of dried white beans, etc. Dried beans or peas should be soaked before boiling. They make very good soup with a small piece of bacon or salt pork boiled with them. Put them to boil in plenty of cold water, and after they have boiled an hour, pour it off and put in cold water, and the meat or bones, and let them boil an hour longer. Stir in a little thickening with pepper, salt, parsley, and thyme. Mix up some dumplings, and drop in half an hour before the soup is done. Where you have a large family, you should always be provided with dried beans for winter use. A vegetable soup. Take an onion, a turnip, 2 pared potatoes, a carrot, a head of celery. Boil them in 3 pints of water till the vegetables are cooked. Add a little salt. Have a slice of bread toasted and buttered. Put it into a bowl and pour the soup over it. Tomatoes, when in season, form an agreeable addition. End of Section 3. Soups. Read by Kara Schallenberg on February 15th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 4. Fish, Oysters, etc. To bake a rockfish. Rub the fish with salt, black pepper, and a dust of cayenne inside and out. Prepare a stuffing of bread and butter seasoned with pepper, salt, parsley, and thyme. Mix an egg in it, fill the fish with this, and sew it up or tie a string round it. Put it in a deep pan or oval oven, and bake it as you would a fowl. To a large fish, add half a pint of water. You can add more for the gravy if necessary. Dust flour over and baste it with butter. Any other fresh fish can be baked in the same way. A large one will bake slowly in an hour and a half, small ones in half an hour. To stew a rockfish. Rub the fish with salt and pepper and a little cayenne on the inside. Put it in an oval stew pan. To a fish that weighs 6 pounds, put a pint of water. When it is about half done, season it well with salt and pepper, and a little mace or cloves. Rub 1/4 pound of butter in a half a teacup of flour, with a little parsley and thyme. Stir this in with a pint of oysters. Serve it with the gravy in the dish. A large fish should be allowed an hour, small ones half an hour. To broil shad. Soak a salt shad a day or night previous to cooking. It is best to drain an hour before you put it to the fire. If it hangs long exposed to the air, it loses its flavor. Grease the gridiron to keep it from sticking. Have good coals and put the inside down first. Fresh shad is better to be sprinkled with salt an hour before it is put to broil. Put a plate over the top to keep the heat in. In broiling shad or other fresh fish, you should dust them with cornmeal before you put them down. To bake a fresh shad. Make a stuffing of bread, butter, salt, pepper, and parsley. Fill a large shad with this and bake it in a stove or oven. To fry fresh fish. Have the fish well scalded, washed, and drained. Cut slits in the sides of each. Season them with salt and pepper, and roll them in corn flour. Have in your frying pan hot lard or bacon drippings. If the fish have been kept several days, dip them in egg before rolling them in corn flour to keep them from breaking. Fry them light brown on both sides. To fry clams. After opening them as oysters, wash them in their own liquor and drain them. Make a batter of an egg, flour, and pepper. Dip them in this and fry them in butter. To stew clams. Strain the liquor and stew them in it for about 20 minutes. Make a thickening of flour, water, and pepper. Stir this in and let it boil up. Have some bread toasted and buttered in a deep dish and pour the clams over. Clam soup may be made by putting an equal quantity of water with the liquor and putting in toasted bread, crackers, or dumplings. To pot fresh herring. Scale and wash them well. Cut off the heads and fins and season them with salt, pepper, and cloves. Pack them neatly in a large jar and pour on enough cold vinegar to cover them. Put a plate over the top of the jar and set it in a moderately warm oven or on the top of a stove in a pan of hot water for 5 or 6 hours. They will keep in a cool place several weeks and are an excellent relish. The jar or pan should be of stoneware or fireproof yellowware. To boil salt cod. Put your fish to soak overnight. Change the water in the morning and let it stay till you put it on, which should be 2 hours before dinner. Keep it at scalding heat all the time, but do not let it boil or it will get hard. Eat it with egg sauce or drawn butter. If you have any codfish left from dinner, mix it with mashed potatoes and enough flour to stick them together. Season with pepper, make it into little cakes, and fry them in ham drippings. To boil salt shad, mackerel, or herring. Wash the fish from the pickle. Put it in a frying pan, cover it with water, and let it boil 15 minutes. Take it up and drain it between 2 plates. Put a little butter over and send it hot to the table. Or after boiling you can flour and fry it in drippings of any kind. To boil salt salmon. Let salmon soak overnight and boil it slowly for 2 hours. Eat it with drawn butter. To pickle salmon after it has been boiled, heat vinegar scalding hot with whole peppers and cloves. Cut the fish in small square pieces. Put it in a jar and pour the vinegar over. Shad may be done in the same way. To boil fresh fish. After being well cleaned, rub the fish with salt and pin it in a towel. Put it in a pot of boiling water and keep it boiling fast. A large fish will take from half to 3/4 of an hour, a small one from 15 to 20 minutes. A fat shad is very nice boiled, although rock and bass are preferred generally. When done, take it up on a fish dish and cover it with egg sauce or drawn butter and parsley. Pickled mushrooms and walnuts and mushroom catsup are good with boiled fish. To stew terrapins. Wash 4 terrapins in warm water, then throw them in a pot of boiling water which will kill them instantly. Let them boil till the shells crack, then take them out and take off the bottom shell. Cut each quarter separate, take the gall from the liver, take out the eggs, put the pieces in a stew pan, pour in all the liquor and cover them with water. Put in salt, cayenne, and black pepper, and a little mace. Put in a lump of butter the size of an egg and let them stew for half an hour. Make a thickening of flour and water, which stir in a few minutes before you take it up with 2 glasses of wine. Serve it in a deep covered dish. Put in the eggs just as you dish it. Oyster soup. Strain the liquor from the oysters and put it on to boil with an equal quantity of water. Take off the scum as it rises. Put in pepper, salt, parsley, thyme, and butter. Stir in a thickening of flour and water. Throw in the oysters and let them scald. If you have cream, put in half a pint just before you take them up. Another way. Strain the liquor from a gallon of oysters and add to it an equal quantity of water. Put it on the fire and boil and skim it before you add the seasoning. Then put in 6 large blades of mace, a little cayenne, and black or white pepper. The latter, on account of the color, is preferable, as it is desirable to have the soup as white as possible. Afterwards permit all to boil together about 5 minutes. Then pour in the oysters and 1/4 pound of butter, into which a dessertspoonful of wheat flour has been rubbed fine. Keep this at boiling heat until the oysters begin to look plump, when it is ready for the table and must be served up very hot. If you can procure a pint of good cream, half the amount of butter will answer. If you believe the cream to be rather old, even if it seems to be sweet, add, before it goes into the soup, half a small teaspoonful of soda well mixed with it. After you put in the cream, permit it to remain on the fire long enough to arrive at boiling heat again, when it must be taken up, or it may curdle. Throw into the tureen a little finely cut parsley. Scalloped oysters. Toast several slices of bread quite brown, and butter them on both sides. Take a baking dish and put the toast around the sides instead of a crust. Pour your oysters into the dish and season to your taste with butter, pepper, and salt, adding mace or cloves. Crumb bread on the top of the oysters and bake it with a quick heat about 15 minutes. To fry oysters. Pick out the largest oysters and drain them. Sprinkle them with pepper and salt. Beat up an egg and dip them first in it and then in pounded crackers and fry them in butter. It is a plainer way to dip them in cornmeal. Oyster fritters. Make a thick batter with 2 eggs, some crumbs of bread, and flour, and a little milk. Season this well with pepper and salt. Have in a frying pan equal parts of lard and butter. Drop in a spoonful of the batter and put into it 1 large oyster or 2 small ones. Let them brown slowly so as not to burn. Turn them carefully. This is a good way to have oysters at breakfast. To stew oysters. Open them and throw them in a stew pan with a lump of butter. Make a thickening of flour and water, salt and pepper, and stir it in just as the oysters boil. When they are done, take them up in a deep covered dish with buttered toast in the bottom. A rich oyster pie. Strain off the liquor from the oysters and put it on to boil with some butter, mace, nutmeg, pepper, and salt. Just as it boils, stir in a thickening of milk and flour. Put in the oysters and stir them till they are sufficiently stewed. Then take them off and put in the yolks of 2 eggs, well beaten. Do not put this in while it is boiling, or it will curdle. Line a dish, not very deep, with puff paste. Fill it with white paper or a clean napkin to keep the top paste from falling in. Put on a lid of paste and bake it. When done, take off the lid carefully, take out the paper or napkin, and pour in the oysters. Send it hot to the table. A Baltimore oyster pie. Make a crust after the directions given for puff paste. Grease the bottom of a deep dish, cover it with paste. Then season 2 quarts of raw oysters, without the liquor, with spices to your taste, some preferring nutmeg, mace, cayenne pepper, others black pepper alone. Add butter and a heaped teacup of grated bread. Put all together in the dish, then cover it with your paste. Cut in strips and crossed or ornamented as your fancy dictates. A pound of butter to 2 quarts of oysters makes a rich pie. If the oysters are fine, less butter will answer. A pie of this size will bake in 3/4 of an hour if the oven is in good order. If the heat is not quick, allow it an hour. If in baking the crust is likely to become too brown, put a piece of paper doubled over it, and the light color will be retained. When taken from the oven, if it should look dry, pour some of the liquor that was drained from the oysters in the dish, having previously strained and boiled it. As paste always looks more beautiful when just from the oven, arrange your dinner so that the pie may be placed on the table immediately it is done. Plain oyster pie. Take from the shell as many oysters as you want and put them in the pie. Strain the liquor, put it with them over the fire and give them 1 boil. Take off the scum, put in, if you wish to make a small pie, 1/4 of a pound of butter, as much flour mixed in water as will thicken it when boiled, and mace, pepper, and salt to your taste. Lay a paste in a deep dish, put in the oysters and cover them with paste. Cut a hole in the middle, ornament it in any way you please, and bake it. A shallow pie will bake in 3/4 of an hour. Oyster sauce. Plump the oysters for a few minutes over the fire, take them out, and stir into the liquor some flour and butter mixed together, with a little mace and whole pepper and salt to your taste. When it has boiled long enough, throw in the oysters and add a glass of white wine just as you take it up. This is a suitable sauce for boiled fowls. To pickle 100 oysters. Drain off the liquor from the oysters, wash them and put to them a tablespoonful of salt and a teacup of vinegar. Let them simmer over the fire about 10 minutes, taking off the scum as it rises. Then take out the oysters and put to their own liquor a tablespoonful of whole black pepper and a teaspoonful of mace and cloves. Let it boil 5 minutes, skim, and pour it over the oysters in a jar. Oysters pickled another way. Wash and drain the oysters and put them in salt and water that will bear an egg. Let them scald until plump, and put them in a glass jar, with some cloves and whole peppers, and when cold cover them with vinegar. To brown oysters in their own juice. Take a quart of large oysters, wash them in their own juice, drain and dip them in the yolk of eggs. Heat butter in a frying pan, and after seasoning them with pepper and salt, put them in separately. When they are brown on both sides, draw them to one side of the pan. Strain the liquor and put it in with a piece of butter and flour enough to thicken it. A dish of poached eggs. Have ready a kettle of boiling water. Pour it in a pan or speeder which is set on coals. Have the eggs at hand. Put a little salt in the water and break them in one at a time till you get all in. Let them remain till the white is set, and take them out with an egg spoon, and put on a dish that has buttered toast on it. Fried eggs. Slice and fry any kind of bacon. Dish it. Have the eggs ready in a dish, and pour them into the gravy. When done, take them up and lay them on the meat. Fried eggs another way. Have your lard or butter boiling hot. Break in 1 egg at a time. Throw the hot fat over them with an egg slice until white on the top. Slip the slice under and take them out whole, and lay them on the dish or meat without breaking. Season with salt. Omelette. Beat 6 or 8 eggs with some chopped parsley and a little salt. Have the pan or speeder nicely washed. Put in 1/4 of a pound of butter. When it is hot, pour in the eggs. Stir it with a spoon till it begins to form. When it is of a light brown on the underside, it is done. Turn it out on a plate and send it to table immediately. Grated bread soaked in cream put in the omelette some think an improvement. The dripping of a nice ham some persons use for omelette instead of butter. To boil eggs. Have the water boiling and look at your watch as you put them in. 2 minutes and a half will cook them to please most persons. If you want them very soft, 2 minutes will be sufficient, or if less soft, 3 minutes. If you wish them hard, as for lettuce, let them boil 10 minutes. Spoons that have been used in eating eggs should be put in water immediately, as the egg tarnishes them. End of section 4. Read by Zale Schaefer on November 30th, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 5, Vegetables. Vegetables. To boil green corn. Pick out ears near the same size and have the water boiling when you put them in. Half an hour is long enough for young corn. That which is old and hard will take an hour or more. If young corn is boiled too long, it becomes hard and indigestible. To fricassee corn. Cut green corn off the cob. Put it in a pot and just cover it with water. Let it boil half an hour. Mix a spoonful of flour with half a pint of rich milk, pepper, salt, parsley, thyme, and a piece of butter. Let it boil a few minutes and take it up in a deep dish. Corn will do to cook in this way when too old to boil on the cob. To keep corn for winter. When boiled, cut the corn off the cob and spread it on dishes. Set these in the oven to dry after the bread comes out. If you have no oven, it can be dried in a stove of moderate heat or round a fire. When perfectly dry, tie it up in muslin bags and hang them in a dry place. When you use it, boil it till soft in water, mix flour, milk, butter, pepper, and salt together, and stir in. Corn fritters. Cut the corn through the grain, and with a knife scrape the pulp from the cob, or grate it with a coarse grater, and to about a quart of the pulp add 2 eggs beaten, 2 tablespoonsful of flour, a little salt and pepper, and a small portion of thin cream or new milk. Beat the whole together. Have the butter or lard hot in the pan, and put a large spoonful in at a time, and fry brown, turning each fritter separately. This makes an agreeable relish for breakfast, or a good side dish at dinner. Hominy. Large hominy, after it is washed, must be put to soak overnight. If you wish to have it for dinner, put it to boil early in the morning, or it will not be done in time. Eat it as a vegetable. Small hominy will boil in an hour. It is very good at breakfast or supper to eat with milk or butter, or to fry for dinner. Both large and small hominy will keep good in a cool place several days. Be careful that the vessel it is cooked in is perfectly clean, or it will darken the hominy. To fry hominy. Put a little lard in your frying pan and make it hot. Mash and salt the hominy, put it in, and cover it over with a plate. Let it cook slowly for half an hour, or longer if you like it very brown. When done, turn it out in a plate. If you do not like it fried, mash it well with a little water, salt, and butter, and warm it in a frying pan. To boil potatoes. When the potatoes are old, pare them. Put them in plenty of boiling water and boil them till you can run a fork through easily. If you wish to have them whole, pour off all the water, throw in some salt, and let them stand a few minutes over coals to let the steam go off. They will then be white and mealy. It is a mistaken notion to boil potatoes in but little water, as they are sure to turn dark and taste strong. In cold weather they may be kept pared several days in a pan of water, by changing the water every day, and will be whiter. If you like mashed potatoes, take them up when barely done, sprinkle them with salt and mash them. Put in a spoonful of cream and a small lump of butter. Keep them hot till they are taken to table. In the summer when potatoes are young, put them in a small tub with a little water and rub them with a piece of brick to break the skin. You can then peel enough for dinner with a knife in a few minutes. When they are older, boil them with the skins on and squeeze them separately in a cloth to make them mealy. New potatoes are nice with cream and butter over them. In boiling old potatoes, some persons cut them round without paring, which allows the moisture to escape. This is an improvement. You can then either peel them or send them to table without peeling. To stew potatoes. Chop or slice cold potatoes. Season with pepper and salt. Stew them with a little butter and milk and a dust of flour. When nearly done, stir in a yolk of egg with some chopped parsley. They will cook in a few minutes and may be sliced overnight if you wish an early breakfast. Sweet potatoes. To boil sweet potatoes, put them in a pot with plenty of water. Let them boil fast till you can run a fork through the largest. Then pour off the water and leave them in the pot a quarter of an hour. You can then peel the skin off or leave it on. Some prefer them baked in a Dutch oven. They should have a quick heat. Large potatoes will take an hour to bake. It has been found a good way to boil them till nearly done, then peel and bake them. They are drier and nicer. To fry potatoes. Cold potatoes are very good fried for breakfast with scraps of bacon. If they have been mashed, make them out in cakes with a little flour and fry them brown, or slice them. Tomatoes. If you wish to bake tomatoes in the oven with bread, pour boiling water on and skin them. Cut them in small pieces, season with salt and pepper, and put them in a pan with crumbs of bread and butter. Cover the pan with a plate and bake 3/4 of an hour. When done, mash them and take them out on a dish. To fry tomatoes. Slice them, season with pepper and salt, and fry in hot butter. If they are green, dip them in flour after being seasoned. Tomato omelet. Pour boiling water on the tomatoes, skin and cut them fine. To 1 quart of this, put 2 chopped onions and a lump of butter the size of an egg. Let them boil half an hour, then mash them. Put in grated bread, pepper, salt, and the yolks of 2 eggs. To stew tomatoes. Wash and pour boiling water over them. Peel off the skins and cut them up. Season them with pepper and salt. Put in a lump of butter and boil them in their own juice for half an hour. Stir in enough crumbs of bread to thicken them. Let them cook slowly 10 minutes longer. Be careful that the bread does not burn. To bake tomatoes. Take out the inside of large tomatoes. Make a stuffing of bread, butter, pepper, salt, and an egg. Fill them with this and set them in a deep pie plate. Let them bake slowly half an hour. Tomato jelly to eat with roast meat. Wash the tomatoes and put them in a bell metal kettle with a little water. Let them boil 30 minutes. Take them out and strain them through a sieve till you get all the pulp. Let it settle and pour off the top. Put the thick part in deep plates and set them in the oven after the bread is drawn. Season it with pepper and salt to your taste and put it away in a jar. It can either be eaten cold or warmed up with crumbs of bread and butter. Some persons slice tomatoes and dry them on dishes in an oven. To fricassee tomatoes. Wash and cut them in 2 if large. If small, leave them whole, but do not peel them or they go too much to pieces. Have a broad speeder or stove pan. Put in a half spoonful of butter. Season the tomatoes with pepper and salt and flour them. Cover them with a plate. They will cook in 10 minutes, stirring them once. Pour in a half teacup of cream just as they are done. Let them boil up and dish them while hot. This dish is much liked either for breakfast, dinner, or tea. To broil tomatoes for breakfast. Take large round tomatoes, wash and wipe them, and put them on the gridiron over lively coals, the stem side down. When this is brown, turn them and let them cook till quite hot through. Place them on a hot dish and send them quickly to table, where each one may season for himself with pepper, salt, and butter. To bake tomatoes for breakfast. Season them with pepper and salt. Flour and bake them in a stove, in a deep plate with a little butter over them. Tomatoes sliced with onions. Pick the best tomatoes. Let them stand a little while in cold water, then peel and slice them. To about 6 tomatoes, you may add 2 red onions, also sliced. Season with pepper, plenty of salt, and a small portion of vinegar. To put up tomatoes for winter. Gather a quantity of tomatoes, wash, scald, skin, and cut them up. Season them highly with pepper and salt, and put them in a large stone jar. Set this in the oven with your bread, and leave it till it is cold. Stir them and set them in the oven every time you bake for several weeks. When the juice is nearly dried up, put a piece of white paper over the jar, melt some lard, and pour on it. When you use them, stew them with bread, butter, and water. Baked eggplant. Boil them 10 minutes, then cut them in half and take out the seeds, filling them with a stuffing of crumbs of bread seasoned with butter, pepper, salt, the yolk of an egg, and, if you choose, the juice of a tomato. Close them and tie each one with a string. Put a little water in the Dutch oven and lay them in with some of the stuffing on the top. Let them cook slowly half an hour, basting them with butter. Take them out, thicken the gravy, and pour it over them on the dish. To fry eggplant. Cut them in slices half an inch thick. Sprinkle them with salt and let them stand a few minutes to extract the bitter taste. Wash them in cold water and wipe them dry. Season with salt and pepper, dip them in flour, and fry them in butter. Another way of cooking them is to cut them in thin slices and bake them on a bake iron that is hot enough to bake cakes. Salsify, or oyster plant. Scrape the roots and boil them till soft. Mash them and put in butter, pepper, salt, and egg and flour enough to stick them together. Make this in cakes as large as an oyster, and fry them in butter. Or after boiling, you can cut them in slices and stew them in water, then butter and season, and thicken with a little flour and cream. To stew or fry mushrooms. Be careful in gathering mushrooms that you have the right kind. They are pink underneath and white on the top, and the skin will peel off easily, but it sticks to the poisonous ones. After you have peeled them, sprinkle them with salt and pepper, and put them in a stew pan with a little water and a lump of butter. Let them boil fast 10 minutes, and stir in a thickening of flour and cream. They may be fried in butter or broiled on a gridiron. They are sometimes very abundant in the fall, on ground that has not been plowed for several years. They appear after a warm rain. They may be peeled, salted, and allowed to stand some hours before cooking. Cucumbers, to fry or slice. To fry cucumbers, take off the rinds in long pieces, 1/4 inch thick. Season them with pepper and salt, dip them in flour, and fry them in butter. Many persons think cucumbers unwholesome, and they certainly are if kept for several days before they are eaten, but if sliced thin with onions, pepper, salt, and good vinegar, they may generally be eaten without danger. Lettuce. Persons that are fond of lettuce may have it nearly all the year, by sowing the different kinds, and keeping it covered through the winter. The most approved way of dressing it is to cut it fine, and season with oil, mustard, pepper, salt, vinegar, and a hard egg chopped. The essence of ham is also very good to season lettuce. Where there is a large family, it is a good and economical way to cut the fat of ham in small pieces, fry it, and make a gravy with flour, water, and pepper, to eat with lettuce. To cook lettuce, you must fry a little ham, put a spoonful of vinegar into the gravy, cut the lettuce, put it in the pan, give it a stir, and then dish it. Cold slaw. Cut hard white cabbage across the leaves and put it in a deep plate. Scald 2 large spoonsful of vinegar with a piece of butter, some pepper, and salt. Pour this over the slaw. Have an egg boiled hard, chop it fine, and spread it over the top. Some persons like it heated in a pan with vinegar and water, and the yolk of a raw egg mixed through it. Cauliflowers, etc. Have a pot with half milk and the rest water. When this boils, put in the cauliflowers and let them boil till tender. Put in some salt just before you take them up. Have ready drawn butter with parsley to pour over them, or a sauce of cream and butter. Good heads of yellow Savoy cabbage, cooked in this way, resemble cauliflowers. Broccoli is a delightful vegetable and may be cooked in the same manner. To boil cabbage. In summer, you should allow a large head of cabbage an hour to boil, but when it has been tendered by the frost, it will boil in half that time. Most persons prefer cabbage boiled with ham. The pot should be well skimmed before it goes in, or the grease will penetrate the cabbage and make it unwholesome. Take it up before it boils to pieces. It is very good boiled with corned beef or pork, or with milk and water, with a little salt added. Some like it with a little saleratus thrown in while boiling, as that tenders it and makes it of a more lively green. To boil greens and poke. After skimming the pot that the bacon has been boiled in, put in cabbage sprouts, and let them boil till the stalks are tender. All greens are best boiled in a net. Spinach cooks in a few minutes. Some persons prefer it when boiled in salt and water. You should have drawn butter or hard eggs to eat with it when done in this way. There are several kinds of wild greens to be found in the country in the spring, as wild mustard, poke, and lamb's quarter, which are very good cooked as cabbage sprouts. Pour boiling water on poke, after tying it in bunches, as asparagus. Let it stand a few minutes, pour off the water, boil it with a little salt in the water, and, if you choose, a little saleratus. Dress it with butter and dish it as asparagus. String beans. String beans, if boiled in salt and water, will require fully 2 hours, but if boiled in a net in a pot with bacon, they will not take so long. If they are cooked in the same pot with cabbage, it will injure the flavor. It is a good way to boil a very small piece of pork or bacon, or a ham bone in the pot with beans. When they are done, season them with cream, butter, salt, and pepper. Lima beans. Shell them and wash them in cold water. Let them boil about an hour. When done, dip them from the water and season with salt, pepper, cream, or butter. Keep them hot till they are sent to table. Dried lima beans should be soaked overnight and boiled 2 hours, or longer if they are not soft. Peas. Early peas require about half an hour to boil, and the later kinds rather longer. The water should boil when they are put in. When they are tough and yellow, they may be made tender and green by putting in a little pearl ash or ashes tied up in a rag just before they are taken up. This will tender all green, but do not put too much. When done, dip them out, drain and season them with butter, pepper, and salt. Put a bunch of parsley in the middle of the dish. To keep green beans for winter. Boil salt and water to make a strong pickle. String the beans and put them in a tight wooden firkin. Sprinkle them with salt as they go in. When the pickle is cold, pour it on, and put on a weight to keep the beans under. They will keep in the cellar till the next spring. They should soak several hours in cold water before they are boiled. Asparagus. All persons that have a garden should have an asparagus bed. It is valuable as being one of the first vegetables in the spring. Put the stalks of the same length in bunches together, and tie them with strings. Boil it 3/4 of an hour in clear water. If you put salt in, it turns it dark. Have butter toast in the bottom of a deep dish. Untie the strings and put the asparagus in. Sprinkle it over with pepper and salt and put butter on. Asparagus is also agreeable in chicken soup. Cymlings, or squashes. In cultivating this vegetable, the small bunch cymling is the best, as it takes so little room in the garden and comes soon to maturity. If they are so hard that a pin will not run in easily, they are unfit for use. Boil the cymlings till soft, cut them open, and take out the seeds. Put them in a colander and mash them. When the water is drained off, put them in a small pot, and stew them with cream and butter for 10 minutes. Just as you dish them, season with pepper and salt. If boiled with salt meat, they require but little seasoning. Pumpkins. Young pumpkins resemble cymlings when cooked in the same way. When they are ripe, they should be pared and cut up, and boiled till soft in a good deal of water. Take them up as soon as they are done, or they will soak up the water. Mash them and season with salt, pepper, and butter. They are good to eat with roast or boiled beef. To bake pumpkins. The long striped pumpkin with a thick long neck, called by some potato pumpkin, is the best for baking. Cut it up in slices, leaving on the rind. Put it in a Dutch oven or dripping pan, and let it bake an hour with a quick heat. Where sweet potatoes cannot be had, pumpkins make a very good substitute. If you put ripe pumpkins that have not been frosted in a dry place, they will keep to make puddings till spring. To dry pumpkins. Pare them and cut them in thin slices. Have a strong thread and string them on it with a needle. Hang them out in the sun till dry, taking them in at night. Tie them up in a muslin bag and hang them in a dry place. Soak them before they are stewed, and they are nearly as good for puddings as when in season. Some dry them as apples by spreading on boards. Parsnips. Scrape and split them and boil until quite soft, either in salt and water or with meat. They are very good served up in this way with plenty of butter. They may, when boiled, either be baked with a few slices of salt meat and require no seasoning but pepper, or made into small round cakes seasoned with butter, pepper, and salt, and fried. Carrots. Carrots should be scraped and boiled till soft in plenty of water. When they are done, take them up and slice them thin. Season them with salt, pepper, and butter. They are suitable to eat with boiled meat or fowls. Turnips. Pare and quarter the turnips and put them in a pot of clear water, or with fresh meat. Boil them half an hour, drain, and season them with butter, pepper, and salt. Mash them. Onions. After they are peeled, boil them in milk and water. If small, they will cook in half an hour. When they are done, pour off the water, put in cream, butter, and salt, and let them stew a few minutes. Small onions are much better for cooking, as they are not so strong. Beets. Wash the beets, cut the tops off, and put them in boiling water. The early turnip beet is best for summer, and will boil in less than an hour. The long winter beet should be boiled 2 hours. When they are done, drop them in cold water for a minute. Peel and slice them. Season with butter, pepper, and salt. Send them hot to table. To pickle beets, put them in a jar after they have been boiled. Fill it up with weak vinegar. Put in salt, cayenne, and black pepper. To boil rice. Pick a pint of rice, wash it clean. Put it in 3 pints of boiling water. It should boil fast, and by the time the water evaporates, the rice will be sufficiently cooked. Set it where it will keep hot until you are ready to dish it. To keep vegetables in winter. Beets, parsnips, carrots, and salsify should be dug up before the frost is severe. Those wanted for use in the winter should be put in barrels and covered with sand. What you do not want till spring should be buried in the garden with sods on the top. Celery may be dug in November and set in a large box covered with sand in the cellar with the roots down. It will keep till the frost is out of the ground. Or it may be left in the ground all winter and dug as you want it for use. End of section 5, Vegetables.
This is a LibriVox recording. All the LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 6. Bread, etc. As bread is the most important article of food, great care is necessary in making it, and much judgment, as the weather changes so often. In warm weather the rising should be mixed with water nearly cold. If there should be a spell of damp weather in the summer, have it slightly warm and set it to rise on a table in the kitchen. In winter it should be mixed with warm water, and left on the warm hearth all night. If the yeast is fresh, a small quantity will do. If several weeks old, it will take more. If you use dry yeast, let it soak 15 minutes, and put in a teaspoonful of saleratus to prevent it from getting sour. Light bread, baking in a stove, etc. For 2 loaves of bread, thicken a quart of water with flour till it will just pour easily. Put in a tablespoonful of salt and half a teacup of yeast. This should be done in the evening. If the weather is cold, set it where it will be warm all night, but if warm, it will rise on a table in the kitchen. If it should not be light in the morning, and the water settles on the top, stir in a little more yeast, and set it in a pan of hot water for a few minutes. Knead in flour till it is nearly as stiff as pie crust, and let it rise again. Have your baking pans greased, and when it is light, mould out the bread, and put it in them. Set it by the fire, covered with a cloth, till it begins to crack on the top, when it is light enough to bake. To bake in a stove requires care to turn it frequently. If it browns too fast at first, leave the door open a little while. A thick loaf will bake in an hour, and a small one in less time. In trying the heat of a stove, drop a few drops of water on the top. If it boils gently, it is in good order, and the heat should be kept at this point. To bake a Dutch oven loaf. If you wish to make a large loaf, it will take 3 pints of water, more than half a teacup of yeast, and 2 spoonsful of salt. When the rising is light, knead it up. Have the Dutch oven greased. Put it in, and set it near the fire, but not so near that it will scald. When it rises so as to crack on the top, set the oven on coals. Have the lid hot. Cut the loaf slightly across the top, dividing it in 4. Stick it with a fork, and put the lid on. When it is on a few minutes, see that it does not bake too fast. It should have but little heat at the bottom, and the coals on the top should be renewed frequently. Turn the oven round occasionally. If baked slowly, it will take an hour and a half. When done, wrap it in a large cloth till it gets cold. To bake in a brick oven. If you have a large family, or board the labourers of a farm, it is necessary to have a brick oven, so as to bake but twice a week, and to persons that understand the management of them, it is much the easiest way. If you arrange everything with judgment, 6 loaves of bread, as many pies or puddings, rusk, rolls, or biscuit, may be baked at the same time. Some persons knead up their bread overnight in winter. To do this, the sponge should be made up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If you wish to put cornflour in your bread, scald 1/4 of it to 6 loaves, and work it in the flour that you are going to stir in the rising. To make 6 loaves of bread, you should have 3 quarts of water and a teacup of yeast. Scalded cornflour, or boiled mashed potatoes, assists bread to rise very much in cold weather. Have a quart of potatoes well boiled and rolled fine with a rolling pin on your cake board. Mix them well in the rising after it is light. If the oven is not ready, move the bread to a cool place. If the bread is sour before you mould it out, mix a heaped teaspoon of saleratus in a little water. Spread out the bread on the board, dust a little flour on it, and spread the saleratus and water over, and work it well through. This quite takes away the sour taste, but if the bread is made of good lively yeast, it seldom requires it. Let it rise in the pans about half an hour. Many persons that make their own bread are in the constant practice of using saleratus, putting in the rising for 6 loaves a heaped teaspoonful, dissolved in a little warm water. In this there is no disadvantage, and it ensures sweet bread, and it will also answer in making rolls or light cakes. Common-sized loaves will bake in an hour in the brick oven. If they slip easily in the pans, and upon breaking a little piece from the side it rises from the pressure of the finger, it is done. But if it should not rise, put it back again. When the bread is taken out of the oven, wrap it in a cloth till quite cold. You should have a large tin vessel with holes in the top to keep bread in. In this way it will be moist at the end of the week in cool weather. Coarse brown flour, or middlings, makes very sweet light bread by putting in scalded cornmeal, say to 2 loaves 1/2 pint, and is also good to use for breakfast made as buckwheat cakes. Directions for heating a brick oven, etc. It is very important to have good oven wood split fine, and the oven filled with it as soon as the baking is out. By this precaution it is always ready and dry. Early in the morning take out half of the wood and spread the remainder over the oven, in such a way as it will take fire easily. Light a few sticks in the fire and put them in. When it burns well, turn the wood about, and occasionally add more till it is all in. When it is burnt to coals, stir them about well with a long-handled shovel made for the purpose. When it looks bright on the top and sides, it is hot enough. Let the coals lay all over the bottom till near the time of putting in the bread, when draw them to the mouth, as it is apt to get cool the quickest. If you have biscuit to bake, put some of the coals on one side near the front, as they require a quick heat, and should be put in immediately after the coals are taken out. They will bake in 15 or 20 minutes. When all the coals are taken out, if the bottom of the oven sparkles, it is very hot, and should wait a few minutes. But if not, you may put in the bread first, and then the pies. If you have a plain rice pudding to bake, it should be put in the middle of the front, and have 2 or 3 shovels of coal put round it, if the oven is rather cool. Close the oven with a wooden stopper made to fit it. After they have been in a few minutes, see that they do not brown too fast. If so, keep the stopper down a little while. Pies made of green fruit will bake in 3/4 of an hour, but if the fruit has been stewed, half an hour will be long enough. Rusk or rolls take about half an hour to bake in a brick oven. If you should have to open the oven very often before the bread is done, put in a few shovels of coals and shut it up. When all is taken out, Fill the oven with wood ready for the next baking. There is nothing in any department of cooking that gives more satisfaction to a young housekeeper than to have accomplished what is called a good baking. Graham bread. Take 6 quarts of unbolted flour, 1 teacup of good yeast, and 6 spoonsful of molasses. Mix them with a pint of milk, warm water, and a teaspoonful of salaeratus. Make a hole in the flour and stir this mixture in it till it is like batter. Then proceed as with fine flour. Mould it when light into 4 loaves. Have your oven hotter than for other bread, and bake it fully 1 hour and a half. It is an excellent article of diet for dyspeptic and sedentary persons. Dyspepsy bread. This is 3/4 unbolted flour, and the remaining 1/4 common flour, and is risen and made as other light bread, but should be baked rather more. Yeast. It is important to those that make their own bread to make their own yeast, or they cannot judge of its strength. The best is the old-fashioned hop yeast, which will keep for 6 weeks in winter. Put a pint of hops in a pot with a quart of water. Cover it tightly, and let it boil slowly for half an hour. Strain it while boiling hot on a pint of flour, and a heaped tablespoonful of salt. Stir it well, and let it stand till nearly cool, when put in a teacupful of good yeast. If it is not sweet, put in a little salaeratus, just as you stir it in. Keep it in a warm place till it rises, when put in a stone jug, and cork it tightly. Keep it in a cool place in summer, but do not let it freeze in winter. Shake it before you use any. When your yeast jug is empty, fill it with water and let it soak. Wash it well, and if it should smell sour, rinse it with salaeratus water. If you have a garden, raise your own hops by all means. Pick them by the 1st of September, or they will lose their strength. Dry them on sheets spread on the garret floor. If you buy hops, choose light green ones, with the yellow dust about them. Brown hops have generally stayed too long on the vines. Another method. Put 2 handsful of hops into 3 pints of water. Let it boil to 1 quart. When cold, strain it onto a pint of best flour, a tablespoonful of salt, half a pint of sugar house molasses, and a teacup of good yeast. As it rises, skim off the top several times. When the yeast looks white, bottle it up tight, and it will keep for several weeks. Corn flour dry yeast. Put a large handful of good hops in a quart of water. Cover it close, and let it boil nearly half away, when strain it over corn flour. It must all be wet, but not so soft as for bread. Put in a large spoonful of salt and mix it well. When about milk warm, put in 2 tablespoonsful of yeast. Observe that the yeast is lively. Rub it through with your hands. It must be so stiff as just to stick together. Set it in a warm place to rise, which it should do in a few hours. When light, rub in more corn flour and scatter it in dishes very thin, or put it on a cloth on a large waiter, spread thinly. It should be dried quickly, or it may turn sour, either in the sun, which is best, or a warm stove room. Stir it over frequently. When perfectly dry, cover it close, either in a jar or wooden box, and keep it in a dry closet. Select a sunny day, and begin early in the morning, as by this method you may have your yeast dry by night. Half a teacupful is enough for 2 loaves of wheat bread. It should be soaked in water some minutes before using it, and it is generally best to put in half a teaspoonful of salaeratus, as dry yeast is more apt to turn sour than the liquid yeast. Some good housekeepers use this yeast where hops are scarce, and it answers very well. It will keep good 6 weeks or 2 months. Potato yeast. Boil 4 large potatoes with a teacupful of hops tied loosely in a bag. Mash the potatoes in a pan with a spoonful of salt and 4 of flour. Pour the hop water on it and mix all together. When nearly cold, put in 2 tablespoonsful of yeast, put it in a quart jar and let it rise. It will do to use in 5 or 6 hours. This yeast is much weaker than the first recipe, but it has this advantage, that with a pint of it you may knead up 4 loaves of bread at night without making rising. It is best to make this yeast once a week, always being careful to have the jar sweet before you put it in. Potato yeast with sugar. To about a quart of potatoes, boiled and made thin enough with warm water to pass through a sieve, add, when cold, a teacupful of sugar, a tablespoonful of salt, and a gill of common yeast. This is a quick yeast, but will not keep so long as those before mentioned. Dry yeast. Put a pint of hops in 1/2 gallon of water, cover it close and boil it down to 1/2. Strain it over flour enough to make a thick batter. When nearly cold, put in a teacup of yeast and 3 tablespoonsful of salt. When well risen, work in as much corn meal as will make it as stiff as biscuit dough. Add a spoonful of sugar and 1 of ginger. When it rises again, make it out into little cakes, which must be dried in the shade, and turned twice a day. If made in dry weather, this yeast will keep for several months, and is useful when hops are scarce. It should be kept in a tight box or a bag hung up in a dry place. Milk yeast. If you have no yeast, you may make some with milk to rise with. Take a pint of new milk and stir in it 2 teaspoonsful of salt and 1/2 teacup of flour. Keep it moderately warm by the fire, and it will lighten in about an hour. Stir in flour enough to make a large loaf of bread, with more milk or water. This yeast should be used immediately, and will do to lighten hop yeast. To thicken 1/2 gallon of water with 1/4 pound of sugar, a little salt and flour, makes very good yeast when you cannot get hops. It will do to use in a day. Superior boiled milk rolls. Boil a quart of new milk. Pour it on a quart of flour while boiling hot, and stir it well. When nearly cold, add 2 teaspoonsful of salt, 2 tablespoonsful of lard, and 1/2 teacup of good yeast. Set it in a warm place to rise for about 2 hours. When light, work flour in it on the cake board, and when quite smooth, mould it out into rolls, and put them in a baking pan, which has been rubbed with lard or butter. Set them in a warm place to rise again. If the weather is warm, on a table in the kitchen, but if cold, set them by the fire. When light, put them in a cool place till you're ready to bake. They should have a moderate heat, and will bake in 1/2 an hour. In winter they may be moulded out and placed in the bake pan overnight for breakfast, or some hours before wanted for tea, and kept in a cool place till 1/2 an hour before baking, when set them near the stove to rise up. With the addition of nutmeg and sugar, you may make nice rusk. Egg rolls. Boil a quart of new milk with 1/4 pound of butter, the same of lard, and a little salt. Beat up 2 eggs and pour the boiling milk on them, stirring all the time. When nearly cold, add a teacup of yeast and as much wheat flour as will make it a thick batter. When quite light, knead it up as bread, and let it lighten before moulding out. Grease the pans and bake them with a moderate heat. A little sugar and water rubbed on just before baking rolls makes them glossy. Soft rolls. Rub 2 ounces of butter into 2 pounds of flour. Stir in as much boiling milk as will make a soft dough. When cold enough, add 1/2 teacup of yeast and a little salt. Beat it well with a spoon, and let it rise as long as bread. Mould them out in pans, and bake as other rolls. Water rolls. Make a rising of a quart of warm water, a little salt, a teacup of yeast, 2 spoonsful of butter and flour. Let this rise, and knead it with as much flour as will make a soft dough, and work it well. When it has risen again, mould it out and bake half an hour. A nice griddle cake may be made by rolling this out and baking it on the griddle or dripping pan of a stove. Potato rolls. Boil potatoes enough to make a quart when mashed, which should be done with a rolling pin on a cake board. Mix these with a gallon of flour, a spoonful of butter, one of lard, and some salt. Stir in water sufficient to make dough, not quite so stiff as for light bread, and a teacup of yeast. Knead it for half an hour, and set it to rise. When it is light, set it away in a cold place, and as you require it, cut off a piece, mould it in little cakes, and let them rise an hour before baking. These rolls will keep several days in cold weather. If the dough should get sour, mix in some saleratus. Another way. Boil a quart of pared potatoes, pour off the water, mash them, add half a pint of sweet milk, warmed, and a small tablespoonful of salt. Stir well, and pour it scalding hot into a quart of flour. Add cold milk enough to make it the right consistence for rising. Stir in half a teacup of yeast, and set it by to rise. It will soon be light, and is then to be made into dough with shortened flour, as other rolls, and made out into cakes, and after standing in a warm place to become light again, which should not take long, bake with rather a quick heat. These rolls may be eaten warmed over. Mush rolls without milk or eggs. When milk is scarce, or for a change, you may make good rolls with mush. Take a pint of corn meal, pour on it 3 pints of boiling water, stirring it as you pour. Put in 3 ounces of lard, a tablespoonful of salt, and when milk warm, put in 2 tablespoonsful of yeast. Then mix in wheat flour, and make it a soft dough. Cover the pan close, set it in a warm place till it begins to rise. As soon as light, set it in a cold place. Mould them out an hour before you bake them, and allow them to rise in the dripping pan. It will do to bake in a large cake rolled out. Twist rolls. Boil a pint of milk, put in a small lump of butter and a little salt. Beat up an egg and put in, when nearly cold, with a spoonful of yeast and some flour. When light, knead in more flour to make it quite stiff. Work it well, and let it rise again. Grease a Dutch oven or spider, flour your hands, and roll it out in rings or round several times, a little higher in the middle. They will be nearly all crust, and suit delicate persons that cannot eat other warm bread. French rolls. To 1 quart of sweet milk, boiled and cooled, half a pound of butter, half a teacup of yeast, a little salt, and flour enough to make a soft dough. Beat up the milk, butter, and yeast in the middle of the flour, let it stand till light, in a warm place. Then work it up with the whites of 2 eggs beaten light. Let it rise again, then mould out into long rolls. Let them stand on the board or table to lighten an hour or 2, then grease your pans and bake in an oven or stove. Bread rolls. In the morning, when your bread is light, take as much as would make 1 loaf, pour boiling water on half a pint of corn meal, stir it well, add a little salt, spread open the dough and work in the mush with the addition of a tablespoonful of lard or butter, and a little flour. Work well and mould out, placing them in your pans, and set them in a moderately warm place to lighten for tea. Bake in a stove if the weather is cold. This dough will keep 2 days, and may be baked as you need them. Maryland biscuit. Rub half a pound of lard into 3 pounds of flour, put in a spoonful of salt, a teacup of cream, and water sufficient to make it into a stiff dough. Divide it into 2 parts, and work each well till it will break off short, and is smooth. Some pound it with an iron hammer or axe. Cut it up in small pieces, and work them into little round cakes. Give them a slight roll with the rolling pin, and stick them. Bake them in a Dutch oven, brick oven, or dripping pan of a stove, with a quick heat. These biscuits are very nice for tea, either hot or cold. Light biscuit. Boil a quart of milk, and when nearly cold, stir it in the middle of your pan of flour, with 2 spoonsful of yeast and 1 of butter and salt. Let it lighten for 2 or 3 hours. Knead the flour in it, and let it rise again. A little while before you bake, roll it out, and cut it with the top of your dredging box. Let them rise a few minutes in the dripping pan. Saleratus biscuit. Warm a quart of sweet milk, and put in it half a teaspoonful of saleratus, and a heaped spoonful of lard or butter, and half a spoonful of salt. Pour this in as much flour as will make a stiff dough. Work it a quarter of an hour, mould and bake them as other biscuit. Quick biscuit. Rub a small tablespoon of lard into a quart of flour, and mix in 2 teaspoonsful of finely powdered cream of tartar, with a teaspoonful of salt. Put a teaspoonful of supercarbonate of soda in a pint of warm milk. Work it in, and make the paste of ordinary consistence for biscuit or pie crust, adding flour or milk, if either is needed. Make it out in biscuit form, or roll it about half an inch thick, and cut in shapes. Bake them about 20 minutes. Tea biscuit. Melt half a pound of butter in a quart of warm milk. Add a spoonful of salt, sift 2 pounds of flour, make a hole in the center, put in 3 tablespoonsful of yeast, add the milk and butter, make a stiff paste. When quite light, knead it well, roll it out an inch thick, cut with a tumbler, prick them with a fork, bake in buttered pans with a quick heat, split and butter before sending them to table. Dyspepsy biscuit. Make them as Maryland biscuit, except that instead of either lard or butter, you must use a portion of rich cream. Beat or work them well, and roll them moderately thin. Saleratus cake. Warm a pint of buttermilk, put in it a teaspoonful of powdered saleratus, and a piece of lard the size of an egg. Stir it into flour till it is a soft dough, roll it out, and bake it on the griddle or in the dripping pan of a stove. If you have no sour milk, put a tablespoonful of vinegar in sweet milk. Wafer cakes. Rub half a pound of lard into 2 pounds and a half of flour, add a little salt, and water sufficient to make a stiff dough. Work it well for half an hour, make it in small round lumps, and roll these until they are as thin as possible. Bake them with a slow heat, and they will look almost white. These are nice cakes for tea, either hot or cold. Short cake. To 3 quarts of flour, take 3/4 of a pound of lard and a spoonful of salt. Rub the lard in the flour, and put in cold water, sufficient to make a stiff dough. Roll it out without working in thin cakes. Have the bake iron hot, flour it, and bake with a quick heat. When one side is brown, turn and bake the other. When baked in the dripping pan of a stove, they do without turning. You may cut them in round cakes if you choose. Some use half milk and half water. In that case, less lard is required. Cold water muffins. Sift a quart of flour, add to it a little salt, a large spoonful of yeast. Beat the white of a fresh egg to a froth. After mixing the flour up with cold water into a soft dough, add the egg. Set it in a moderately warm place. Next morning, beat it well with a spoon, put it on the bake iron in round cakes. When one side is nicely brown, turn them. Keep them hot till sent to table. Split and butter them. If you wish to have muffins for tea, they should be made up early in the morning. Smith muffins. Boil a quart of new milk. Have 3 pounds of flour, 3 eggs well beaten, a quarter of a pound of lard, a tablespoonful of salt. Rub the lard in the flour, and while the milk is still warm, but not hot, stir it in the flour, put in the eggs, and a teacup of good yeast. Beat all well, and set them in a warm place to rise. When light, they should be set in a cool place till you are ready to bake them, which should be in rings, or round cakes on the bake iron, in a Dutch oven, or the dripping pan of a stove. Butter just as you send them to table. If the batter is kept in a cold place, it will keep good for 2 days in winter. Before baking muffins, or any kind of light cakes, taste the batter, and if at all sour, put in a small portion of saleratus, previously dissolved in hot water. In this way superior muffins may be made. Mansfield Muffins. Take a quart of milk, 3 eggs, 1/4 pound of butter or lard, a teacup of yeast, and flour to make a soft dough. Beat the whites of the eggs alone, the yolks with the milk. Melt the butter and stir it in after all is mixed. Bake them in rings or in round cakes on the griddle. Split and butter before sending them to table. Rice Muffins. Pour a quart of milk on 4 heaped spoonsful of rice flour, stir it well, and put in a little salt and wheat flour to make it a proper thickness, 2 eggs, and 2 spoonfuls of yeast. Allow it 4 hours to rise and bake in rings, or thin it and bake as batter cakes. Muffins. Warm a pint of milk and stir into it 1 1/4 pounds of flour. A quart of flour is about equal to 1 1/4 pounds, and 2 eggs, the yolks beaten with the batter, the whites alone. Mix with these 2 spoonsful of lively yeast and a little salt. Let them rise, and when you are nearly ready to bake them, stir in a large spoonful of melted butter. Butter the rings and bake on a griddle or in the dripping pan of a stove. Split and butter before sending them to table. Mush Muffins. Make a quart of mush, put into it a lump of butter or lard the size of 2 eggs, and a little salt, previously to making the mush. Have ready a pint of light rising, stir into it a pint of new milk and the mush, with as much wheat flour as will make it a very thick batter. Let it rise 4 or 5 hours, and when light set it in a cold place till you are ready to bake. Dip a spoon in water each time, and put the batter on the griddle in small cakes, or bake in rings. You may make it a little stiffer and roll it out to bake in large cakes. If it should sour, put in a little salaeratus. If you have no milk, water will do instead. They will be nice toasted. A loaf of muffin batter. Stir into a pint of mush a small lump of butter, a little salt, a pint of milk, and wheat flour to make a thick batter. Stir into it 1/2 teacup of yeast, and let it rise. When it is light, butter a pan, pour it in, and bake. Eat it hot at breakfast or supper. It will bake in a shallow pan in 1/2 an hour. If in a deep vessel, allow more time. Boiled Milk Muffins. Boil a quart of new milk, and pour it boiling hot on as much flour as will make a thick batter. Put in a tablespoonful of butter, and the same of lard, 2 teaspoonsful of salt, 1/2 teacup of yeast, 1 egg beaten. Allow time to rise from 6 to 8 hours. When perfectly light, set them in a cool place till you are ready to bake, when you may use rings or not as you please, but be sure to butter the rings. Cream Muffins. Take a quart of sour cream and 2 eggs well beaten, a teaspoonful of salt. Stir the eggs into the cream gradually, add sifted flour enough to make a thick batter, dissolve a teaspoonful of salaeratus in as much vinegar as will cover it, and stir it in at the last. Bake in small cakes on the griddle or in muffin rings in the dripping pan of a stove. Waffles. Make a batter of 1.5 pounds of flour, 1/4 pound of melted butter, and 2 large spoonsful of yeast. Put in 3 eggs, the whites and yolks beaten separately. Mix it with a quart of milk, and put in the butter just before you bake. Allow it 4 hours to rise. Grease the waffle irons, fill them with the batter, bake them on a bed of coals. When they have been on the fire 2 or 3 minutes, turn the waffle irons over. When brown on both sides, they are sufficiently baked. The waffle irons should be well greased with lard and very hot before each one is put in. The waffles should be buttered as soon as cooked. Serve them up with powdered white sugar and cinnamon. Quick Waffles. Take a pint of milk, and beat into it 3 eggs, and enough wheat flour to make a thick batter. Add a tablespoonful of melted butter, and a little salt. Bake them immediately. Some persons add 2 tablespoonsful of sugar, and a little cinnamon. Others dust loaf sugar and cinnamon, or nutmeg, over each waffle as it is baked. Rice Waffles. To 6 spoonsful of soft boiled rice, add 2 teacups of water or milk, and some salt. Stir in 3 teacups of ground rice, and bake as other waffles. Flannel Cakes. Warm a quart of milk, put in a spoonful of butter, a little salt, and 2 eggs well beaten, stir in flour till it is a thin batter, and 2 spoonsful of yeast. Beat all well together, adding the eggs at the last. Allow it 5 hours to rise, and bake it on the griddle in cakes, the size of a breakfast plate. Do not butter them till you send them to the table. Mush flannel cakes. Mix a pint of corn mush with 2 of wheat flour, a spoonful of butter or lard, 2 eggs, and half a teacup of yeast. Make it in a batter with water or milk, and bake like buckwheat cakes. Bread batter cakes. Soak slices of stale bread in cold sweet milk for half an hour, then put it over the fire and let it come to a boil, and mash it well. When nearly cool, add wheat flour enough to make a stiff batter. Beat this together with 2 eggs, a teaspoonful of salt, and a tablespoonful of good yeast. Let it rise and bake as buckwheat cakes. If light before you're ready, set them in a cold place. Buttermilk cakes. You may make a very good batter cake without eggs. To a quart of buttermilk, put a piece of lard the size of an egg. Warm them together and stir in a teaspoonful of salaeratus. Make it in a thin batter with flour. Beat it a few minutes and bake it as other cakes. Buckwheat cakes. Take a quart of buckwheat flour, half a pint of wheat flour, and a spoonful of salt. Make them into a thick batter, milk warm water. Put in a half teacup of yeast, and beat it well. Set it by the fire to rise, and if it should be light before you are ready to bake, put a teacup of cold water on the top, to prevent it from running over. If it should get sour, pour in a teaspoonful of salaeratus dissolved in hot water just before you bake. It is best to make them up quite thick, and thin them with a little warm water before you bake. Butter them just as you send them to table. If you can get brewer's yeast, it is much better for buckwheat cakes. In very cold weather they may be kept made up for several days and baked as required. Sally Lunn. Warm a quart of milk with 1/4 pound of butter and a heaped spoonful of sugar. Beat up 3 eggs and put in with a little salt and flour enough to make it stiffer than pound cake. Beat it well, put in a teacup of yeast, and let it rise. Butter a fluted pan and pour it in. Bake it in a quick oven. Slice and butter it. If you wish tea at 6 o'clock, set it to rise at 10 in the morning. Bake it an hour. Buttermilk batter cakes. Soak pieces of dry stale bread in a quart of buttermilk until soft. Break in 2 eggs, add a little butter or lard, and salt and flour enough to make it stick together. Beat it well, add a teaspoonful of salaeratus dissolved in warm water. Thin it with a little sweet milk, and bake as other batter cakes. They may be prepared in a short time. Toast. Cut your bread, which is better to be stale, in tolerably thick slices. Brown it slowly before the fire on each side. You may either butter it dry or mix butter in water with a little salt added, and after making it boiling hot, pour over each slice as you send it to table. A dish of milk toast for breakfast. Boil a quart of rich milk, take it off, and stir in 1/2 pound of fresh butter, mixed with a small spoonful of flour. Let it again come to a boil. Have ready a dish of toast. Pour it from a spoon over each piece, and what remains pour over the whole. Keep it covered and hot till you send to table. General remarks on making bread of Indian corn meal. A wooden spoon with a long handle is the best for stirring and mixing the bread or cakes. It requires more salt than other bread, and should be well mixed or beaten. If it is mixed overnight, it should generally be done with cold water, and set in the cellar or some cool place in summer. In winter it requires rather a warmer place to stand. It sours more easily than bread made of other flour. In the morning, if you find that it is at all acid, dissolve 1/2 teaspoonful of salaeratus in warm water, and stir it just before it is put to bake. Where milk is used, it should be baked immediately, and the richer the milk, the more palatable it is. Whatever you bake this bread in should be well greased first, as it is more apt to adhere to the oven than some other kinds of flour. It should bake with a quick heat. When you buy salaeratus, pound it fine, put it in a wide-mouthed bottle, and cork it tight. Some persons keep it dissolved in water, but you cannot judge of the strength of it so well. Corn meal porridge. Put on to boil in a saucepan a quart of milk. Mix a small teacup of corn meal with half a pint of cold water, let it settle, and pour off what swims on the top. Then stir it in well to keep it from being lumpy. Let it boil only a few minutes. Add salt to taste. This makes a good breakfast for children, and is a light diet for an invalid. It can be seasoned with sugar. Mush, mush cakes, and fried mush. Mush will keep for several days in cool weather. The best way of making it is to have a pot of boiling water and stir in corn meal mixed with water and salt enough to season the whole. Let it boil, and if it is not thick enough you can add more meal. Keep stirring all the time to prevent it from being lumpy. It should boil an hour. To make the cakes, take a quart of cold mush, mix in it half a pint of wheat flour and a little butter or lard. Make it out in little cakes with your hands, flour them, and bake them on a griddle or in a dripping pan. Fried mush is a good plain dessert, eaten with sugar and cream. Cut the cold mush in slices, half an inch thick, or make them into small cakes. Dip them in flour and fry them in hot lard. Journey cake. Pour boiling water on a quart of meal. Put in a little lard and salt, and mix it well. Have an oak board with a rim of iron at the bottom, and an iron handle fastened to it, that will prop it up to the fire. Put some of the dough on it, dip your hand in cold water and smooth it over. Score it with a knife, and set it before coals to bake. Corn batter cakes. Take a quart of good milk, 3 eggs, a little salt, and as much sifted corn meal as will make a thin batter. Beat all well together with a spoonful of wheat flour to keep them from breaking. Bake in small cakes. Keep them hot, and butter just as you send to table. Another way to make corn batter cakes is to take a quart of corn meal, 2 eggs, a small lump of butter or lard, and mix it up with milk or half water if milk is scarce, and bake them either thin or thick. Rice cakes. Take a pint of soft boiled rice, a pint of milk, a little salt, and as much corn meal as will make a thin batter, with 2 eggs. Beat all together, and bake as corn batter cakes, or make it thicker and bake it in a pan. Corn bannock. To 1 quart of sour milk, put a teaspoonful of salaeratus dissolved in water. Warm the milk slightly, beat up an egg, and put in corn meal enough to make it as thick as pudding batter, and some salt. Grease a pan and bake it, or you may put it in 6 or 8 saucers. Virginia pone. Beat 3 eggs and stir them in a quart of milk, with a little salt, a spoonful of melted butter, and as much sifted corn meal as will make it as thick as corn batter cakes. Grease the pans and bake quick. Lightened pone. Take half a gallon of corn meal and pour boiling water on 1/3 of it. Mix it together with warm water till it is a thick batter. Put in 2 tablespoonsful of lively yeast and 1 of salt. Stir it well and set it by the fire to rise. When it begins to open on the top, grease the Dutch oven and put it to bake, or bake it in a pan in a stove. Cold water pone. Make a stiff batter with a quart of Indian meal, cold water, and a little salt. Work it well with the hand. Grease a pan or oven and bake it 3/4 of an hour. Eat it hot at dinner or with milk at supper. Indian bread with buttermilk. To 1 quart of buttermilk, slightly warmed, put a teaspoonful of salaeratus dissolved in water, 2 eggs, well beaten, a tablespoonful of melted butter or lard, a little salt. Stir in with a spoon as much Indian meal as will make a thick batter. Beat it for a few minutes. Grease your pans, and bake quickly. If you bake this quantity in 2 pans, a half-hour will be sufficient, or if in 1, it will take an hour. Look at it often while baking, as it is liable to burn. An excellent recipe. Little Indian Cakes. Put a spoonful of lard in a quart of meal, and 2 teaspoonsful of salt. Pour boiling water on half the meal, stir it, then add as much cold water as will enable you to make it out in cakes of a convenient size. Bake on the bake-iron over the fire. Maryland Corn Cakes. Mix a pint of cornmeal with rich milk, a little salt, and an egg. It should be well beaten with a spoon, and made thin enough to pour on the iron. Take in cakes the size of a breakfast plate. Butter and send them hot to table. A Virginia hoe cake. Pour warm water on a quart of Indian meal, stir in a spoonful of lard or butter, some salt. Make it stiff, and work it for 10 minutes. Have a board about the size of a barrel head, or the middle piece of the head will answer. Wet the board with water, and spread on the dough with your hand. Place it before the fire, prop it aslant with a flat iron. Bake it slowly. When one side is nicely brown, take it up and turn it, by running a thread between the cake and the board. Then put it back and let the other side brown. These cakes used to be baked in Virginia on a large iron hoe, from whence they derive their name. Batter bread with yeast. Rub a piece of butter the size of an egg into a quart of cornmeal. Add a little salt. Make it in a batter with 2 eggs and some new milk. Add a spoonful of yeast. Set it by the fire an hour to rise. Butter little pans and bake with a quick heat. Carolina corn rolls. Take a pint of cornmeal, pour over it sufficient boiling water to make a very stiff dough, then add a tablespoonful of salt, and permit it to stand until about milk warm. Work it well with the hand, then make out the rolls of an oblong shape, and bake them from half to 3/4 of an hour, according to their size. The addition of a small lump of butter or lard is an improvement. If they are rightly made, they will split on the top in baking, and can be eaten by those who cannot partake of other preparations made of corn flour. Mixed bread. Put a little salt and a spoonful of yeast into a quart of flour. Make it sufficiently soft with cornmeal gruel. Let it rise. Bake in a mould. New England hasty pudding, or stirabout. Boil 3 quarts of water in an iron pot. Mix a pint of Indian meal in cold water, and make it thin enough to pour easily. When the water boils, pour it in. Stir well with a wooden stick kept for the purpose. It takes about an hour to boil. Salt to your taste. Stir in dry meal to make it thick enough, beating it all the time. Eat with milk or molasses, or butter and sugar. This is said to be a wholesome diet for dyspeptic patients, and makes a good meal for children. Corn muffins. Warm 3 pints of milk, and stir into it as much cornmeal as will make it as thick as pudding batter. Add 2 handsful of wheat flour, 2 teaspoonsful of salt, 3 eggs, and a teacup of yeast. Beat the whole well together, and let it rise about 6 hours, when bake as other muffins. Soaked crackers for tea. Pour boiling water on crackers, put in some butter and a little salt, cover them close, and keep them warm till tea is ready. If you have milk, boil it, and pour over instead of water. This is easily prepared. End of section 6.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 7. Pies, Puddings, Cakes, etc. To make common pies. 1 pound of lard to a gallon of flour will make very good common pies. Work the lard in the flour, and put in some salt, and wet it with water. Make it so that it can just be rolled out. When you have put in the fruit, wet the crust with water, put on the top, and close it up. Stick it with a fork on the top. To stew fruit for pies. All fruits that are not fully ripe should be stewed and sweetened. To boil a gallon of molasses at a time and keep it to sweeten pies is cheaper than sugar, and answers a very good purpose where there is a large family. When fruit is fully ripe, it does well to bake in pies without being stewed. After washing the dried fruit, put it on to stew in a bell metal kettle, over the fire, or in a tin pan in a stove. Let it have plenty of water, as it swells very much, and if it seems dry, put in more water. Apples take longer to stew than peaches, and should have more water. Fruit stewed in this way is very good to put on the table to eat with meat. Do not stir the fruit while it is stewing, or it will burn. Dried cherries and damsons may be stewed in the same manner, adding the sugar before they are quite done. Pie crust. Sift 1.5 pounds of flour, and take out 1/4 for rolling. Cut in it 1/4 pound of lard, mix it with water, and roll it out. Cut 1/2 pound of butter, and put it in at 2 rollings with the flour that was left out. For making the bottom crust of pies, cut 1/2 pound of lard into 1 pound of flour, with a little salt. Mix it stiff, and grease the plates before you make pies. Always make your paste in a cold place, and bake it soon. Some persons prefer mixing crust with milk instead of water. Paste for puddings. Sift 1 pound of flour, have 1/2 pound of butter, and 1/4 pound of lard. Save out 1/4 of the flour for rolling. Cut the lard into the remainder, and mix it with water. Roll it out, and flake in 1/2 of the butter. Dust over it some of the flour. Close it up. Roll it again, and put in the rest of the butter. This quantity will make crust for 5 or 6 puddings. Another way. To 3.5 pounds of sifted flour, put 2 pounds of lard and a piece of volatile salts as large as a full-sized nutmeg, dissolved in a little water. Make a pretty stiff paste, then roll in 3/4 pound of butter. This will make about 8 pies and 12 shells. Puff paste. Sift 1 pound of flour and take out 1/4 for rolling. Divide 1 pound of butter into 4 parts. Cut in 1 part of the butter into the flour with a knife. Make it a stiff dough with water. Roll it out and flake it with part of the butter. Do this 3 times till it is all in. Handle it as little as possible, and keep it in a cool place. This quantity will make crust sufficient for 3 puddings and 10 puffs. They should bake with a quick heat, but do not let them burn. They will take from 10 to 15 minutes to bake, according to the number of layers of paste. Do not put on the preserves till a short time before they are eaten. Rich mince pies. Take 4 pounds of beef, boiled and chopped fine. Pick and chop 3 pounds of suet. Wash 2 pounds of currants and 1 of raisins. Grate the peel of 2 lemons and put in the juice. Pound a spoonful of dried orange peel. Slice an ounce of citron, and chop 12 large apples. Mix these together with 3 pounds of sugar and 1/2 pint of wine, and the same of brandy, and sweet cider to make it a proper thickness. Put in mace and nutmeg to your taste. If the cider is not sweet, you must put in more sugar before the pies are baked. Cut several places in the top of each with a pair of scissors. Mince pies not so rich. Take 4 pounds of beef after it has been boiled and chopped, 1 of suet, 2 of sugar, 2 of raisins, and 4 of chopped apples. Mix these together with a pint of wine and cider, to make it thin enough. Season to your taste with mace, nutmeg, and orange peel. If it is not sweet enough, put in more sugar. Warm the pies before they are eaten. Where persons are not fond of suet, put butter instead, and stew the apples instead of so much cider. Farmer's mince pies. When you kill a beef, save the head for pies. It is some trouble to prepare it, but it is very nice for the purpose. Split the head, take out the brains and eyes, wash it well in cold water, and soak it all night with 2 hogsheads that have been cleaned. In the morning boil them till you can take out the bones easily. Skim off the froth as it rises, or it will stick to the meat. Pick out the bones and chop it fine with 3 pounds of suet. This should be done the day before you want to bake. Mix to this quantity of meat 2 gallons of chopped apples, 4 pounds of raisins, half a gallon of boiled molasses, a pint of currant wine, a teacup of rose brandy, an ounce of cinnamon, orange peel and mace, from 2 to 4 nutmegs, and sweet cider enough to make it the right thickness. If the cider is not sweet, put in more molasses. When it is all mixed, it is best to bake a small pie, as you can alter the seasoning, if it is not to your taste. If you have not raisins, dried cherries or small grapes that have been preserved in molasses are very good, or stewed dried apples instead of green. And where you have no cider, stew the apples in plenty of water, so as to have them very soft. A little good vinegar, sweetened and mixed with water, also does instead of cider, but is not so good. This will make about 40 pies, and if you have a convenient way of keeping them, you may bake all at once, as they will keep for 2 months very readily when the weather is cold. If you do not bake all at once, put what is left in a jar. Cover the top with melted suet, and over this put a piece of white paper with a teacup of spirits poured on the top. Tie it up and keep it where it will not freeze. Where persons have a large family and workmen on a farm, these pies are very useful. Rhubarb pie. Peel the stalks, cut them in small pieces, and stew them till very soft in a little water. When done, mash and sweeten with sugar. Set it away to cool. Make a puff paste and bake as other pies. Some prefer it without stewing, cutting the stems in small pieces and strewing sugar over them before the crust is put on. These pies will lose their fine flavor after the first day. They take less sugar than gooseberries. Peach pie. Take mellow clingstone peaches, pare but do not cut them. Put them in a deep pie plate lined with crust. Sugar them well. Put in a tablespoonful of water and sprinkle a little flour over the peaches. Cover with a thick crust, in which make a cut in the center, and bake for 3/4 to an hour. Sweet potato pie. Boil the potatoes, skin and slice them. Put a layer of potatoes and a layer of good apples sliced thin in a deep dish. Put potatoes and apples alternately till the dish is filled. Mix together wine, water, sugar, butter, and nutmeg, and pour over. Cover it with crust and bake as oyster pie. Pork mince pie. Take pieces of fresh pork that have been left from sausage meat, or any trimmings of the hams or shoulders. Boil them, then chop. Have 2 heads nicely washed and cleaned. Boil, pick out the bones and chop them. Mix with the other meat, and season as you would do other mince pies. They do not require any suet. The lower crust of mince pies need not be so rich as the top. Always cut several places in the top crust with scissors, to keep the juice from wasting. When you warm mince pies, do it gradually, and do not have the crust scorched. Some prefer them cold. When the pies are very plain, a little preserve syrup and a glass of wine added. Currant pie. After stemming green currants, scald them and allow them to stand a while. Pour off the water, have the crust in your plates, put in the currants, sweeten them well. Put in a little water, a dust of flour, and a little orange peel. Gooseberries are prepared in the same way, but require more sugar. Cherries should not be scalded. Pumpkin pudding. Choose a yellow pumpkin with a fine grain. Pare and cut it in small pieces. Boil it in plenty of water, and take it up as soon as it is done, or it will soak up the water. To a gallon of pumpkins stewed and mashed, put 2 quarts of milk, 8 eggs, half a pound of butter, half a teacup of lemon or rose brandy, nutmeg and sugar to your taste. Bake it in deep plates with a bottom crust. Apple pudding. Take 3 pints of stewed apples well mashed. Melt a pound of butter. Beat 10 eggs with 2 pounds of sugar and mix all together with a glass of brandy and wine. Pat in nutmeg to your taste and bake in puff paste. Quince pudding. Take 6 quinces, pare them, cut them in quarters and stew them in a little water with lemon peel. Cover them and let them cook gently till soft, then mash or rub them through a sieve. Mix them with sugar till very sweet. Season with mace and nutmeg. Beat up 4 eggs and stir in with a pint of cream. Bake in paste. Potato pudding. Take 1.5 pounds of well mashed potatoes while they are still warm. Put in 3/4 pound of butter. Beat 6 eggs with 3/4 pound of sugar, rolled fine. Mix all well together, and put in a glass of brandy. Season with nutmeg, mace, or essence of lemon. Bake in paste. Coconut pudding. Take 3/4 pound of grated coconut with the brown skin taken off, half a pound of sugar, the same of butter, the whites of 6 eggs beaten light, half a pint of cream, a glass of brandy or rose water, and 1/4 pound of crackers pounded fine. Beat them together and bake in paste. If you wish the pudding rich, take 1 pound of butter, the same quantity of coconut, of sugar and whites of eggs, omitting the crackers and cream. Season as above. This quantity will fill 6 dessert plates of large size. Sweet potato pudding. Boil the potatoes, take off the skin, mash and strain them while warm. To a pound of potatoes, put half a pound of butter. Beat 6 eggs with half a pound of loaf sugar. Add a little mace or nutmeg. Mix all together and bake, with or without paste. Lemon pudding. Grate the rind of 6 fresh lemons, squeeze the juice from 3, and strain it. Beat the yolks of 16 eggs very light. Put to them 16 tablespoonsful of powdered sugar, not heaped, with 4 crackers finely powdered. Beat it till light. Put a puff paste in your dish and bake in a moderate oven. Another way. Take 1 pound of potatoes, strained through a sieve, half a pound of butter, the same of rolled sugar, the juice of 2 lemons and the peel of 1. Beat 5 eggs and mix all together with a glass of wine and a nutmeg. A preserve pudding. Take a deep dish, butter it well, and spread a layer of preserves without syrup, either quinces, citron, apples, or peaches. Rub together a pound of fresh butter and the same of powdered loaf sugar. Add the yolks of 16 eggs well beaten. Pour this on the preserves. Bake it in a quick oven for half an hour. It may be set by till the next day. Beat the whites of the eggs as for island, seasoning with currant jelly, and spread it over the pudding cold, just as it goes to table. This makes a rich dish and is eaten without sauce. This quantity will bake in 4 ordinary pie plates. Arrowroot pudding. Take 4 tablespoonsful of arrowroot. Mix with a little cold milk. Pour on this a quart of boiling milk. Beat 6 eggs with 3 tablespoonsful of sugar, and stir all together with a spoonful of butter. Bake it 20 minutes in paste. Rice pudding. Pour a quart of boiling milk on a pint of rice flour, stir it well, and put in 6 spoonsful of sugar, 1 of butter, and 4 eggs. Beat all together and bake in deep plates with or without crust. Another way. Boil 1/2 pound of rice till soft. When nearly cold, stir in 1/2 pound of white sugar, 1/4 pound of butter, and 3 eggs well beaten. Grate in 1/2 nutmeg, stir in a pint of rich milk. Pour all in a yellow dish, and bake 1/2 hour. Then put a thick coating of loaf sugar on the top, and eat hot, with or without cream. Pudding of whole rice. Boil a pint of washed rice in milk or water, till soft. Put in a lump of butter, 5 eggs, and sugar to your taste. Season with essence of lemon or lemon peel, and mix in cream to make it thin enough to pour. Bake it in paste in deep plates. A pudding of cornmeal. Pour 3 pints of boiling water on nearly a 1/2 pint of sifted cornmeal. Stir in 1/2 pound of butter, add 4 eggs, a little nutmeg, rose brandy, and the grated peel of a lemon. Sweeten it, and bake it in paste. Corn pudding in paste. To 2 pounds of mush moderately warm, put 3/4 pound of butter, the yolks of 6 eggs, the rind of 1 lemon, and the juice of 2, sugar and nutmeg to your taste, and bake in paste as potato puddings. This is much admired. Richmond pudding. Take 1 pound of raisins, stoned and chopped, 1/2 pound of currants rubbed in flour, 1.5 pounds of grated bread, 1 pound of suet shred fine, 8 eggs, 2 glasses of brandy, and 2 of wine. Beat them all together, adding the eggs at the last. Dip your bag or cloth in boiling water and flour it well. Pour in the pudding and tie it up, leaving room for it to swell. Allow it 4 hours to boil. Eat it with white sauce. Suet pudding. Take 1/2 pound of suet, chopped fine, 4 teacups of flour, and 5 eggs. Beat these together with a quart of milk, and 1/2 spoonful of salt. Put in 3 teacups of raisins just before you tie it up. They should be rubbed in flour to prevent them from sinking. Dried cherries or pared dried peaches are very good instead of raisins. Scald the cloth and flour it. Leave room for the pudding to swell. If you put 1/4 cornmeal, you can do with fewer eggs. Cheesecakes. Take 1 quart of curd after the whey has been strained off. Mix it with 1/2 pound of fresh butter, an ounce of pounded blanched almonds, the whites of 3 eggs, a teacup of currants. Season with sugar and rose water to your taste, and bake in plates with paste. Baked apples. Wash and core your apples, and in the vacancy left by the core, put brown sugar, and bake them in a stove or oven. Batter pudding with green fruit. Make a batter as for suet pudding. If you have small fruit, put it in whole. If apples, chop them fine. Boil it 3 hours. Custard bread and butter pudding. Fill a pan with slices of buttered bread, with raisins, grated nutmeg, and sugar over each slice. Beat 6 eggs with a teacup of sugar. Add 2 quarts of rich milk, and pour it over the bread and butter. Bake it in a stove or oven. Balloon puddings. Mix a pint of rich milk with 1.25 pounds of flour. Break 9 eggs, beat the yolks with the batter, the whites alone. When they are mixed, stir in 3/4 pound of melted butter. Grease cups or bowls with butter. Pour in the batter and bake them 1/2 hour. If in a Dutch oven, put some water in the bottom. Eat them with white sauce. Plain rice pudding. Put 2 quarts of good milk in a tin pan, with a teacup of whole rice and the same of stemmed raisins, and a little nutmeg or cinnamon, and sugar to your taste. If you bake it in a Dutch oven, it is best to put a little water in the bottom before you set it in. Bake it till the rice is soft and there is a brown crust on the top. A rice dish with fruit. Put a teacup of rice in a quart of milk, and boil it very slowly to keep it from burning. When done, add a little salt, a teacup of cream, and sugar enough to sweeten it. Have ready in a deep dish any fruit that is in season: cherries, blackberries, or apricots, apples or peaches, cut up and well sweetened, but uncooked. Spread the rice roughly over, and bake it slowly 2 hours. It may be eaten with cream and nutmeg, and is quite as good cold as warm. Bread pudding. Bread pudding is made out of bread that is too dry to use. Cut it fine, boil it in milk, and mash it well. Beat 4 eggs, and put in with half a pound of raisins. Boil it an hour and a half, or bake it. Bread and apple pudding. To be eaten with sauce. Put a layer of buttered bread in the bottom of a well-buttered dish, with chopped apples, sugar, grated bread and butter, and a little pounded cinnamon. Fill up the dish with alternate layers of these articles, observing that it is better to have the inner layer of bread thinner than that of the top and bottom. This is a nice dish for those who cannot partake of pastry. Custard hasty pudding. Put a quart of new milk on to boil. Then mix a teacup of rice flour with a little milk, 2 eggs, and 3 spoonsful of sugar. Beat it, and when your milk boils, stir it in. Let it boil 5 minutes. Then pour it out on some buttered toast in a bowl or dish, and grate nutmeg over it. Elk Ridge huckleberry pudding. 1 pound of flour, 1 of light brown sugar, 8 eggs, beat as sponge cake, and add 1 quart of berries nicely picked, washed, and allowed to dry. Bake as sponge cake. This may be served with sauce, either hot or cold. Huckleberry pudding. Make a batter of 5 eggs to a quart of milk, and a little butter. Pick, wash, and rub in flour a pint or more of huckleberries. Put them in and bake as long as other puddings, or boil it in a bag. Green corn pudding. Cut the green corn through the grain. Scrape it off the cob with the back of a knife. Prepare a batter made of a quart of rich milk, 2 eggs and wheat flour, and a little salt. Then add the corn and beat it well for a few minutes. It should be of a consistence to pour easily. Grease the pan and pour it in. Bake with quick heat in a stove or spider, about half an hour. 6 ears of corn will be enough for a quart of milk, or you may double the quantity. Eat it with butter, sugar and cream, molasses, or any sauce that is convenient. Baked pudding. Boil a quart of milk and stir into it half a pint of cornmeal and a teaspoonful of salt. Mix this well together. Beat 2 eggs. Stir in when nearly cold. Add a teacup of chopped suet, 2 tablespoons full of sugar, a little spice. Grease a pan and pour it in. Bake 3/4 of an hour. Eat it with sugar and cream or molasses sauce. A boiled Indian pudding. Boil a quart of milk and stir in meal to make it a thick batter. Put in a teaspoonful of salt, a teacup of suet, a spoonful of sugar. Mix these well together. Add 2 eggs, well beaten. If you have dried peaches, soak them, sprinkle them with dry flour, and put them in, or put in raisins previously rubbed with wheat flour. Beat it well. Have your pot boiling. Scald the bag, flour it, and put in the pudding. It will boil 2 hours. Eat with sugar and cream, molasses, or any kind of pudding sauce. Boiled bread pudding. Take a loaf of stale light bread, tie it in a cloth, boil it an hour, and eat it with sauce. A bird's nest pudding. Pare and core some apples, enough to fill a deep dish. They should be ripe, and such as will cook easily. Make a custard of 5 eggs to a quart of milk, and sugar and nutmeg to taste. Pour this over and bake half an hour. Little puddings in pans. Beat 4 eggs very light. Make a batter of 2 teacups of flour, 3 of milk, and 1 of cream. Pour in the eggs and beat all well together. Put in a spoonful of melted butter. Grease your shallow pins or cups, and bake from 20 to 30 minutes. Eat them with sauce or sugar, cream, and nutmeg. Switzerland pudding. Make a batter of 5 eggs, a quart of milk and flour. Pare and core enough good apples to cover the bottom of your pan. Fill the holes where the cores came out with sugar. Grease the pan, lay them in, and pour the batter over. Bake it an hour and a half, and make wine sauce to eat with it. Boiled puddings. In boiling puddings, you must observe to have plenty of water in the pot. The puddings should be turned frequently. Have the water boiling when it goes in, and do not let it stop. Have a tea kettle of water by the fire to pour in as it evaporates. When the pudding is done, it should be dipped in a pan of cold water to prevent its adhering to the cloth. Screw dumplings. Roll out some paste thin in a long strip. Lay in preserves of any kind or stewed fruit well sweetened. Roll it up and close it tight. Pin it up in a towel and boil it an hour. Eat it with butter, sugar, and cream or sauce. Large dumplings. Take green fruit of any kind, peaches, apples, cherries, blackberries, or huckleberries. Make crust as for pies. Roll it out, put the fruit in, and pin it in a cloth. Boil it 2 hours. Peach and apple dumplings. Make a crust as for plain pies. Cut it in as many pieces as you want dumplings. Pare and core the apples. Roll out the crust and close them up. Have the water boiling when they go in, and let them boil 3/4 of an hour. Peaches pared and stoned make very good dumplings. Eat them with sauce of any kind, or sugar, cream, and butter. Light bread dumplings. Take as much lightened dough as will make a loaf of bread. Work into it 1/2 pound of stemmed raisins. Tie it up in a cloth and boil it an hour and a half. Rice dumplings. Wash and pick a pint of rice. Boil it in water till it is soft. Have some apples pared and cored whole. Fill the holes with sugar. Cover them over with the rice. Tie each one separately in a cloth. Boil them till the apples are done. Indian suet dumplings. Chop beef suet fine, and to a pint of Indian meal take a tablespoonful of the suet and a little salt. Pour on boiling water enough to make a stiff dough. Work it well. Make into round cakes and boil in clear water. These are good when vegetables are scarce, to eat with meat, or as a dessert with sugar or molasses. Corn dumplings. When you boil corned beef, new bacon, or pork, you can make dumplings by taking some of the grease out of the pot with some of the water and pouring it hot on a quart of Indian meal. Mix and work it well. It will not require salt. Make it into little round cakes. They should be stiff or they will boil to pieces. Take out the meat when it is done and boil the dumplings in the same water for 1/2 an hour. They may be eaten with molasses and make a good common dessert. Pancakes. Take 5 eggs to a quart of milk. Make a thin batter with flour. Have a little hot lard in the frying pan, and pour in enough batter to cover the bottom. Turn and fry the other side. If eggs are scarce, a teaspoon of saleratus will supply the place of 2. Eat them with wine and sugar. Water pancakes, a cheap dessert. Stir a quart of warm water in sufficient flour to make a batter of moderate thickness. Dissolve a teaspoonful of saleratus with a little salt into a teacupful of buttermilk or sour cream. Beat it well. Put a little lard in a frying pan, and when it is hot, fry them. They are much better to be eaten hot, with sauce, sugar and cream, or anything you may fancy. This is a very cheap dessert, and has been thought nearly equal to pancakes made with milk and eggs. Apple fritters. Allow 4 eggs to a quart of milk. Make a thick batter with flour and beat it well. Stir in a quart of apples, chopped fine. Have a frying pan with hot lard, and drop a spoonful in a place. Fry them light brown on both sides, and eat with sugar and wine or sweet cider. Rice fritters. To a pint of rice flour add a teaspoonful of salt and a pint of boiling water. Beat 4 eggs and stir them in. Have hot lard in a frying pan, and fry them as for other fritters. Indian meal fritters. Take a quart of buttermilk, in which dissolve a teaspoonful of saleratus. Stir in meal to make a batter of suitable thickness, a teaspoonful of salt, and 2 eggs. Beat all well together, and fry in hot lard as other fritters. If you like, you can put in chopped apples. Eat with sugar or molasses. Snow fritters. Take of light new-fallen snow 3 tablespoons for every egg you would otherwise use. That is, if you would wish the quantity that 3 eggs would make in the usual way, take 9 tablespoons full of snow, and stir in a quart of rich milk that has been setting in a very cold place, so that it will not melt the snow and destroy its lightness. Put in a teaspoonful of salt, and enough wheat flour to make a stiff batter. Have ready a frying pan with boiling lard, and drop a spoonful in a place as with other fritters, and set the remainder in a cold place till the first are done. Eat them with wine sauce, or sugar, butter, and cream, or anything you fancy. Rice flummery. Rice that is ground coarse in a hand mill is much better for making flummery than the flour you buy. Put 3 pints of milk to boil. Mix with water 2 teacups of ground rice, and stir it in the milk when it boils. While the milk is cold, put in it 2 dozen peach kernels, blanched and rolled with a bottle. Wet your molds with cold cream or water. Keep stirring the rice till it is thick. Then pour it out in the molds. Just before dinner, turn them out on dishes. Have cream, sugar, and nutmeg mixed to eat it with. Rice milk. Take a teacupful of rice, boil it till about half done, and let all the water be evaporated. Then add the milk, and beat an egg with some flour, and stir in. Let it boil a few minutes, and season with sugar and nutmeg. Wine sauce for puddings. Mix a spoonful of flour in a teacup of water, with 2 spoonsful of sugar, and 1 of butter. Stir this in half a pint of boiling water. Let it boil a few minutes. Then add a glass of wine and some nutmeg. White sauce. Take half a pound of powdered white sugar and a quarter of a pound of butter. Beat them well together with a glass of wine, and grate in half a nutmeg. A little currant jelly is preferred by some in this sauce instead of wine. Cream sauce. Boil half a pint of cream, thicken it a very little, and put in a lump of butter. Sweeten it to your taste, and after it gets cold, add a glass of white wine. This is good to eat with boiled rice, plain pudding, or apple dumplings. Molasses sauce. Put half a pint of molasses to boil in a skillet with a piece of butter the size of an egg. When it has boiled a few minutes, pour in a teacup of cream and grate in half a nutmeg. This is the most economical way of making sauce. Egg sauce. Take the whites of 3 eggs and the yolks of 2. Beat them till very light, and add a large tablespoonful of butter ready creamed, with sugar and nutmeg to your taste. Boil 3 glasses of wine, and pour over the other ingredients. Put it over the fire, and let it boil 2 minutes, stirring all the time. This is nice sauce for any kind of pudding. Cherry toast. Stone and stew a quart of ripe cherries. Sweeten them. Place some slices of buttered toast in a deep dish, and put the stewed cherries over them. A little powdered cinnamon or grated nutmeg may be put on the toast. Apple custard. Lay a crust in your pie plates. Slice apples thin, and half fill the plates. Pour over a custard made of 4 eggs to a quart of milk. Sweeten and season it. Bake slowly. Custard baked in cups. Beat up 5 eggs with 2 heaped spoonsful of sugar. Mix these with a quart of rich milk and a little nutmeg. Fill the cups. Pour water in the bottom of a Dutch oven or dripping pan, and set them in and bake them till thick. Boiled custard. Put on to boil a quart of new milk. Have ready a dozen peach kernels, scalded, peeled, and rubbed fine with a bottle. Beat 5 or 6 eggs with some sugar, and when the milk boils, stir them in with the kernels. Keep stirring till it thickens, but do not let it boil, or it will curdle. Then take it off the fire, pour it in a pitcher, and continue to stir till it is nearly cold. Then pour it into your cups, and grate nutmeg over the top of each. If you wish to have it flavored with lemon, boil some peel with the milk. This custard may be put in a glass bowl, and an island on the top. Cold custard. Sweeten half a gallon of milk. Put into it a tablespoonful of rennet wine, and let it stand in a warm place till it begins to come. Then it should be set in cold water till dinner time. Just as you take it to table, pour some cream on it and grate nutmeg over the top. Cream custard. To a pint of thin cream take 1 egg, and beat and season as other custard. Bake it in a plate with paste. This quantity is sufficient for 1 large plate. It is more delicate than custard made in the usual way. Ice custard with vanilla. Boil 3 pints of rich milk with as much vanilla as will give it a good flavor. Sweeten it to your taste. Have ready 4 eggs well beaten. Pour the boiling milk on them and keep stirring till cool. Then put it to freeze. Custard with raisins. Stone and cut a teacup of raisins. Put them in a quart of milk. When it boils, stir in 5 eggs well beaten with 2 tablespoonsful of sugar and a little lemon peel. Keep stirring till it boils again. Then take it off the fire and stir till nearly cold. Then put it in cups, or in a large bowl. Beat the whites of 3 eggs with sugar, and when quite cold, put them on the top of the custard. To boil custard in water. Beat the eggs, sugar and seasoning together. Put it in a pitcher or nice stone jar. Put in the milk, and stir it well together. Set the pitcher in a pot of boiling water, and stir till it is cooked. Then take the pitcher out, and stir till nearly cool. Custard should never be boiled or baked too much. A minute too long will sometimes spoil it. Whips. Grate the peel of a lemon in a pint of cream. Sweeten it with loaf sugar and whip it well. Beat the whites of 3 eggs and mix with it. Put apple jelly, seasoned with lemon, in the bottom of your glasses, and as the froth rises, put it on the top of the jelly. Trifle. Put slices of sponge cake or Naples biscuit in the bottom of a deep glass dish. On this put slices of preserved citron or apples preserved with lemon. Pour over this a boiled custard, and on top put a whip made by the foregoing recipe. Floating island. Beat the whites of 5 eggs till the beater will stand up in them. Then add, a little at a time, 4 spoonsful of powdered loaf sugar and currant jelly, or preserved syrup of any kind. Put rich milk in the bottom of a glass or china bowl, and put the island on the top. To make floating island, you should allow the whites of 6 eggs to 6 persons. You can have very good custards at the same time with the yolks of the eggs. Apple float. To a quart of apples, lightly stewed and well mashed, put the whites of 3 eggs well beaten, and 4 tablespoons heaping full of loaf sugar. Heat them together for 15 minutes, and eat with rich milk and nutmeg. Carrageen, or Irish moss blancmange. Wash in 3 waters half an ounce of carrageen moss. Drain and put it in 2 quarts of new milk. Let it boil for a few minutes. Strain it in a pitcher, Wet the molds and pour it in while hot. Let it stand till it becomes thick, when it may be eaten with sugar and cream, seasoned with peach or rose water, or with a lemon rolled in the sugar. Some prefer seasoning the blancmange before putting it in the molds. It will keep in a cool place 2 days, and is better to be made the day before it's eaten. To keep suet for several months. Chop the suet you wish to preserve until summer, as fine as for mince pies or puddings. Then add a tablespoonful of salt to 3 tablespoonsful of suet. Mix all well together and put in jars. Keep it tied up close, as exposure to the air makes it strong. It should be soaked an hour before you wish to use it to remove the salt taste. Skim curds. Put to boil a gallon of sweet milk. When it fairly boils, pour in a quart of buttermilk. In a few minutes the curd will rise, which skim off and set by to cool for dessert. Season it as you help to it at table, with cream and sugar to the taste. Whey skim curds. Boil the whey and put in a pint of sour buttermilk. When the curds rise to the top, take them off and set them in a cold place. They make a nice dessert to eat with sugar, cream, and nutmeg. Cheese curds. Put to boil a gallon of skim milk. Stir into it 2 spoonsful of rennet wine. When it turns, dip up the curds and set them away to cool. Eat them with sweetened cream and nutmeg. Rennet wine for cold custards or curds. Rub the salt from a nicely dried rennet and cut it up. Put it in a bottle and fill it up with good wine. If care is taken to keep it filled up, it will last for several years, to make cold custards and cheese curds. To preserve milk to use at sea. To every quart of new milk, put a pound of loaf sugar. Let it boil very slowly in an iron pot, over clear coals, till it is as thick as thin cream, stirring it all the time. Pour it out in a pitcher, and stir till it is cold. Put in bottles, cork it tight, and put sealing wax over the corks. It must be shaken before it is used. End of section 7. Pies, puddings, cakes, etc. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 8. Syrups, Ices, etc. Lemon syrup. Clarify a pound of loaf or Havana sugar. If you wish to make a large quantity, allow half a pint of water to every pound of sugar, and boil it, skimming it when the scum arises, until it is of the consistency of honey. Then to every pound of sugar add an ounce of tartaric acid. If you do not find it sour enough after it has stood 2 or 3 days, add more of the acid. If you like the taste of oil of lemon, add a few drops. A small quantity of the syrup, prepared in this way, poured into cold water, makes a refreshing drink in warm weather. Lemon syrup for seasoning. Pare the lemons very thin, and put the peel to boil in a quart of water. Cover it to keep in the flavor. Put 2 pounds of loaf sugar to the peel of a dozen lemons, and boil it till it becomes a rich syrup. Keep it corked up in a bottle to season ice cream. Syrup of lemon juice. Dissolve 3 pounds of loaf sugar and 3 quarts of water. Squeeze and strain lemons enough to make a quart of juice. Boil it slowly with the water and sugar, and take off the scum as it rises. When it is quite clear, strain and bottle it. It will supply the place of fresh lemons when they cannot be had. Pineapple syrup. Pare the pineapples, cut them in pieces, and to 3 pounds of pineapple put a quart of water. Cover it and let it boil till very soft. Then mash it and strain it. To a pint of this juice put a pound of sugar. Boil it till it is a rich syrup, and keep it corked up in bottles to season ice cream. Almond cream. Take a pound of blanched almonds and roll them fine with a bottle. Mix them with a few drops of rose water and stir them into a quart of cream. Sweeten it with loaf sugar, put it in a pot over the fire and stir till it thickens. Tincture of vanilla. Vanilla beans, well bruised, ½ ounce. French brandy, 1 gill. Let it stand 1 week, and it will be fit for use. Keep it corked tight. This article will keep any length of time and is very convenient for seasoning ices. Super recipe for ice cream. 1 gallon of cream, 2 pounds rolled loaf sugar, 1 teaspoonful of oil of lemon. If for vanilla cream, use a tablespoonful of tincture of vanilla, 2 eggs beaten. Mix well and freeze in the usual way. The seasonings should be well mixed with the sugar before it is added to the cream. By this means it will be all flavored alike. This has been much admired. Coloring for ice cream may be made in this way. Take of powdered cochineal, cream of tartar, and powdered alum, each 2 drachms. Of salts of tartar, 10 grains. Pour upon the powders half a pint of boiling water. Let it stand for 2 hours to settle, or filter through paper. Use as much of this infusion as will give the desired shade. This produces a brilliant pink. Freezing ice cream. Take a bucket of ice and pound it fine. Mix with it 2 quarts of salt. Put your cream in a freezer, cover it close, and immerse it in the bucket. Draw the ice round it so as to touch every part. After it has been in a few minutes, put in a spoon and stir it from the edge to the center. When the cream is put in a mold, close it and move it in the ice, as you cannot use a spoon without waste. Ice cream with lemon. Roll 2 fresh lemons in as much powdered loaf sugar as will sweeten a quart of cream. If you wish the juice, you can put some in it with more sugar. Freeze it. A good plan is to rub the lemon on a large lump of sugar, then use the sugar in sweetening the cream. Ice cream with fruit. Mix the juice of the fruit with as much sugar as will be wanted before you add the cream, which need not be very rich. Pokeberry juice to stain ices. Mash and strain ripe pokeberries. To each pint of juice, put a pound of sugar. Boil them together till it becomes a jelly. When cold, put it in a jar and tie it close. Use a small quantity of this to stain ice cream or jelly. Isinglass jelly. To 1 pound of shaved isinglass, put a quart of water. Boil it down to a pint and strain it through a flannel bag. Add some sugar and wine. Stir it and put it in glasses. Blancmange. Shave an ounce of isinglass and dissolve it in boiling water. Then boil it in a quart of new milk. Strain it and sweeten it to your taste. Season as you prefer, with rosewater, cinnamon, or vanilla. Blancmange of jelly. To 1 pint of calf's foot jelly, add a pint of cream, a little mace, and 1/4 pound of loaf sugar. Boil it 15 minutes, stirring it constantly. Strain it through a flannel bag, and when nearly cold, put it in a glass of white wine. Wet your molds with cold cream before putting it in. Calf's foot jelly. Split the feet and soak them in cold water 4 or 5 hours. Wash them clean and put them to boil in 6 quarts of water. When it has been boiled down to 1/2, strain it through a colander and skim off all the fat that is on the top. Set it away to cool, and when the jelly is quite stiff, wipe it with a towel to take off any grease that should remain. Cut it in pieces and pare off the discolored parts. Put it in your preserving kettle with 1/2 pint of wine, the juice and peel of 2 lemons, mace and sugar to your taste, and the whites and shells of 6 eggs. After it has boiled 20 minutes, pour in a little cold water to make it settle. If any scum arises, take it off. Let it boil 5 minutes longer, and take it off the fire. Keep it covered for about an hour. Then strain it through a bag that has been dipped in hot water and put it in your glasses. When eggs are used in calf's foot and other jellies, care should be taken to have the ingredients cool. If the jelly is hot when the eggs are added, it cannot be clarified so well. They should only cook by heating the jelly after they have been diffused, stirring them through it. Raisins in syrup. Make a syrup of 1/2 pound of sugar to a pint of water. Boil and skim it. Put in 5 bunches of raisins and let them boil 20 minutes. If you prefer, you can pick off the stems. To blanch almonds and peach kernels. Pour boiling water on them, which will make them peel easily. Either roll them with a bottle on the cake board, or pound in a mortar with a little loaf sugar. They should not be pounded too much, or they will be oily. Peach kernels make a fine flavoring for custard, but as they contain prussic acid, do not use too many. Snow cream. Take the richest cream you can procure. Season it with a few drops of essence of lemon or syrup of lemon peel and powdered white sugar, and if you choose, a spoonful of preserved syrup. And, just as you send it to table, stir in lightly new-fallen snow till it is nearly as stiff as ice cream. Kisses. Beat the whites of 8 eggs till they will stand alone. Put with them, a little at a time, a pound of powdered sugar. Roll a lemon in some of the sugar till the flavor is extracted. After it is beaten very well, drop it in heaps about the size of half an egg on a sheet of paper. Smooth them over with a spoon, and let them be of a regular shape. Bake them in an oven that has been moderately heated till they are of a pale brown color. Do not have the oven too cool, or they will run together. Take them from the papers carefully, and stick two together. End of Section 8. Syrups, Ices, etc.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes, and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 9. Cakes. Remarks on making and baking cake. The materials for making cake should be of the best quality, as your success very much depends on it. Flour should be dried and sifted, sugar rolled fine, spices pounded and sifted. Where brown sugar is used, it should be spread on a dish and dried before rolling it. I have known very good pound cake made with brown sugar, also jumbles, etc. Persons that make their own butter sometimes use it fresh from the churn, which prevents the necessity of washing the salt out of it for cake, and it mixes more readily than hard butter. Currants should be picked over, washed and dried. Raisins should be stemmed and stoned. When these preparations are made the day before, it is a great assistance. Eggs should be fresh, or they will not beat light. In beating the whites, take a broad flat dish and beat them until you can hold the dish upside down. This is a test of their lightness. A large bowl is best for mixing and beating cake. You must use your hand for mixing the sugar and butter, and as you add the other ingredients, you may take a large wooden spoon. Beat it some time after it is all mixed. The oven should be ready to bake immediately, as standing makes cake heavy. A brick oven is the most certain, and over your pans of cake you should spread several layers of newspaper to prevent its browning too suddenly. Cake requires more time than bread. A large cake should stay in the oven from an hour and a half to 2 hours, turning and looking at it from time to time. When you think it is sufficiently baked, stick a broad bright knife in the center. If it is dry and free from dough when having drawn out, the cake is likely to be done, though sometimes this is not a certain test, and you will have to draw a little from the center of the cake with the knife. A broom straw will sometimes answer in a small cake instead of a knife. A large stone pan with a cover is the best for keeping cake, or a large covered bowl. Icing for cake. Roll and sift a pound of loaf sugar, whip the whites of 3 eggs, put in the sugar gradually, and beat it for half of an hour. If it is so thick that it will not run, put in some rose water, let the cake be nearly cool, dry it in an oven that is nearly cool. Another way. Put the white of 1 egg and a little rose water into a half a pound of pulverized sugar, and heat them together till they stand. When it is nearly light enough, add a few drops of lemon juice, or a small portion of tartaric acid, dissolved in a little water. It must be beaten in a bowl which has never had anything greasy in it, either cream or butter. The cake must have a little flour sifted over it, and wiped off with a towel. Then cover it with a thin coat of the icing, set it under the stove or in a place that's a little warm, and let it harden. Then add the second coat thicker. This will be perfectly white, but the first is always dark and has crumbs through it. A rich fruit cake. Have the following articles prepared before you begin the cake. Dry and sift 4 pounds of flour, 4 pounds of butter with the salt washed out, 2 pounds of loaf sugar pounded, 1 ounce of nutmegs grated, an ounce of mace pounded. Wash 4 pounds of currants, dry, pick and rub them in flour. Stone and cut 2 pounds of raisins, slice 2 pounds of citron, blanch a pound of sweet almonds and cut them in very thin slices. Break 30 eggs, separate the whites and yolks and beat them till very light. Work the butter with your hand till it's soft as cream. Put in alternately the flour, sugar and eggs. When all are mixed in and the cake looks very light, add the spice, fruit, almonds and a half a pint of brandy. Set it in a well-heated oven to bake. When it has risen and the top is beginning to brown, cover it with paper. Let it bake 4 hours, and when it is nearly cool, ice it. This will keep a long time in a stone pan covered close. A cheaper fruit cake. Take 4 pounds of flour, 3 of butter, 3 of sugar, 2 of raisins, 1 of currants, 2 dozen eggs, an ounce of mace, 3 nutmegs, and a half pint of brandy. If you want it dark, put in a little molasses. Mix the ingredients together as the above fruit cake, and bake it from 2 to 3 hours. Fruit or plum cake. Dry and sift a pound of flour, roll a pound of sugar and beat with it a pound of butter. Add the yolks of 10 eggs well beaten. Wash and dry a pound of currants and rub them in flour. Stone and cut a half pound of raisins and mix in with a glass of rose brandy and a grated nutmeg or mace. When all the rest are well mixed together, beat up the whites of the eggs and add them. Bake it an hour and a half. Pound cake. Wash the salt from a pound of butter and beat with it a pound of loaf sugar till it is as soft as cream. Have a pound of flour sifted and beat 10 eggs, the whites and yolks separately. Put alternately into the butter and sugar the flour and eggs. Continue to beat until they are all in and the cake looks light. Add some grated lemon peel, a nutmeg, and half a wineglass of brandy. Butter the pan and bake it an hour. When it is nearly cold, ice it. If you want a very large cake, double the quantity. You can tell when a cake is done by running in a broom straw or the blade of a bright knife. If it comes out without sticking, it is done, but if not, set it back. You can keep a cake a great while in a stone pan that has a lid to fit tight. White cake. Beat the whites of 20 eggs, wash the salt out of a pound of butter, sift a pound of flour, roll a pound of loaf sugar, blanch a pound of almonds, roll them fine with a bottle, and mix them with rose water. Work the butter, sugar, and almonds together till they look like cream. Have the eggs beaten very light and add them and the flour alternately till you get it all in. Beat the whole together till it is very light. Have a pan buttered and put it in a heated oven to bake. When it begins to brown, put white paper over the top. Bake it about 3 hours. When it is nearly cold, prepare an icing, flavored with rose water. Put it on the top and sides. Washington cake. Take 1 3/4 pounds of sugar, the same of flour, 3/4 pound of butter, half pint of milk, and mix them as a pound cake. Just as it is ready to bake, dissolve a teaspoonful of saleratus in a little sour cream, and stir in. Season with nutmeg and rose brandy or essence of lemon. Bake it as a pound cake. Some persons put in a teaspoon of lemon juice just before baking. Madison cake. Take 1 1/4 pounds of flour and the same of sugar and butter, 5 eggs, a pound of raisins and 1 of currants, 2 glasses of wine or brandy, mace, nutmeg, and a teaspoonful of saleratus dissolved in a pint of new milk. Bake it as a pound cake. Indian pound cake. Take 3/4 pound of Indian meal sifted, 1/4 of wheat flour, roll a pound of sugar, work into it 3/4 pound of butter, season with nutmeg and rose brandy, add 4 eggs beaten light, mix and bake as other pound cake. Rice flour pound cake. Take 7 eggs, a pound of rice flour, 1 of sugar, a half a pound of butter, season it with rose water and nutmeg, mix and bake it as other pound cake, and ice it. Sponge cake. Balance 12 fresh eggs with sugar and 6 with flour. Beat the eggs very light, the whites and yolks separately. Mix alternately the sugar and eggs, and add the grated peel of a lemon. Butter a large pan, or several smaller ones. Add the flour just as it is put in the oven, stirring it just sufficiently to mix. Beating it after the flour is added makes it heavy. Pour it in and put it to bake as soon as possible. This makes a good pudding with white sauce. 1/2 rice flour is an improvement. Rice sponge cake. Take 3/4 pound of rice flour, 1 pound of white sugar finely powdered, and 10 eggs. Beat the yolks with the sugar, the whites alone. Add them and the flour to the yolks and sugar, a little at a time. Season it with rose brandy and nutmeg. Bake it in shallow pans. Sponge cake in small pans. Take 12 eggs with the weight of them in sugar, and the weight of 6 of them in flour. Beat the yolks with the sugar, the whites alone. Season with nutmeg or grated lemon peel. Put all together, adding the flour last. Stir it quickly after the flour is added, as it will make it heavy to beat it much. Grease several small pans and pour it in. Bake with a quick heat, and they will be done in half an hour, or less according to the size. They are pretty iced. Lemon sponge cake. Take 10 eggs, separate them, a pound of loaf sugar, half a pound of flour, the grated peel of 2 lemons and the juice of 1. Beat the yolks with the sugar, the whites alone. Then add them and sift in the flour by degrees. Beat well. Have your pan buttered, and bake with a quick heat, either in a stove or Dutch oven, or a brick oven. The heat should be not quite so great as for light bread. It will bake in about an hour. Cupcake. Take 4 cups of flour, 3 of sugar, 1 of melted butter, 1 of sour cream, with a teaspoonful of saleratus dissolved in it. Add 3 eggs, season it with brandy and nutmeg, mix, and bake as a pound cake. Loaf cake. Take about a pound of risen bread dough, work into it a teacup of butter, 3 eggs beaten, a pound of sugar, a nutmeg grated, and a glass of brandy or wine. A pound of raisins, stoned and chopped, should be added after it is well beaten. Half a pint of cream, slightly warmed, with a tablespoon of vinegar, and a teaspoonful of dissolved saleratus, should be stirred in just as you are ready to bake it. Also sifted flour enough to make it the proper consistency. Bake in a large pan, in a brick oven or stove, and it will require an hour and a quarter. Queen cake. Mix a pound of dried flour, the same of sifted sugar, and currants. Wash a pound of butter, add rose water, beat it well, a teacup of cream, then mix with it 8 eggs, yolks and whites beaten separately. Add the dry ingredients by degree. Beat the whole an hour. Bake in little tins or saucers, filling only half. Rich jumbles. Rub a pound of butter into a pound and a quarter of flour. Beat 4 eggs with a pound and a quarter of sugar. When very light, mix with them the butter and flour. Mix in a glass of rose water and a nutmeg. Roll them in rings and bake them slowly. Sift powdered sugar over after they are baked. Common jumbles. Take a pound of flour, a half a pound of butter, and 3/4 of sugar, 3 eggs, a little nutmeg and rose brandy. Mix the butter and sugar together, add the flour and eggs, mold them in rings, and bake them slowly. Molasses jumbles. Beat 3/4 of a pound of sugar, the same of butter, and 3 eggs together. Stir in half a pint of molasses. Add rose brandy and nutmeg, and enough flour to make a soft dough. Roll it in rings and bake as other jumbles. By the addition of half a pint of molasses and a teaspoonful of saleratus, you will have a common black cake, which may be baked in 1 large pan. Jumbles for delicate persons. Roll a heaped pint of light brown sugar, and rub in 2 pints of flour, half a pound of butter, and a dessert spoonful of cinnamon. Beat an egg, and mix with it a half a teacup of rich milk, in which a very small lump of saleratus has been dissolved. Stir all together with a wine glass of rose brandy. Work it well, roll thin, and cut them out. Bake with moderate heat. Cup jumbles. 5 teacups of flour, 3 of sugar, 1 heaped of butter, 1 of sweet cream, 3 eggs, and the peel of 1 lemon, grated, or nutmeg or mace if you like. Roll them thin and bake in a quick oven. Jackson jumbles. 3 teacups of sugar, 1 of butter, 5 of flour, 1 teaspoonful of saleratus, and a cup of sour cream, and 2 eggs. Bake in a quick oven. Season them with the peel of a fresh lemon grated, and a half wineglass of brandy. Macaroons. Blanch a pound of almonds, beat them in a mortar, and put with them a little rose water to keep them from oiling, the white of an egg, and a large spoonful of flour. Roll a pound of loaf sugar, and beat the whites of 4 eggs. Beat them all together. Shape them on white paper with a spoon, and bake them on tin plates in a slow oven. Let them be quite cold before you remove them from the paper. Naples biscuit. Beat 12 eggs till light. Add to them a pound of dried flour and 1 of powdered sugar. Beat all together till perfectly light. Put in some rose water and nutmeg, and bake it in small shallow pans in a moderately heated oven. New Year cake. Mix together 3 pounds of flour, a pound and a half of sugar, and 3/4 of a pound of butter. Dissolve a teaspoonful of saleratus in enough new milk to wet the flour. Mix them together, grate in a nutmeg or the peel of a lemon, roll them out, cut them in shapes, and bake. Cider cake. Take a pound and a half of flour, 3/4 of sugar, and a 1/4 pound of butter. Dissolve a teaspoonful of saleratus in as much cider as will make a soft dough, and bake it in shallow pans. Season it with spice to your taste. Dover cake. 1 pound of flour, 1 of sugar, half a pound of butter, 6 eggs, half a nutmeg, a spoonful of rose brandy. Beat the butter and sugar together, adding the other ingredients, the whites of the eggs beaten separately. Bake as pound cake. Jelly cake. This cake can be made by the sponge, cup, or Dover cake recipe. Have shallow tin pans or plates of the same size. Butter them and pour in the batter so as to be about half an inch thick when baked. They take but a few minutes to bake of a light brown, and as you take them from the oven, put them on a china plate with a layer of jelly between each cake, till you have 4 or 5 layers. Cut the cake in slices before handing it. Currant jelly is to be preferred, but quince will answer, or peach marmalade. Almond cake. 10 eggs, 1 pound of loaf sugar, half a pound of almonds, half a pound of flour, 1 nutmeg. Beat the yolks first, then put in the sugar, beating them very light. Blanch the almonds and pound them in a mortar, with rose water or the juice of a lemon. Add them alternately with the flour, and the whites of the eggs well beaten. If you bake in one large cake, it will require an hour and a half in a slow oven. In small pans it will take less time, and in either case will require watching. Raised plum cake. Take 3 pounds of flour. Take 3 pounds of flour and mix to it as much new milk as will make a thick batter, and a teacup of yeast. When it is light, beat together a pound of butter, a pound of sugar, and 4 eggs. Mix this in with a pound of raisins, stoned and cut, half a pound of currants, a grated nutmeg, and a glass of rose brandy. Bake it 2 hours. Black cake. Rub a pound and a half of softened butter in 3 pounds of flour. Add a pound of brown sugar rolled fine, a pint of molasses, a tablespoonful of rose brandy, a nutmeg or some mace, 4 eggs well beaten, a pound of raisins stoned and chopped. Mix the whole well, and before baking add a teacup of sour cream with a teaspoonful of soda dissolved in it. Beat it up again, have the pans well buttered, and put in about 3 parts full. This quantity will make about 6 cakes in bread pans. Bake as bread, and if it browns too much, put paper on it. If it seems too stiff, add a little more molasses or cream. It will keep several weeks in cold weather. Buns. Take 1 pound and a quarter of flour, half a pound of butter, and 3/4 of a pound of sugar, 6 eggs, half a pound of currants, half a nutmeg, a glass of brandy, and a pint of new milk. Mix all well together, and put in half a teacup of yeast. Let it rise, and when light, bake it in shallow pans. Buttermilk cakes. 1 pound of sugar, 1/4 pound of butter, 3 eggs, a teacup of buttermilk, nutmeg or cinnamon to taste. Add as much flour as will make a dough that will roll out. Cut in round cakes and bake with a quick heat. A composition cake. 1 pound of sugar, 1 of flour, half a pound of butter, 6 eggs, 2 1/2 wine glasses of milk, 1 teaspoonful of soda and 1 of tartaric acid. Warm the milk and butter, add the sugar, then the yolks of the eggs beaten light, then the whites and the flour alternately, then the soda to be dissolved in a half wine glass of water. Season with nutmeg, mace, or a little essence of lemon, and add lastly the tartaric acid, dissolved in half a wine glass of water. Bake it 1 hour in an oven, as hot as usual for bread. When brown at top, cover it with paper. A pound of dried currants is an agreeable addition. Ginger cupcake. 3 cups of flour, 1 of sugar, 1 of molasses, 1 of butter, a tablespoonful of ginger, 1 teaspoonful of saleratus, and 3 eggs. Bake in pans. A pound of stoned and chopped raisins is an improvement. Light gingerbread. Take 3 cups of molasses, 5 of flour, 1 of sugar, 3 eggs, and a teaspoonful of saleratus, dissolved in a cup of sour cream. Work the sugar with 1/4 pound of butter. Beat 2 dozen cloves, and put in with 2 tablespoonsful of ginger. Mix all together, and bake in shallow pans or cups. Crisp ginger cake. Take 3 pounds of flour, 1 of sugar, 1 of butter. Mix these together with 3 tablespoons of ginger, some cloves and anise seed, and wet it with molasses. Roll it thin, cut it in shapes, and bake with a quick heat. Gingerbread nuts. Take 1.5 pounds of flour, 3/4 pound of sugar, the same of butter, some cloves and cinnamon pounded fine, and an ounce of ginger. Mix these well together, and make into a stiff dough with molasses. Roll it thin, and cut it in small cakes. Crullers. Take 2 pounds of flour, 3/4 pound of sugar, half a pound of butter, 6 eggs, and some mace or nutmeg. Mix the flour, sugar, and butter together and wet it with the eggs. If too stiff, put in some cream. Roll the dough thin, cut it in shapes, and fry them in boiling lard. The more lard there is, the less they will soak it up. Rusk. Take a quart of milk, a teacup of cream, half a pound of lard, a quarter pound of butter, a spoonful of salt, and boil them together. Beat well 2 eggs with a pound of sugar, and pour the boiling milk on them gradually, stirring all the time. When nearly cold, add a teacup of yeast and flour sufficient to make a stiff batter. When quite light, knead it up as bread, and let it lighten again before molding out. When they are molded out, wet them over with sugar and cream, and let them rise a few minutes and bake them. Grate a little sugar over when they come out of the oven. Rusk for drying. Boil a quart of milk and put in half a pound of butter and a little salt. When nearly cold, stir in a teacup of yeast, a pound of sugar, and flour to make a batter. When it is light, knead it up with flour and let it rise again. Grease your pans and make it out in cakes about the size of a teacup and an inch thick. Put 2 layers in each part and bake them 3/4 of an hour. Then take them out, break them apart, and put the top ones in the other pans and let them dry slowly in the oven for an hour or more. This rusk will keep for months and is very useful in sickness to make panada. It is also good for delicate persons that rich cake disagrees with, or to take on a journey. Nutmeg or mace to your taste. If you like it richer, 2 eggs may be put in. Bread rusk. Take as much lightened dough as would make a loaf of bread. Spread it open, and put in a teacup of sugar, some nutmeg, and a piece of butter. Work it well, mold it out, and bake it with your bread. Wet the top with sugar and cream before it goes in the oven. Doughnuts. Boil a quart of new milk, and melt in it half a pound of butter. Beat 3 eggs with 2 pounds of sugar, and pour on them the boiling milk, stirring all the time. When it is nearly cold, stir in a teacup of yeast, a spoonful of salt, and flour enough to make a stiff batter. When this is quite light, knead in flour to make a soft dough. 2 grated nutmegs and a little mace. Let it rise again till it is very light. Roll it out thin, cut in shapes, and fry them in hot lard. Dust over cinnamon and loaf sugar pounded fine while they are hot. Common doughnuts. Pour a pint of boiling water into a pint of new milk. Put in a quarter pound of lard and a tablespoonful of salt. Stir in a teacup of yeast and flour to make a stiff batter. Let it rise, and when very light, put in 2 pounds of light brown sugar, 2 nutmegs, and enough flour to make a soft dough. Work it well, and let it rise again till it is very light. Roll out and fry as other doughnuts. End of Section 9. Cakes. Read by Kristen McQuillan, MediaTinker.com, April 13th, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Corey Samuel. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 10. Preserves, Jellies, etc. To clarify sugar. To every 4 pounds of sugar, put a quart of water and the whites of 2 eggs. If you put in the egg after it gets hot, it will cook before it has the desired effect. When it comes to a boil and the scum rises, pour in a little cold water. Let it boil up, take it off to settle, and skim it well. Let it boil up and skim it 3 times, when it will be fit to preserve with. You should always clarify white Havana sugar. Apples. Apples should be preserved in November, and they will keep till June. Take firm pippins, pare them and take out the cores, leaving them whole, or, after you have cored them, cut them across in 2 pieces. They will then be in rings. Put them in cold water as fast as they are pared, to keep them from turning dark. Make a syrup of a pound of loaf sugar and half a pint of water to each pound of apples. Wipe the apples and put in as many as will go in, without one laying on another. Let them boil swiftly till they look clear. then take them up carefully on dishes, and put in some more. When all are done, if the syrup should seem too thin, boil it up after the apples are taken out. Cut the peel of several lemons in thin rings, boil them in a little water till they are soft, and throw them in the syrup after the apples are taken out. Put the syrup in a bowl, and set all away till the next day, when put the apples in glass jars or large bowls, spread the lemon peel about them, and put the syrup on the top. Paste several thicknesses of paper over, and set them in a cool, dry closet. If you only want the apples to keep a few weeks, they may be done with half a pound of sugar to a pound of apples, and will look and taste quite as well. Apples with brown sugar. Pare and halve your apples, either pippins, red streaks, or wine saps. Make a syrup of light brown sugar, allowing half a pound to a pound of the fruit. After boiling and clarifying the syrup, pour it over the fruit, and set it by for 2 days, then cook them, and seasoned with green ginger root they are excellent. They will not require much cooking, and should be of a light brown color. Crab apples. Put the crab apples in a kettle with grape leaves in and around them, with some alum. Keep them at scalding heat for an hour, take them out, skin them, and take out the seeds with a small knife, leaving on the stems. Put them in cold water, make a syrup of a pound of sugar to a pound of apples. Wipe the apples and put them in. Let them stew gently till they look clear. Take them out, and let the syrup boil longer. Currants. Make a syrup of 1 pint of currant juice to 3 pounds of sugar. If it is brown sugar, put in the white of an egg to clarify it. Let it boil and skim it. Have 3 pounds of currants picked and stemmed. Put them in the syrup, and let them boil slowly, about 20 minutes. Take them up, and let the syrup boil longer. Pineapples. Pare and slice the pineapples, and make a syrup of a pound of sugar and half a pint of water to a pound of fruit. Clarify and skim it, then put in the apples and let them cook gently for half an hour. If you do not want to keep them long, much less sugar will do. Blackberries. Allow a pint of currant juice and a pint of water to 6 pounds of blackberries. Give them their weight in brown sugar. Let them boil till they appear to be done, and the syrup is rich. Black currant jelly can be made as currant jelly, and is good for sick children, mixed with water. Blackberry flummery. Stew 3 pints of blackberries with 1 pint of sugar. Soak a teacup full of ground rice, and when the berries have been stewing about 15 minutes, stir in the rice, and stir the whole time until it becomes thick. This should be eaten cold with cream, and will keep 2 days. Cherries. To preserve 4 pounds of cherries, take 1 pint of currant juice, into which put 5 pounds of sugar. When this boils up, take off any scum that rises, and put in half of the cherries, with part of each stem on. When they look so clear that you can see the stone, they are done. Take these up on a dish and put in the rest, and let them do slowly the same length of time. Take them up, and let the syrup boil a few minutes longer. Do not put them in the jars till they are quite cold. Glass jars are the best to keep all early fruits in, as you can then see if they begin to ferment. If they do, you must boil them over. Always put them in a window where they will be exposed to the sun. Common cherries. Stone the light-coloured common cherries, and to every pound of fruit allow a pound of sugar, which boil up with the juice. After you have skimmed it, throw in the cherries and let them boil till the syrup is rich. Cherries for common use. Stone 12 pounds of morel cherries. Allow half a pound of brown sugar to each pound of fruit. After it is stoned, let them cook slowly for 2 hours. Examine them through the summer, and if they show any signs of fermentation, set them in a brick oven after the bread is done, or in a Dutch oven of hot water, which keep at boiling heat for an hour. It is a good plan to know the weight of your preserving kettle, as you can then weigh the fruit in it with a pair of steelyards. Apricots. Pour boiling water on the apricots and wipe them dry, then cut them in half and take out the stone. Make a syrup of their weight in sugar and a little water. When this has boiled, put in the fruit, and let it cook slowly till it is clear and the syrup is rich. Ginger. Scrape the outside from the green ginger and boil it in a little water till it is soft, then take it out and scrape off any spots that are on it. Make a syrup of half a pint of water to a pound of sugar and a pound of ginger. Let it boil slowly about half an hour. Take it up and boil the syrup a little longer. Greengage plums. Take an equal quantity of fruit and sugar, pour boiling water on the plums and wipe them dry. Stick them over with a pin. Make a syrup of the sugar and some water, and when it boils put in half the plums. Let them do slowly till they are clear, then take them out and put in the rest. If the syrup should be thin, let it boil longer. Do not put them in the jars till the next day. Egg plums may be done in the same way. Green lemons. Take the young lemons, cut them in half, scrape them and take out the pulp. Cut them in such shapes as you please. Put them in a preserving kettle and cover them with water. Put in a little alum to green them, and let them boil till they are transparent. Then take them out and drain them on a cloth. Give the kettle another cleansing, and put them in with their weight in sugar. Let them stew gently, but be careful that they do not boil. Let them cook till the syrup is rich. Raspberries. Boil 3 pounds of raspberries in a pint of currant juice for 10 minutes. Put in 4 pounds of sugar, and let them boil half an hour, or until it is a jelly. Paste paper over the jar. Citron melon. Pare the melon and cut it in slices half an inch thick, without the seeds. Let it lay in salt and water for an hour, then wash the salt off and boil it in strong ginger tea. Make a thin syrup and boil it again, then make a syrup of a pound of loaf sugar to a pound of citron, and boil it in this till it is clear. Season it with mace and lemon peel. Watermelon rinds. Cut the rinds in any form you please. Put them in strong salt and water, with cabbage leaves over and around them, and set them in a warm place till they become yellow. Then wash them, and put them in a kettle with alum and water, and grape or cabbage leaves over and through them. Set them on the fire, and keep it at scalding heat for 2 hours, but do not let them boil. If they are not of a fine green color, change the water and leaves. When they are green enough, put them in cold, soft water for 3 days, changing the water twice a day. Then make a syrup of rather more than a pound of sugar to a pound of melon, some sliced ginger, the peel of a lemon, and a little mace. Let them boil slowly 15 minutes. Take them up, and boil them again at the end of a week. Cantaloupes, cucumbers, or melons. Take young watermelons, cucumbers, or cantaloupes. Scrape the melons and cut the rinds in shapes. Leave the cucumbers whole. Put them in a preserving kettle with alum and water. Cover them, and let them boil till they are transparent. Take them out, wash them in cold water, and wipe each piece separately. Have your kettle nicely cleaned, and give them rather more than their weight in sugar. Put a layer of sugar and a layer of melon, some slices of green ginger, and the rind and juice of a lemon. Let them stew over the fire till the syrup is rich. Take them up, and stew them over again in about a week. Cranberries. To preserve cranberries, allow them their weight in sugar, Make a syrup of the proportions of half a pint of water to 2 pounds of the sugar. Boil and skim it before you put the fruit in, then let them boil until clear. To make sauce to eat with roast fowls, put 3/4 pound of sugar to a pound of fruit. Gooseberries. Take the large gooseberries, pick off the stems and blossoms, give them their weight in sugar, put them in the kettle alternately with the sugar, and pour over them a pint of water to 4 pounds of fruit. Let them boil gently till the scum arises. When this is taken off, let them cook faster. When clear, take them up on dishes and boil the syrup longer. Peaches. Have sweet white clingstone peaches, pare and stone them. To each pound take a pound of sugar made in a syrup, put the peaches in, and when they look clear, take them up on dishes. Let the syrup boil longer. A new mode of preserving peaches. Pare, halve, and weigh the peaches. Put them in a preserving kettle of boiling water, and to 6 pounds of peaches put a teaspoonful of soda or pearl ash. Let them boil 1 minute, then take them out and throw them in cold water. Scrape off the black scum which adheres to the peaches. Wipe and lay them on a dish. Have the kettle cleaned, and put the peaches in layers, with half their weight in sugar. They will not require any water. Let them cook slowly at first, then boil till clear, when take them out, and let the syrup boil till it becomes rich. The flavor of the peach is retained, and they are not so sweet as in the old way. Damsons. Weigh out as much sugar as you have fruit. If it is brown, you must clarify it. Put a pint of water to 3 pounds of sugar. Make a syrup, wash the damsons, put them in and let them cook slowly for half an hour. Then take them out on dishes, and let them dry in the sun for 2 days, taking them in the house at night. Boil the syrup half an hour after the fruit is taken out. When done in this way, they will be whole and clear. You can make a jam by boiling them slowly for 2 hours, or a jelly as currants. To preserve strawberries. Gather the strawberries in the midday, pick out the largest and best, stem them, and to each pound of strawberries put a pound of loaf sugar and a glass of white wine. Let them stand 4 or 5 hours. Take off the syrup so as not to mash the fruit, and clarify it. Then put in the strawberries, and to each pound put as much fine alum as will lay on the blade of a penknife. Let them boil up several times, and shake them round in the kettle, but do not stir them with a spoon, as that will mash them. A few minutes boiling is sufficient. After you take out the fruit, let the syrup boil up, and when it is nearly cold, pour it over them in the jar. Put a piece of white paper over the top, and pour a spoonful of brandy on it. Paste several thicknesses of paper over the jar. If you like your preserved strawberries, cherries, or peaches to have a fine pale color, allow them to bob half the time recommended in the recipe. Then spread the fruit thin on dishes, with but little syrup. Pour the rest of the syrup also on dishes, and set them daily in the sun. If the weather be clear and the sun hot, 4 days will be sufficient. Preserves done in this manner do not ferment. You should spread a piece of gauze or netting over them to keep out insects or dust. Another way. To each pound of the fruit take a pound of crushed sugar. Put them in the preserving kettle, a layer of sugar and a layer of fruit. Let them stand a little while to make syrup before putting them over the fire. They should boil fast for 20 minutes. Watch them all the time, taking off the scum as it rises. Stir them gently without mashing the berries. Put them in jars, put brandy papers over them, and paste or tie them close. Preserves should never be put in jars that have had pickles in them. Tomatoes. Take solid round tomatoes, scald and peel them, give them their weight in sugar, put a layer of sugar and of tomatoes alternately, Let them boil slowly till the syrup forms, then boil faster till clear, and the syrup is rich. Season with lemon peel, ginger or mace. Some prefer the yellow tomato for preserving. Quinces. Pick out the finest quinces, pare them and cut them in halves or in rings. Take the best of the parings and the seed, and boil them in water till they are very soft. Strain the liquor, and have the kettle cleaned again. Wash and weigh the quinces, and give them their weight in sugar. Put the sugar in the water the parings were boiled in, skin it, and put in the quinces. Let them boil very slowly till clear. Take them up on dishes, and boil the syrup longer. Green peppers. Get peppers that have a sweet taste. Take out the seeds, leaving on the stems. Lay them in salt and water for 3 days, changing the water each day. Then put them in a kettle with leaves around them, and a small piece of alum. Let them scald, but not boil, for 2 hours. Take them out, and let them lay in water 3 days, changing it twice each day. Then boil them in sugar and water 15 minutes. Then make a syrup, allowing them their weight in sugar, and boil them gently in it half an hour. Take them out, and boil the syrup longer. Pumpkin. Choose a fine-grained, high-coloured pumpkin, fully ripe. Cut it in thin slices, about 4 inches long and 2 wide. To 2 pounds of pumpkin, put 2 pounds of sugar in a bowl. Cut the peel of 2 lemons in rings, and squeeze the juice over the pumpkin. Let it stand all night. The next day, put it on to preserve with 2 teacups of water. Let it cook gently till the pumpkin seems clear and crisp. Take it up, scald the lemon peel, and boil it in the syrup. Cool it on dishes, and put it in a jar. Green foxgrape jelly. Fill a kettle with grapes, and let them boil with a pint of water till the skins burst. Mash and strain them. Put a pound of sugar to a pint of juice, and let it boil half an hour. Ripe foxgrapes may be made into very nice jelly in the same way, and is very good to drink in sickness mixed with water. Pears. Pare and core the fruit, but leave the stems on. Put them in a syrup of a pound of sugar, and half a pint of water to a pound of pears, with some green ginger or lemon peel. Boil the syrup half an hour after they are done. Ripe foxgrape jam. To 2 quarts of grapes, allow 3 pounds of brown sugar and a pint of water. Have the grapes picked over and washed. Put them all together and let them boil more than an hour. Take them up on shallow dishes, and pick out as many seeds as you can with a spoon. This makes a good common preserve when other fruits are scarce. They are also very good for pies. Currant jelly. Pick the leaves from the currants and fill your kettle with them. Put a teacup of water to keep them from sticking. Cover them with a plate, and let them boil slowly half an hour. Take them out, and strain them through a flannel bag. To every pint of juice put a pound of loaf sugar. Let it boil till it is a thick jelly, which will be in about 15 minutes, and put it in tumblers or jars. Lemon butter or French honey. Take half a pound of butter, melt it in an earthen dish, and squeeze in the juice of 6 lemons. Beat 12 eggs with 2 pounds of brown sugar. Stir it in with the rind of 2 lemons grated. Mix it all together and let it boil 20 minutes, when it will be about the consistency of honey. The flavor is agreeable, and it may be eaten on bread or as a sauce for boiled pudding. Currant syrup. Prepare the currants as for jelly. To every pint of juice put a pint of water and a pound of sugar. Let it boil half an hour and skim it well. If the flavor of the raspberry is preferred, it may be added in the proportion of 1 pint of it to 4 of currant juice. It is a very pleasant drink mixed with water in warm weather. Quince jelly. Wash and wipe the quinces. Cut them in small pieces, and take out the seeds carefully. Have your kettle cleaned and half full of water. Throw the quinces and seeds in till you get it full. Cover them over and let them boil till very soft. Mash them well and strain them. To every pint of juice put a pound of sugar. Clean the kettle again, pour in the juice and sugar, and let it boil till it forms a jelly. It should be put into teacups if you want to turn it out whole, with brandy papers on top, and pasted over. It is a nice jelly to use with whips or trifle. Apple Jelly. Pare and quarter a preserving kettle full of pippin apples. Cover them with water, and lay a plate close over them. Let them boil until perfectly soft, taking the plate off to skim them. Spread a coarse thin cloth over a large bowl. Pour the apples on the cloth, and let the juice run through, without squeezing. Hold the towel by the corners, and move it gently. Take 3/4 pound of loaf sugar to a pint of the juice, and boil it fast, skimming it until it becomes jelly, which will be in 10 to 15 minutes. Pour it in tumblers or glass jars, and when quite cold, paste them over. This will keep a year. Red streak apples make a fine red jelly, boiled with the skins on them. If you have currant or grape jelly that has candied, they can be restored by making some apple syrup and mixing it hot. It will not require any more sugar, about 1/3 apple juice. Let it boil a few minutes. Very sweet preserves that have candied can be improved by this process. Apple Marmalade. Apples make a very good marmalade when other fruits are scarce, and can be done at any time through the fall or winter. Pare the apples, cut them up and put them to boil, with some water and green ginger scraped, and tied up in a bag. After they have boiled an hour, take out the ginger, and put in 1/2 pound of sugar to 1 of fruit. Let it cook an hour longer. Peach Marmalade. Take soft yellow peaches, pare them and cut them in quarters. Give them their weight in sugar. Put the peaches in the preserving kettle with a pint of water, without the sugar, and let them boil till they are well cooked, covered over with a plate. When done, mash them in the kettle till very fine, and stir in the sugar. Let them cook slowly an hour, or they may be finished in a stone jar in the oven, or set in a stove boiler, and the water kept boiling all the time. They are not then so likely to burn as when finished over the fire. They will do with less sugar if they are dried in the sun 2 days previous to preserving. Another way. Pare and quarter the peaches, and to 8 pounds of peaches allow 5 pounds of sugar. Put them on, sugar and peaches at once, mixing them through. Let them stew slowly till a syrup forms, when they may cook pretty fast for several hours, without once stirring. Then take them up and mash them well. If the marmalade is not thick enough, spread it on dishes and dry it in your oven after the bread is taken out. Quinces and apples may be done in the same way. Quince Marmalade. Pare the quinces and cut them up fine. Put the parings and cores to boil, then strain them. Put in the quinces and let them boil till soft, when mash them fine, and put in 3/4 pound of sugar to a pound of fruit. Let them cook gently for 2 hours, and take them up in pint bowls. When cold, put brandy papers on the top of each and paste them over. They will turn out whole to put on table. Marmalade of mixed fruits. Pare equal quantities of peaches, apples, pears, and quinces. Cut them fine, and put them to boil with a pint of water to 6 pounds of fruit. Let them cook thoroughly, but do not let them burn. Take them out and mash them well. Clean the kettle, and put them back with half their weight in sugar. Let them cook very slowly for 2 hours. Lemon Marmalade. Soak the peel of lemons that have been left after making lemonade, changing the water twice a day for 3 days, to extract the bitter. Boil them till soft, then mash and put in enough sugar to make it pleasant to the taste. Stew it a short time after the sugar is put in, put it in a bowl, and when cold, cut it in slices for the table. It will keep several weeks. To conserve pears. Have the nicest pears you can get. Pare them and leave on the stems. Take half a pound of loaf sugar to a pound of pears. Put them in the kettle together, with water enough to moisten the sugar. If the pears are very juicy, they will not need any. Cover them over with a plate, and let them boil very gently for 2 hours. Take them out on dishes, and boil the syrup to jelly, and put it away by itself. Set the pears in the sun, or in a moderately heated oven. When quite dry, sprinkle them with loaf sugar, and put them away in glass jars. Peaches in cider. Scald and wipe the peaches. Cut them from the stone and dry them in the sun 2 days. Boil a gallon of sweet cider half away. Put in the peaches and let them stew slowly till done. They will keep without any sugar, but you can put some in if you wish them sweeter. Pears can be kept in the same way. Peaches, etc. in brandy. Take fresh yellow peaches or large clingstones. Pour boiling water on them and wipe off the down. Make a syrup of half a pound of sugar to a pound of fruit, and boil and skim it. Put in the peaches and let them cook for 15 minutes. Take them up without any syrup, and cool them on dishes. Boil the syrup down to half, and put an equal quantity of peach or French brandy. Pour this over the peaches after they are in jars. Plums or cherries may be done in the same way. Grapes in brandy. Put some close bunches of grapes, not too ripe, in a jar, and prick each one with a needle. Strew over them half the weight in pounded rock candy, and fill up the jar with brandy. To conserve peaches. Take the yellow peaches, pare them, and cut them from the stone in one piece. To 6 pounds of peaches have 2 pounds of sugar. Make a syrup of 3/4 pound of sugar and a little water. Put them in, and let them stay till they are quite clear. Then take them up carefully on a dish, and set them in the sun to dry. Pound the sugar fine, and strew over them, turning them over to let each part have some. Do not put much on at a time, and if any syrup is made, remove them to fresh dishes. When they are sufficiently dry, lay them lightly in a jar, with a little sugar between each layer. If the peaches are sweet clings, 3 pounds of sugar to 12 peaches will be enough, if you dry them a day in the sun before they are stewed. Sauce of cherries or damsons. Allow half a pound of brown sugar to every pound of fruit, and to each 7 pounds a pint of molasses and 1 of strong vinegar. Let them cook slowly, so as not to break the skins. Take them up in a jar, put in a few cloves, let the syrup boil longer, and pour it over. Frosted fruit. Take large ripe cherries, apricots, plums, or grapes. If cherries, cut off half the stem. Have in one dish some white of an egg beaten, and in another some powdered loaf sugar. Take the fruit one at a time, and roll them first in the egg and then in the sugar. Lay them on a sheet of white paper in a sieve, and set it on the top of a stove or near a fire till the icing is hard. Grapes for pies. After the first frost, pick the wild grapes and put them in a jar free from stems. Fill it with boiling molasses and tie it up close. Set it on a hot hearth or on the top of a stove in a pan of water for several days. These are very useful to make common pies in the winter. Green tomatoes for pies. Pick the green tomatoes before they are much frosted. Scald them and take off the skins. Put them in your kettle and let them boil for half an hour. Cut them up and put in a pound of sugar to 3 pounds of tomatoes, and let them cook for half an hour longer. Season them with the juice and peel of a lemon, and put them away in jars. They make very good pies in the winter, and resemble gooseberries. Conserve of Roses. Gather the leaves of the damask rose while they are fresh. Spread a pound of loaf sugar on your cake board, and roll in about half a pound of rose leaves, or as many as will work into it. Have your kettle cleaned, and stew them in it very gently for about half an hour. Put it in tumblers to use when you have a cough. It is very good for children that are threatened with the croup. You should have some by the side of the bed to use at night. To keep damsons for pies. To every 12 pounds of damsons, take 7 pounds of brown sugar, put them together in a stone jar, a layer of fruit and a layer of sugar, tie it up close and set it in a heated oven. Let it stay till it is cold, and continue to set it in after every baking for several weeks, or you can cook them on the top of a stove in a pan of hot water. Dried cherries, etc. Dried cherries should be kept in a jar, with sugar sprinkled among them. They're very useful in sickness. A teacupful of cherries, with a quart of boiling water poured on them, and left to draw for half an hour, with sweetening, makes a very agreeable drink when you cannot get lemonade. When stewed for pies, you should allow them plenty of water, and not put in the sugar till they are nearly done. Boiling water poured on dried apples also makes a good drink in sickness. Apple butter, with remarks on the use of earthen vessels. Have your kettle well cleaned, and fill it early in the morning with cider made of sound apples, and just from the press. Let it boil half away, which may be done by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Have pared and cut enough good apples to fill the kettle. Put them in a clean tub, and pour the boiling cider over. Then scour the kettle, and put in the apples and cider. Let them boil briskly till the apples sink to the bottom. Slacken the fire, and let them stew like preserves till 10 o'clock at night. Some dried quinces, stewed in cider and put in, are an improvement. Season with orange peel, cinnamon, or cloves just before it is done. If you like it sweeter, you can put in some sugar an hour before it is done. If anything occur that you cannot finish it in a day, pour it in a tub and finish it the next day. When it is done, put it in stone jars. Anything acid should not be put in earthen vessels, as the glazing is poisonous. This way of making apple butter requires but little stirring. You must keep a constant watch that it does not burn. Pears and peaches may be done in the same way, and if they are sweet, will not require sugar. Another way. It is important to have a large copper or bell metal kettle, into which put the cider as soon as it comes from the press. Put it over a brisk fire and boil it half away. Then put the cider from the kettle into clean stone jars. Warm the jars to prevent the danger of breaking them. Have your apples pared and cut overnight, as many as would fill your kettle twice. Have the kettle well cleaned, and in the morning put in half the cider, and fill the kettle nearly full of apples, and put it over a brisk fire. When they begin to boil up, stir them down, which may be done 2 or 3 times, before you put in your stick to stir constantly. Then put in the rest of the apples and cider as fast as the kettle will take them, and boil it 4 hours after the last apples are put in, stirring it all the time. You should have for the purpose a stick made of hickory wood, somewhat like a common hoe, with holes in it. Candied preserves, etc. If your preserves candy, set the jars in hot water for half an hour. If they are in glass jars, put them in something else, as glass cracks easily when exposed to heat. Preserves made with white Havana sugar are not so liable to candy as others. Common preserves are improved, and are more certain to keep well by being placed on flat dishes and set in a brick oven after the bread is taken out. They may remain 2 or more hours without injury. When preserves are about to boil over, you should have a common fan at hand and fan them, which will sometimes answer instead of taking them from the fire. Cider marmalade. Boil 2 gallons of sweet cider down to 1 gallon. Have ready 2 gallons of apples, pared and cut. Pour the cider out of the kettle and clean it. Then put in the apples and pour the cider in, and 2 or 3 pounds of sugar. If it will not hold all conveniently, add at intervals. Let them stew 4 hours. Do not stir till they are nearly done. Stirring makes fruit stick to the kettle and burn. If you stir once, you must keep on. This is a pleasant sauce for dinner, or eaten with bread and butter at tea, and will keep in a cool place through the winter. Tomato figs. Take 6 pounds of sugar to 1 peck, or 16 pounds, of ripe tomatoes, the pear-shaped look best. Put them over the fire, without peeling, in your preserving kettle, their own juice being sufficient without the addition of water. Boil them until the sugar penetrates and they are clarified. They are then taken out, spread on dishes, flattened and dried in the sun, or in a brick oven after the bread is taken out. A small quantity of the syrup should be occasionally sprinkled over them whilst drying, after which pack them down in jars, sprinkling each layer with powdered sugar. The syrup is afterwards concentrated and bottled for use. They retain surprisingly their flavour, which is agreeable and somewhat similar to the best figs. Ordinary brown sugar may be used, a large portion of which is retained in syrup. Molasses candy or taffy. Put a quart of good molasses, not sugar house, in a Dutch oven or iron pot, having previously greased it with butter. Let it boil very fast, stirring it all the time for 15 minutes. Then put in a teacup of sugar and let it boil 15 minutes longer, stirring all the time. Take out a little on a plate, and when it is brittle, pour it while hot into tin plates rubbed with butter. Put it in a cold place and break it up when you want it for use. Never put taffy in china or earthen plates, as they would probably be broken in taking it out. Some think it an improvement to add the kernels of black walnuts, nicely picked. Put them in just as you take up the taffy and give it one stir. A teacup of kernels to a pint of molasses is a good proportion. Walnut cheese. Take a pint of nice kernels and pound them in a mortar with 2 teacups of brown sugar and a tablespoon of water. Put it in cups or small bowls, and it will turn out like other cheese. It is a favourite refreshment with some country children. End of section 10. Preserves, jellies, etc.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Peter Yearsley. Domestic Cookery. Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 11. Cordials, Wines, Vinegars, Pickles, etc. Peach Cordial. Put a gallon of peach brandy into a wide-mouthed vessel, and 5 pounds of fine flavoured peaches, cut from the stone. Boil 5 pints of water with 2 pounds of loaf sugar and a pound of peaches, till it is a clear and rich syrup. Pour this boiling hot on the brandy, and stir it well. Put in 2 dozen peach kernels, blanched and pounded, and a little mace. Let it stand 3 weeks covered tight, at the end of which time bottle it for use. It is a nice seasoning for cake. Quince Cordial. Grate the quinces and strain them. To every quart of juice put a pound of loaf sugar and a pint of spirits. Boil, strain, and bottle it. Cherry Cordial. Mash and strain the cherries, boil the juice, and to a gallon put 2 pounds of sugar and half a pint of spirits. The sugar should be boiled in it. Skim and strain. When cold, bottle it. Lemon brandy. Have a bottle 3/4 full of brandy. When you use lemons for other purposes, pare off the yellow skin very thin, cut it small, and drop it in the bottle, till you get it full. Be careful not to put in any of the tough white part, as that will give it a bitter taste. Cork the bottle, and keep it to season cakes and puddings. Rose brandy. Fill a large bottle with damask rose leaves, picked while they are fresh. Fill the bottle with brandy or good spirits of any kind, cork it tightly, and set it away for use. It will bear filling up several times. Blackberry cordial. Mash and strain the blackberries. Put the juice on to boil in a brass or bell metal kettle, skim it well, and to each gallon of juice put 3 pounds of sugar and a quart of spirits. Bruise some cloves and put in. This is valuable as a medicine for children in summer. Rose water. Gather the damask rose leaves. Have a tin pan that will fit under your warming pan. Wring a thin towel out of water, spread it over the pan, and put rose leaves on this till about 2 inches thick. Put another wet towel on top of the leaves, and 3 or 4 thicknesses of paper on it. Put hot embers in the warming pan, and set it on top of the paper, propped up so as not to fall. When you renew the coals, sprinkle the towel that is at the top of the rose leaves. When all the strength is out of the leaves, they will be in a cake. Dry this, and put it in your drawers to scent the clothes. Put another set of leaves in, sprinkle the towels, and so till you have used up all your rose leaves. Rose water is a very nice seasoning for cake or pudding. It should be kept corked tightly. Cologne. Put into a bottle 1/2 ounce of oil of lavender, 1 drachm of oil of rosemary, 2 of essence of lemon, 2 of essence of bergamot, 40 drops of oil of cinnamon, and a little musk if you like it. Pour on it 3 pints of best alcohol. Blackberry wine. Gather the fruit when fully ripe, but before the sun has had time to dry the juice. Put it in a tub, and pour in clear cold water enough to cover it. Mash it to a pulp with a wooden masher. Strain it through a linen bag or towel. A deal of juice will remain in the pulp, which in order to get, you must add some sugar to it, and boil it in your preserving kettle, when you may strain again, and will have little left but seeds. To every gallon of the liquor add 3 pounds of good brown sugar. Pour it in a keg, which should stand in a cellar or cool dry place. Let it stand 2 or 3 weeks, with the bung laid loosely on. As the froth works out, fill it up, with some of the liquor kept out for the purpose. French brandy in the proportion of 1/4 to 5 gallons is an improvement. At the end of 3 or 4 weeks it may be closely bunged and put away in a safe dry closet, where it should remain undisturbed for a year, when it may be racked off, bottled, and sealed over. Gooseberry wine. Put 3 pounds of lump sugar in a gallon of water, boil and skim it. When it is nearly cold, pour in it 4 quarts of ripe gooseberries that have been well mashed, and let it stand 2 days, stirring it frequently. Steep 1/2 ounce of isinglass in a pint of brandy for 2 days, and beat it with the whites of 4 eggs till they froth, and put it in the wine. Stir it up, and strain it through a flannel bag into a cask or jug. Fasten it so as to exclude the air. Let it stand 6 months, and bottle it for use. Put 2 or 3 raisins in each bottle, and cork it up. Currant wine. Pick and mash the currants, either with your hands or a clean block, in a tub. Strain them, and to 1 gallon of juice put 2 gallons of water, and to each gallon of the mixture put 3 pounds of sugar. Stir it until the sugar is dissolved, Then put it in a clean cask that has never been used for beer or cider. Put it in a cellar or cool place, and let it work out at the bung for several weeks. Have a gallon of it saved in a jug to fill up with, as it works out. When it is done working, bung it up. You may rack it off towards spring, or it will not hurt it to stand a year. If you want a barrel of wine, you must have 8 gallons of currant juice, 16 of water, and 72 pounds of sugar. Put in a quart of brandy after it has done working. If you can get a clean brandy barrel to put it in, it is better than a new one. Another way. Mash well together equal quantities of currants and water. Strain the juice, and to every gallon add 3 pounds of best brown sugar. Fill the cask 2/3 full, bung it tight, and put clay over. By this means the air is excluded while the process of fermentation is going on. The cask should be iron bound. Rack it off, and bottle or put in demijohns the next spring after making. Elderberry wine, etc. To each gallon of berries put 1 of water. Mash them in a tub, and leave them 2 days, stirring them frequently. Then strain them, and to each gallon of juice put 3 pounds of brown sugar, and to every 5 gallons 2 ounces of bruised ginger and 1 of cloves, which tie up in a bag, and boil in the wine for an hour, and put it in a cask. When it is nearly cold, put in 2 spoonfuls of lively yeast. Let it ferment 2 days, and put in a pint of spirits with the bag of spice, and close it up. This is excellent as a medicine for delicate or elderly persons. Fill a bottle with elderberries with a dozen cloves, and fill it up with spirits. It is good to give children that have the summer disease. Mix a teaspoonful of it with sugar and water for a child, or a tablespoonful for a grown person. Ginger wine. Boil 9 quarts of water with 6 pounds of lump sugar, the rinds of 3 lemons very thinly pared, and 2 ounces of face ginger pounded. When it has boiled half an hour, skim it, and pour it on the juice of 2 lemons. When nearly cold, add 2 spoonsful of yeast. Put a pound of raisins in the cask with half a pint of brandy, and half an ounce of shaved isinglass. Strain it in the cask, and stop it tight. Bottle it in 6 or 7 weeks. Raspberry wine. Pick over the raspberries, and to every quart put a quart of water. Bruise them, and let them stand 2 days. Strain off the liquor, and to every gallon put 3 pounds of lump sugar. Stir it until the sugar is dissolved, and put it in a clean barrel or keg. At the end of 2 months bottle it, and put a spoonful of brandy or a glass of wine in each bottle. Raspberry vinegar and its uses. Put 2 pounds of raspberries in a large bowl, and pour on them 2 quarts of white wine vinegar. The next day strain the liquor on 2 pounds of fresh raspberries. Let this stand a day, and strain it into a stone jar. To each pint of the liquor put a pound of loaf sugar. Stir till it is dissolved, and put the jar in a saucepan of water, which keep boiling for an hour. Skim it, and bottle it when cold. This is used not only as a refreshing drink mixed with water, but is said to be of use in complaints of the chest. No glazed or metal vessels should be used in making it. Spruce beer. Boil some spruce boughs with some wheat bran till it tastes sufficiently of the spruce. Bruise some allspice and put in. Strain it, and put 2 quarts of molasses to half a barrel. When it is nearly cold, put in half a pint of yeast. After it has worked sufficiently, bung up the barrel. To make 2 gallons of beer. Put 2 pounds of brown sugar in a jug with a heaped spoonful of ginger, and a pint of strong hop tea. Pour in 1.5 gallons of warm water and a teacup of yeast. Leave out the cork a day, then fasten it up, and set it in a cool place, or if you bottle it, put 2 or 3 raisins in each bottle. Harvest beer. To make 15 gallons of beer, put into a keg 3 pints of yeast, 3 pints of molasses, and 2 gallons of cold water. Mix it well, and let it stand a few minutes. Then take 3 quarts of molasses and 3 gallons of boiling water, with 1 ounce of ginger. Mix them well, and pour into the keg, and fill it up with cold water. A decoction of the root of sassafras is good to put in beer. Porter beer. A pleasant drink in summer is to take 1 bottle of porter, 5 bottles of water, and a pint of molasses, or a pound of sugar. Make a spoonful of ginger into a tea, mix all well together. Have 7 clean bottles with 2 or 3 raisins in each. Fill them, cork them tight, and lay them on their sides on the cellar floor. Molasses beer. Take 5 pints of molasses, half a pint of yeast, 2 spoonsful of pounded ginger, and 1 of allspice. Put these into a clean half barrel, and pour on it 2 gallons of boiling water. Shake it till a fermentation is produced. Then fill it up with warm water, and let it work with the bung out a day, when it will be fit for use. Remove it to a cold place, or bottle it. This is a very good drink for labouring people in warm weather. To make cider. To make cider that will keep sweet for a length of time requires particular attention to all the points. All the works and utensils in use must be perfectly clean, so that nothing acid shall come in contact with the pulp or liquor while pressing. The casks should be cleaned in the following manner. After washing each barrel clean, put in a lump of unslaked lime, and pour in a gallon of boiling water. Bung it up, and roll the barrel several times a day, letting it lay with the bung down. In the evening empty out the lime water, and wash the barrel clean in several waters. After the water is drained out, burn a brimstone match in it, made of a piece of coarse muslin 1 inch broad and 4 long, dipped in melted brimstone. Light one end of the match and put it in. Put the bung on slightly, so as to hold the other end, and allow air sufficient to make it burn. When the rag has burned out, drive in the bung to keep in the sulphuric gas, which, if allowed time, will condense on the sides. The apples should be kept under cover, and secured from rain. After they have laid to mellow for 2 or 3 weeks, select those that are sound, break off the stems and leaves, have the trough perfectly clean, and after they are ground, keep them from the sun and rain for 24 hours. Then press them, and fill into the casks. The first running is always the best. Each cask that is filled should be numbered, so as to know the quality, and after they are all filled, draw off and mix them, the weak with the strong. Keep the casks filled up with cider while they are fermenting. When the fermentation is subsiding, there will be a thin white scum rise slowly. When this is all off, lay on the bung lightly, rack it off in a few days in barrels in which brimstone has been used, and bung it tight. Rack it off again in March, and keep the bungs in tight. To make vinegar. You may always have good vinegar for pickling and other purposes by taking a little pains. Get a tight whiskey barrel. If it is clean, you need not rinse it, and put into it 10 gallons of the best vinegar you can procure, with 1 quart of whiskey and 1 quart of molasses. Every day for a week add a gallon of good cider that has not been watered, and shake the barrel each time. Let it stand in this state for 2 weeks, shaking the barrel frequently. After this you may put in a gallon of cider occasionally, with any that has been left at table, or the settlings of decanters or bottles that have had wine in, but do not put in any water. It will make much sooner in the garret or warm place, but if the barrel is fixed early in the summer, you will have plenty to pickle with in the fall. Taste it so as not to add cider too fast. have a vial with a string attached to it that you can put in at the bung. You should have a barrel of good hard cider before you begin to make vinegar. If you are in want of vinegar, fill a jug from the barrel and set it in the hot sun, where it will turn sour much quicker. It is a good plan to keep a jug in a closet, where you can empty all the slops of cider and wine, and when you get it full, empty it in the barrel. After the pickling is done, you can put as much hard cider in the barrel, a gallon at a time, as you have taken out, with a little molasses and half a pint of whisky. If you put too much of the latter in, it will prevent it from getting sour, but a little gives strength to the cider, and the molasses increases the acidity, and helps to colour it. If you should have any juice of cherries, currants, or blackberries, put it in, or if you can get cheap sour raisins, they will be an improvement to the flavour of the vinegar. A teacup of burnt sugar will give it a good colour. Vinegar made in this way will keep pickles good for several years. If the cider has not sufficient strength, it will take longer to make. To pickle mangoes. Pick your musk melons at a proper age, before they get too hard. Make a slit in the sides, and take out the seeds with a teaspoon. Boil a pickle of ground alum salt that will bear an egg, and let the melons lay in this a week. Then make a new pickle, and let them lay in it another week. Then wash them, and scald them in weak vinegar or sour cider, with cabbage leaves around the kettle. Put them in a jar, and put the vinegar and leaves in with them. Leave them 2 days, then wipe them carefully, and to 2 dozen mangoes have an ounce of mace, 1 of cloves, some nasturtiums, small onions, scraped horseradish, and mustard seed sufficient to fill them. Put them in your kettle with strong vinegar, and let them scald a few minutes. Then put them in a wide-mouthed jar, and pour the vinegar over. Have them covered close, and they will keep good for several years. Large green tomatoes make good mangoes, previously salted and drained, when fill them as other mangoes. For pickling mangoes with oil and vinegar. Cut a square piece out to remove the inside, lay them in salt and water 9 or 10 days, and afterwards green them as any other pickle. For stuffing, take 2 ounces of garlic, dried and pulverized, 2 ounces of horseradish, prepared as the garlic, 2 ounces of nutmegs, 2 ounces of cloves, 2 ounces of mace, 2 ounces of whole mustard seed. When the mangoes are large, put a small cucumber and 2 beans in each. Wipe each mango perfectly dry before the stuffing is put in. Sew each up, and tie twine around it. Then put them in a pot, and pour the pot 2/3 full of sharp vinegar. Pour sweet oil on the top till covered. The ingredients must be mixed with sweet oil. The spices, etc., mentioned are sufficient for 12 mangoes. Cucumbers. Gather the cucumbers while they are small. Lay them in a jar with salt enough to make a pickle. Pour in a little water, and if there is not salt enough to cover them, in a few days put in more. At the end of 2 weeks put them in a kettle with cabbage leaves around and through them. Fill it up with weak vinegar, and let them scald 3 hours. Put all in a jar for 3 days. Then take out the cucumbers, pour out the vinegar and leaves. Put them back in the jar with some cloves, peppers, horseradish, and mustard. Boil some strong vinegar, and pour over them. Small cucumbers. Wash small cucumbers from 2 to 4 inches long. Put a gallon of very strong vinegar in a large jar, with mustard seeds, scraped horseradish, and celery seeds, a small portion of each, and a teacupful of salt. Put the cucumbers in the jar, tie them close. Martinas may be pickled in the same way, or in the old way of pickling cucumbers. To pickle cherries or peaches. If peaches, wipe them well with a coarse towel. If cherries, cut the stems half off, but do not stone them. Put them in jars, and to every half gallon of vinegar it takes to cover them, put a pound of sugar, and cloves and cinnamon to taste. Boil and skim it well, and when nearly cool, pour it over the fruit. For 3 successive days pour off the vinegar, and boil, and pour it on again. Peaches. Pick out sound clingstone peaches, lay them in salt and water for a day, then wipe them on a coarse cloth. Boil up some strong vinegar with a little ginger, whole pepper, and mustard seed. Put the peaches in a jar and pour this over. White walnuts. Take full-grown white walnuts or butternuts before the shells get so hard that a pin will not run through easily. Put them in a jar. Boil a pickle of ground alum salt that will bear an egg, skim it, and when it gets cold, pour it on the walnuts. Let them lay in this 10 days. Then make another pickle as strong as the first, and leave them in it 10 days longer. Then scrape each one carefully until you get all the rough skin off. Wipe them with a very coarse cloth, and let them soak in cold water 2 days. Boil them in weak vinegar, and let them lay in this a week. Boil enough good vinegar to cover them. Mix together scraped horseradish, mustard seed, cloves, red pepper, onions, and garlic. Put a layer of the walnuts in a jar, and sprinkle the spice over. Pour the boiling vinegar over the top. English walnuts. Gather them when nearly full grown, but not too hard. Pour boiling salt and water on them. Let them be covered with it 9 days, changing it every 3rd day. Then take them out on dishes and put them in the sun to blacken, turning them over. Then put them in a jar and strew over them pepper, cloves, garlic, mustard seeds, and scraped horseradish. Cover them with cold strong vinegar and tie them up. Black walnuts. Gather the walnuts while you can run a pin through them. Boil them in an iron pot 3 hours to soften the shell. Put them in a tub of cold water. Hull and wash them, and put them in your jars. Pour salt and water over them, and change it every day for a week. At the end of that time scald them in weak vinegar. Let them stand in this 3 days, then pour it off, and for half a bushel of hulled walnuts have 1/4 pound of cloves, a teacup of mustard seed, 2 spoonsful of black pepper, a pint of scraped horseradish, 2 pods of red pepper, some sliced onions and garlic. Put these in the jars with the walnuts, and fill them up with strong cold vinegar. Pickled walnuts will keep for 6 or 7 years, and are as good at the last as the first. Virginia yellow pickles. To 2 gallons of vinegar put 1 pound of ginger, 1/4 pound of black pepper, 2 ounces of red pepper, 2 of cloves, a teacup of celery seed, a pint of horseradish, a pint of mustard seed, a few onions or garlic, and 3 ounces of turmeric to turn them yellow. The above ingredients should be mixed together in a jar, and set in the sun by the 1st of July, tied up close, with a block over each jar to keep out the rain. Put whatever you intend to pickle in salt and water for 2 or 3 days, then pour boiling salt and water on them. Wash them, and drop them in the jars of vinegar. You can pickle anything in this way but walnuts. The same pickle, by adding more vinegar to it, will do for 2 years. If the jars are set by a fire, a much less time will do to take the strength out of the spices. The turmeric should be tied up in a bag. Tomatoes. Scald and peel a peck of ripe tomatoes, lay them on dishes, and strew salt thickly over them. Let them stand for 24 hours, occasionally pouring off the liquor that the salt extracts. Then drain them on a sifter, and gently squeeze them, as it is this juice that weakens the vinegar, and makes the pickles spoil. Take a large jar, put in a layer of tomatoes, then a layer of sliced onions, mustard seed, cloves, and white pepper, or whole black pepper. You may, if you like, break 2 pods of red pepper, and put in each jar. When the jar is full, pour very strong vinegar over, and in a few days they will be ready for use, and will keep all winter. They retain much of the tomato flavour, and should be kept in a cool place. Another way. Take small round tomatoes when they are not too ripe. Stick them with a needle in several places, to keep the skin from bursting, and let them lay a week in salt and water. Then wash them, and put them in a jar with some cloves, pepper, and small onions. Cover them with strong cold vinegar, and tie up the jar. Pepper mangoes. Take fully grown green peppers, cut a slit in the side of each, and take out the seeds. Make a strong brine, and lay them in it for 3 days. Then soak them in clear water a day and a night. Pack them in a jar, and pour boiling vinegar over them with a piece of alum. Let them stay in this 3 days, when boil the vinegar again, and pour over them. When they are green, stuff them with chopped cabbage, mustard seed, cloves, horseradish, pepper, and a small onion in each. Tie them up, put them in a jar, boil fresh vinegar, and pour over. Observe always to have the kettle you boil vinegar in well cleaned. Never put pickles in common earthenware, as the glazing is poisonous. Onions. Peel small white onions and pour boiling milk and water over them. When cold, put them in a jar, and make a pickle of strong vinegar, a little mace, ginger, white mustard seed, and horseradish. Boil it, and pour over them. If you want them to be white, do not put in black pepper or cloves. Mushrooms. Take the small round mushrooms that are pale pink underneath with white tops, and peel easily. Put them in a jar with a little mace, white mustard seed, and salt. Cover them with cold vinegar, and tie them close. If you put in black pepper or cloves, it will turn them dark. Nasturtiums. Have some strong vinegar in a jar with a little salt, and as you gather the nasturtiums, put them in, and keep the jar tied close. Cherries. Take sound morel cherries with the stems on, and put them in a jar. Boil spices in strong vinegar, and pour over them hot. Damsons may be done in the same way. A little sugar improves the pickle. Cabbage. Take firm heads of purple cabbage, quarter them, sprinkle them with salt, and let them lay 3 or 4 days, when shave them fine, drain off the salt, and put them in a jar. Boil enough vinegar to cover them with horseradish, pepper, and cloves. When nearly cold, pour it on the cabbage, and put in a little cochineal, tied up in a bag. It will be fit for use in a week. Another way. Cut hard cabbage fine as for slaw, sprinkle salt through it, and let it lay under a moderate pressure for 12 hours. Then drain well through a colander, slice a dozen raw onions, have a large jar in readiness, put in a layer of cabbage, strew in some of the onions, a few cloves, a teacupful of mustard seed, some whole black pepper, cut 6 half-ripe red pepper pods, and sprinkle in, add a little more salt, boil vinegar, and pour on sufficient to cover the mixture. Cut cucumbers. Slice large cucumbers lengthwise, do not pare them, then cut them 1/2 inch thick. If you have small ones, slice them across, put them in a large jar, and sprinkle them well with salt. After standing a day or two, pour off the liquid the salt has extracted, drain them, and wash the jar, and put the cucumbers in alternately with sliced onions, mustard seed, white pepper, whole black pepper, and a few cloves. Pour over them strong vinegar, and tie close. Keep them in a cool place, but do not allow them to freeze in severe weather, as freezing spoils the flavour of pickles. When pickles do not keep well, pour off the vinegar, and put more on, but if the vinegar is of the best quality, there is little fear of this. Putting alcohol on over paper will prevent their moulding. Cucumber catsup. Take full-grown cucumbers, pare them, and cut out the lines of white pith, which are on 3 sides. Cut them in slices about 1/2 inch thick. To 6 cucumbers put 1 onion sliced fine. Then sprinkle them with salt, placing the fruit in layers with salt between. Next morning press the liquor from them, put them in small jars, and fill up with strong vinegar, seasoned with pepper, mustard seed, and salt if necessary. The small jars are recommended, as the cucumbers do not keep well after they have been exposed to the air. Tomato catsup. Take a peck of ripe tomatoes, wash and cut out the stems, but do not peel them. Put them over the fire in your bell metal kettle, cover them, and let them boil till soft enough to mash, when pour them in a colander placed over a pan. Drain them, and throw away the liquid. Then mash and strain the tomatoes a few at a time, through a ball sifter. This is rather a tedious process, but as the waste liquor has been previously drained off, the catsup will require but about 20 minutes boiling. Throw in the spices before you take it up, fine pepper and salt, mustard, and a few whole cloves, and sliced onions if you like their flavour. Allow a teacup of strong vinegar to each bottle of catsup, part of which may be put in with the spices, and the rest in each bottle on top of the catsup before you cork and seal them. Walnut catsup. Gather the walnuts as for pickling, and put them in salt and water for 10 days. Then pound them in a mortar, and to every dozen walnuts put a quart of strong vinegar, and stir it every day for a week. Then strain it through a bag, and to every quart of liquor put a teaspoonful of pounded mace, the same of cloves, and a few pieces of garlic or onion. Boil it 20 minutes, and when cold bottle it. White or black walnuts are as good for catsup as the English walnut, and will keep good for several years. Green tomato catsup. After the tomatoes have ceased to ripen, slice and put them in a jar, with salt scattered through them. Let them stand 2 days, then drain them in a colander. Put them in the jars they are to remain in, strewing sliced onions, cloves, whole pepper, mustard seed, and 1 or 2 red pepper pods through them. Boil vinegar enough to cover them, and pour over. Tie them close, and put a plate on each jar. Mushroom catsup. Take the largest mushrooms, those that are beginning to turn dark, cut off the roots, put them in a stone jar with some salt, mash them, and cover the jar. Let them stand 2 days, stirring them several times a day. Then strain and boil the liquor, to every quart of which put a teaspoonful of whole pepper, and the same of cloves and mustard seed, and a little ginger. When cold, bottle it, leaving room in each bottle for a teacupful of strong vinegar, and a tablespoonful of brandy. Cork them up, and seal them over. Tomato sauce. Scald and peel a peck of ripe tomatoes. Cut them in slices, and lay them on a large dish. Cover well with salt each layer. The next morning put the tomatoes in a colander or on a sifter, and drain off all the liquid. Then mash them with a wooden masher, and to each quart put a pint of strong vinegar, 2 tablespoonsful of white mustard seed, a dozen cloves, a dozen grains of black pepper, an onion sliced and chopped, a tablespoonful of salt. If mashed fine, you can pour it out of wide-mouthed bottles. Put a tablespoonful of spirits in each bottle at the top, cork tight, and seal. If you prefer putting the sauce in small stone jars, put spirits on paper at the top of each. Spiced peaches. Take 9 pounds of good ripe peaches, rub them with a coarse towel, and halve them. Put 4 pounds of sugar and a pint of good vinegar in your preserving kettle, with cloves, cinnamon, and mace. When the syrup is formed, throw in the peaches, a few at a time, so as to keep them as whole as may be. When clear, take them out, and put in more. Boil the syrup till quite rich, and then pour it over the peaches. Cherries may be done in the same way. Mushroom sauce. Gather large mushrooms that have not turned black, peel them, and cut off the stems. Put them in a pan, and strew salt over each layer. When all are in, mash them well, then put them in a jar, put a plate on the top, and set it in a pot of cold water. Let it heat gradually, and boil for 15 or 20 minutes. To each quart of the pulp put 3 teacupsful of strong vinegar, 2 teaspoonsful of powdered mace, or 1 of cloves, 2 of white mustard seed, 1 of black pepper. Put it in jars or wide-mouthed bottles, with a spoonful of alcohol at the top of each, and secure it from the air. This is by some preferred to the catsup. End of section 11. Cordials, wine, vinegar, pickles, etc.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery. Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers. By Elizabeth E. Lee. The source of liberal deeds is wise economy. Section 12. To cure bacon, beef, pork, sausage, etc. To cure bacon. To 1,000 weight of pork, put 1 bushel of fine salt, 1 pound and a half of saltpetre rolled fine and mixed with the salt. Rub this on the meat and pack it away in a tight hogshead. Let it lay for 6 weeks, then hang it up and smoke it with hickory wood every day for 2 weeks, and afterwards 2 or 3 times a week for a month. Then take it down and rub it all over with hickory ashes, which is an effectual remedy against the fly or skipper. If it is unusually warm at the time of salting your pork, more care is required to preserve it from taint. When it is cut up, if it seems warm, lay it on boards, or on the bare ground, till it is sufficiently cool for salting. Examine the meat tubs or casks frequently, and if there is an appearance of mold, strew salt over it. If the weather has been very warm after packing, and on examining you should find evidence of its spoiling, lose no time in unpacking the meat. For a hogshead of hams and shoulders that are in this state, have 6 pounds of brown sugar, 3 pounds of salterous, mixed with half a bushel of salt. Rub each piece with this, as you would pack it in the hogshead, which should be well washed and cleaned. Sprinkle a little coarse salt over each layer of pork, and also on the bottom of the hogshead. I have known this plan to save a large quantity of pork, that would have been unfit for use if it had not been discovered and attended to in time. Some persons are crushed charcoal to purify their meat. Shoulders are more easily affected than hams, and if the weather is warm the ribs should be cut out of the shoulders. Jowls also require particular care. Black pepper, about 1 pound to a hogshead, sprinkled on the meat before it is hung up to smoke, is valuable as a preservative where flies are troublesome. Have a large pepper box kept for this purpose, and dust every part that is exposed. Pepper is also good to put on beef before it is hung up to dry. Wash it off before cooking, and it does not injure the flavor. To pickle pork. Take out all the ribs, and cut it in pieces of about 3 pounds each. Pack it in a tight barrel, and salt it well with coarse salt. Boil a very strong pickle made of coarse salt, and when it is cold pour it over the meat, and put a weight on top. If you wish pork to keep, do not put saltpetre in it, as it injures the flavor. To cure hams and shoulders. To cure 500 weight of hams and shoulders, take 15 quarts of common salt, 1 pound and a half of saltpetre rolled fine, half a pound of red pepper pods chopped fine, and 4 quarts of molasses. Mix them all together and rub the meat well. Pack it down, cover it close, and let it remain 6 weeks. Then hang it up and smoke it with green hickory wood for 3 weeks. If there is a damp smell of weather, it is best to make a fire in your meat house occasionally through the summer, to keep the meat from molding. To make a pickle for chines. Rub the chines with fine salt, and pack them in a tight barrel. Make a pickle of coarse salt, strong enough to bear an egg, boil and skim it, and when nearly cold pour it on. Let there be enough to cover them, and put a weight on the top. Chines are good smoked. It is best to make a separate pickle for the heads, wash and scrape them, cut off the ears and noses, and take out the eyes. The jowls may be packed and smoked with bacon. Sausage meat, etc., separate the tender parts of the meat from the rough and bony pieces, and chop each sort separately. To 22 pounds of meat, half a pound of salt, 3 heaped teaspoonfuls of sage, 3 of pepper, and 2 of thyme. If you have a box large enough to hold this quantity, sprinkle it over the meat before it is chopped, and it will be thoroughly mixed by the time it is done. It is best to have a small piece fried to taste, and if it is not seasoned right, it can be altered. You should have some pieces of fat chopped in with the meat. The sage and thyme should be carefully dried, but not heated too much. Neither should it be hung up too near the fire, as it would spoil the flavor. Rub it through a wire sifter, and if that should not make it fine enough, pound it in a mortar or grind it in your pepper mill. The pepper should be ground and ready some days before it is needed, as the pork season in the country, while it lasts, one of the busiest in the year. Everything should be prepared beforehand that you possibly can. It is a good plan to have plenty of bread and pies baked, and a quantity of apples stewed, vegetables washed and ready to cook, so that every member of the family that is able may devote herself to the work of putting away the meat which is of so much importance for the coming year. While some are cutting up the fat to render into lard, others may be employed in assorting the sausage meat, and cutting it into small pieces for the chopping machine. By trimming off every part that can be spared, you can have 100 pounds of sausage from 1,200 weight of pork, and since the introduction of sausage choppers, a great deal more sausage is made than formerly by the old method. Clean a few of the maws and soak them in salt and water, and fill them with sausage meat. Sew them closed, and let them lay in pickle for 2 weeks, and hang them up. And when your meat is smoked, let them have a few days' smoke. In this way sausage will keep all summer, and is very nice when boiled down slowly for several hours, and eaten cold. The best fat to chop in with sausage is taken from the chines or backbones. To keep sausage for present use, put it in a small stone pan, and pour melted lard over the top. For later in the season, make muslin bags that will hold about 3 pounds, with a loop sewed to hang them up by. Fill them with meat, tie them tight, and hang them in a cool, airy place. They will keep in this way till August. When you want to fry them, rip part of the seam, cut away as many slices as you want, tie up the bag, and hang it again. If you have a large quantity, a sausage chopper is a great convenience. Liver sausage takes 4 livers, with the lights and hearts, with 2 heads cleaned, and boil them with any scraps or skinny pieces you have. Skim the pot and take out the livers. When they are done, let the heads boil longer. When they are done, pick out the bones, and chop all together. Season with sage, thyme, sweet marjoram, salt and pepper, and put it in pans, and fry it as sausage. Bologna sausage. Chop 10 pounds of beef, with 2 pounds and a half of the fat of fresh pork. Pound 1 ounce of mace and 1 of cloves, and mix in. Let it stand a day, then stuff it in large skins. Let them lay and brine 10 days, then hang them up to smoke a few days. They can be put in the same brine with beef or tongues. Hog's head cheese. Take off the ears and noses of 4 heads, and pick out the eyes. Lay them in salt and water all night, then wash and put them on to boil. Take out the bones carefully, chop and season them well, and pack it in bowls. They will turn out whole, and may be eaten cold with vinegar, or fried as sausage. Pig's feet. Pig's feet should be well cleaned by dipping them in scalding water, and scraping off the hairs, leaving them in weak salt and water 2 days, changing it every day. If you wish to boil them for sauce, they are now ready, but if the weather is cold they will keep in this a month. They should be kept in a cold place, and if they are frozen there is no danger of their spoiling. But if there comes a thaw, change the salt and water, soak them in fresh water all night before you boil them. In this way they are good to eat with pepper and vinegar while hot, or may be dipped in batter and fried once they are cold. To make sauce. Boil the feet till the bones come out easily. Pick out all the large bones, and pack them in a stone pan with pepper and salt. Cover it with vinegar, and they may be eaten cold, or dipped in flour and fried. Another way is to pick out all the bones, season them with salt and pepper and sage, and warm them up as you want to use them. Pig's feet, after being boiled, are very nice stewed as terrapins. Make the gravy with butter and water, and they are nourishing food for delicate persons. Vessels for salting meat should be cleaned well after the meat is hung up, and set up boards in the cellar. If they do not smell sweet, they should be washed and soaked before meat is packed in them again. You should see the hoops are sound and they have covers that fit them. If taken care of in this way, they will last a number of years. Scrapple. Take 8 pounds of scraps of pork. They will not do for sausage. Boil it in 4 gallons of water, then tender, chop it fine, strain the liquor and pour it back into the pot. Put in the meat, season it with sage, summer, savory, salt and pepper to taste. Stir in a quart of cornmeal. After simmering a few minutes, thicken it with buckwheat flour, very thick. It requires very little cooking after it is thickened, but must be stirred constantly. Dried beef. An experienced housekeeper has furnished the following methods for curing and drying beef, which will keep good for 2 years without being injured by must or fly, and is much admired. Have the rounds divided, leaving a piece of the sinew to hang up by. Laying the pieces in a tub of cold water for an hour, then rub each piece of beef that will weigh 15 or 20 pounds with a handful of brown sugar and tablespoon of saltpetre, pulverized, and a pint of fine salt. Sprinkle fine salt in the bottom of a clean, tight barrel, and lay the pieces in, strewing a little coarse salt between each piece. Let it lay 2 days. Then make the brine in a clean tub with cold water and ground alum salt. Stir it well. It must be strong enough to bear an egg half up. Put in 1/2 pound of best brown sugar and a tablespoonful of saltpetre for each gallon of salt and water. Pour it over the beef, and put a clean large stone on top of the meat to keep it under the pickle, which is very important. Put a cover on the barrel, and examine occasionally to see that the pickle does not leak, and if it should need more, add of the same strength. Let it stand 6 weeks, then hang it up for the smokehouse, and after it has drained, smoke it moderately for 10 days. It should then hang in a dry place before cooking. Let it soak for 24 hours. A piece that weighs 15 or 20 pounds should boil 2 hours, 1/2 the size 1 hour, and a small piece should soak 6 to 12 hours, according to size. Beef cured in this way will make a nice relish when thinly sliced and eaten cold, for breakfast or tea, or put between slices of bread and butter for lunch. It will keep for several weeks, and persons of delicate stomachs can sometimes relish a thin slice, eaten cold, when they cannot retain hot or rich food. This recipe will answer for all parts of the beef, to be boiled for the dinner table through the summer. To cure beef. Make a pickle of 6 quarts of salt, 6 gallons of water, 1/2 pound of saltpetre, and 3 of sugar, or 1/2 gallon of molasses. Pack the beef in a barrel, with fine and coarse salt mixed, and when the pickle is cold, pour it over. Put a weight on top, let it stay 2 weeks, when you can hang it up and smoke it, to boil through the summer, or to boil the pickle over again, and leave it in till you want to use it. This is for 200 pounds. A new method of curing beef. Take 6 gallons of water, 9 pounds of salt, fine and coarse mixed, 3 pounds of sugar, 1 quart of molasses, 3 ounces of saltpetre, and 1 ounce of pearl ash or salaris. Boil and skim it well, and let it stand till entirely cold, when pour it on beef that has been sprinkled with salt for several days. You can boil of this beef from the brine all winter, or hang it up and smoke it with your bacon. To cure a dozen tongues. Soak the tongues an hour in a tub of cold water to extract the blood, and cut off most of the root. Mix together 1/4 of a pound of saltpetre, finely powdered. 1 pound of brown sugar and a pint of salt. Rub the tongues with this and put them in a tight barrel. Then make a pickle that will bear an egg, which, poured over them, turn them every 3 days, and let them stay in the pickle 2 weeks. Then smoke them 2 days, and hang them in a dry place. Boil and skim the pickle that the tongues have been in, and it will do for a round of beef. Pickle for 2 rounds of beef. Cut the rounds in a suitable shape for drying. Mix together 2 pints of salt, 1 of molasses or a pound of sugar, and half a pound of saltpetre. Rub them with this and pack them in a tight vessel. Make a pickle that will bear an egg, and pour it over. Put a weight on top and let it lay for 10 days. When take it out and smoke it 2 days, hang it up in a dry place. It will be fit to slice and broil in a week, or cut into very thin and stew or fry it with butter and cream. Legs of mutton may be salted as rounds of beef, and will resemble venison when dried or chipped. In preparing pickle for any kind of meat, observe that 1 gallon of water will hold, in solution, a quart of salt and 2 ounces of saltpetre. To corn beef, pork, or mutton. Rub the meat well with salt and pack it in a tub. If the weather is warm, it will require a good deal of salt, but no saltpetre. To restore meat that has been kept too long. When meat has kept too long in summer, it may be improved by putting it in sour milk for several hours, or washing it in vinegar, if it's good, some hours before it is cooked. You must wash it well in cold water several times, if it lays all night in sour milk, or salt and vinegar. It should be put in soak early in the morning in cold water. In very hot weather, when you have fresh meat, fowls or fish left at dinner, sprinkle them with strong vinegar, salt and pepper, and warm this up the next day, either as a fry or a stew. The vinegar will evaporate and not injure the taste. Cold rockfish is good, seasoned with salt, pepper, and vinegar, to use as a relish for breakfast or tea. To keep meat fresh. When persons live a distance from market, and have no fresh meat but what they will kill, it is important to know how to keep it fresh. In winter, if it is hung up in an outhouse, it will keep very well for 6 weeks, or more when it has once frozen. It is safe till a thaw comes on, then rub it with salt. In the summer, if you have an ice house, you can keep it without trouble. If rubbed with salt and pinned in a cloth, it will keep in the cellar 2 days, or by lowering it down your well attached to a rope, and change the cloth every other day. It will keep good a week in hot weather. To put up herring and shad. Those who put up their own fish should be careful to have the barrels tight and well cleaned. If the pickle leaks from them, they are liable to spoil. Scale the fish and wash them, as it will save much time when you are preparing them for cooking. Take out the gills, but leave on the heads of herrings. The heads should be taken off the shad and split them down the back. Put a layer of fish, then a layer of ground alum salt, and after they are packed, put on a weight to keep them down. If herring are well cured, they will be good at the end of 2 years. To put up herring, according to the Harford mode. First put the herring into the brine left from the curing bacon, or if you have none of that description, make a brine that will bear an egg, and let them remain in it 30 or 40 hours. Then, if for pickled herring, change them into new brine, which must also bear an egg, and head them up to keep. If for red herring, hang them up and smoke them thoroughly. A little saltpetre added to the brine is an improvement. It is better to take out the roe. End of Section 12. To cure bacon, beef, pork, sausage, etc. This recording by Chris V.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Leah. Chapter 13. Butter, Cheese, Coffee, Tea, etc. Butter. It is of the first importance that everything connected with milk and butter should be kept clean. If the milk acquires an unpleasant taste, it communicates it to the butter. Tin pans are best to keep milk in, and they should be painted on the outside to keep them from rusting when they are put in water. In summer, milk should be kept as cool as possible. Before it is strained, the pans and strainer should be rinsed with cold water, and the milk not covered until it is cold. As soon as the cream rises sufficiently, it should be skimmed, and put in a large tin bucket with a lid that fits down tight, and stirred every day. Butter will be spoiled by neglecting to stir the cream. A yellow scum will form on it, which gives it an unpleasant taste. And if you leave a pan of milk till the cream is covered with spots of mold, you had better throw it away than put it in, as it will spoil the taste of the whole churning. If you have no way of keeping your cream cool in hot weather, it ought to be churned twice a week, the earlier in the morning the better. Always put cold water in your churn the night before you use it, and change it in the morning just before you put in the cream. When the butter is gathering, take off the lid of the churn to let the heated air escape, and move it gently. Have your butter ladle and pan scalded and cooled. Take out the butter and work it till all the milk is out. Scrape some lumps of salt and work in, cover it up, and set away in a cool place till the next morning, when work it again. If you have neither an ice or spring house, a box by the side of the pump, with a cover over it, is very convenient to put cream and butter down the well. Put them in tin kettles with covers to fit tight, and fasten them to strong tarred ropes 20 feet long. The air of a well will keep butter sweet for several weeks in the hottest weather. It is best to have one kettle or basket to put the butter in that is used at the table, and it should be deep enough to hold 5 or 6 plates, each covered with a saucer. It can be kept in this way as firm and sweet as in an ice house. You can have a separate kettle to put a large lump of butter in for seasoning vegetables. If you print butter for home use, it is not necessary to weigh it. Make it out in little lumps that will weigh about ½ pound, scald the print and ladle, and put them in cold water. As you print each lump, lay it on a dish. In winter it is more difficult to have good butter, as much depends on the food of the cows. The milk should be kept in a cellar, where it will not freeze. If you have a safe to keep it in, it need not be covered. Cream takes much longer to rise in winter, after it has stood 2 days. To put it on the top of a moderately heated stove will assist it. When it is hot, set it away to skim the next day, when the cream will be thick and rich, and churns easier. If the weather is very cold and the cream has been chilled, have a large pot of water over the fire, set in the bucket when it is near boiling heat, and keep stirring till it is milk warm. Have the churn scalded and put it in. By churning steadily it will come as quickly as in summer. One good working answers very well for butter in winter. Always scald the churn before you put in the cream in cold weather. To put up butter for winter. Work it well, and salt it rather more than for table use, and pack it in stone pans or jars, with a thin cloth on the top, and salt on it an inch thick. Keep it in a cool place, and if it is sweet when made, it will keep good till spring. It should be tied up with paper to exclude the air. To cure butter that will keep for a long time. Reduce separately to a fine powder 2 pounds of the best fine salt, 1 pound of loaf sugar, and ½ pound of saltpetre. Sift these ingredients one above another on a large sized sheet of paper, then mix them well together. Keep this mixture covered up close in a nice jar, and place in a dry closet. When your butter is worked and salted in the usual way, and ready to put in the jars, use 1 ounce of this composition to every pound of butter. Work it well into the mass. Butter cured in this way, it is said, will keep good for several years. I have never kept it longer than from the fall until late in the spring. It was then very sweet and good. It will not do to use for a month, because earlier the salts will not be sufficiently blended with it. It should be kept in wooden vessels or nice stone jars. Earthenware jars are not suitable for butter, as during the decomposition of the salts they corrode the glazing, and the butter becomes rancid and unhealthy. A friend of mine, and a lady of much experience, remarked on reading the above, "This is an admirable recipe, and by attention to its directions, butter may be packed away with success even in the summer months. Thus, in cities during warm weather, butter is often cheap. A housekeeper may then purchase her winter supply." Select that which is sweetest and most firm, Begin by putting a layer of the prints in the bottom of a stone pot. Press the butter down close, so that no cavities for the admission of air may remain, then strew more of the mixture over it. Proceed in this manner until the vessel is filled, when put on the top a small muslin bag filled with salt, and tie the jar up close. It is very important to keep the butter in a cool place. A great deal depends on the butter being well worked. Persons that have large dairies should always have a machine to work it. A large churning may be more effectively cleared of the buttermilk in a few minutes than in the old way in an hour. By doing it quickly, it does not get soft and oily in hot weather. A pickle for butter. To 3 gallons of water add 4 1/2 pounds of good brown sugar, 1 1/2 ounces of saltpetre, 1 ounce of saleratus. Put them into an iron pot, and let them come to a boil. Take off the scum. When cold it is ready for use. The butter should be salted in the usual way, and well worked, then made into rolls of 2 or 3 pounds each. Have little bags of coarse muslin, tie each roll in a bag, and put them in a large stone jar or clean firkin. When the pickle is entirely cold, pour it over, and put a plate on the top, with a weight on it to keep the butter under. Tie it up close, and keep it in a cold place. When a roll is wanted, take it out of the bag, and slice it off for table use. It should be put on little plates, and each covered with a saucer, to exclude the air. If the butter is good when put up in the fall, it will keep till you can get grass butter in the spring. The jars for this purpose should not have been previously used for pickles. Cheese. Persons living in the country sometimes have more milk than they can use, of which cheese may be made. Pour 4 gallons of new milk in a clean tub that is kept for the purpose. Skim your night's milk, and put 2 gallons of it over the fire. When it is near boiling, put it in the tub with the new milk and the rest of the night's milk. It should be rather more than milk warm. If that is too warm, the cheese will have a strong taste. The day before you make cheese, put a piece of rennet 3 inches square in a teacup of water, and stir it in the milk. Cover the tub and let it stand in a warm place. When the whey comes through the cloth, you can dip it off with the saucer, then put a thin towel in the cheese vat. Put in the curd, spread the cloth over the top, put on the lid, and press it moderately about half an hour. Then put it back in the tub, and salt it to your taste. Mix it well, and if you want it very rich, put in 1/4 pound of butter. It is always better to skim the night's milk and put in butter, as the cream is apt to press out. Have a clean cloth in the vat, put in the curd, close it over, and put on the cover. If you have no cheese press, a heavy stone will answer the purpose. Press it very gently at first, to keep the richness from running out. The next morning draw it out by the cloth, wash and wipe the vat, put in a clean cloth, and turn in the cheese upside down. Do this morning and evening for 2 days. When you take out the cheese and put it on a clean board, set it where the mice and flies will not get at it. Rub it every morning with a little butter, and turn it 3 times a day. Dust it over with cayenne pepper if you cannot keep it from the flies, and if it should crack, plaster on a piece of white paper with butter. It is fit for use in 2 weeks. Cheese made in this way has a rich, mild taste, and most persons are fond of it. If you get 8 gallons of milk a day, you may make cheese twice a week, and still have butter for the family. You should keep 4 thin cloths on purpose for cheese. Pennsylvania cream cheese. The cheese called by this name is not in reality made of cream. Take 3 gallons of milk, warm from the cow, and strain it into a tub. Have a piece of rennet 2 inches square, soak it in half a pint of water for several hours, drain off the water and stir it in. When it is sufficiently turned, cut the curd, spread a thin linen cloth over the top, and as the whey rises, dip it off with a saucer. Put the curd as whole as possible into a cheese hoop about the size of a dinner plate, first spreading a wet cloth inside, then fold the cloth smoothly over the top. Put a weight on the top heavy enough to make the whey drain out gradually. In 6 or 7 hours it will be ready to take out of the press. When rub it over with fine salt, set it in a dry, dark place. Change it from one plate to another twice a day, and it will be fit for use in less than a week. To prepare rennet for making whey or cheese. When the rennet is taken from the calf, wash it, lay it on a plate well covered with salt. Put more on in 2 days, keep it in a cold place. In 3 or 4 days it will do to stretch on sticks. Hang it up in a dry, cool place, with as much salt as will stick to it. When quite dry, put it in a paper bag and hang it up. A piece 2 inches square soaked in 2 tablespoonfuls of water will make a cold custard. The same piece salted and dried will do several times. Cottage cheese or smear case. The best plan for making this dish is to set the tin pan of clabber on a hot stove or in a pot of water that is boiling over the fire. When the whey has risen sufficiently, pour it through a colander and put the curd or cheese away in a cold place, and just before going to table, season it with salt and pepper to your taste and pour some sweet cream over it. Roasting coffee. Pick out the stones and black grains from the coffee, and if it is green, let it dry in an oven or on a stove, then roast it till it is a light brown. Be careful that it does not burn, as a few burnt grains will spoil the flavor of the whole. White coffee need not be dried before roasting, and will do in less time. 2 pounds is a good quantity to roast for a small family. The whites of 1 or 2 eggs, well beaten, and stirred in the coffee when half cold, and well mixed through it, are sufficient to clear 2 pounds, and is the most economical way of using eggs. It will answer either for summer or winter. Some people save eggshells for clearing coffee. Many persons use coffee roasters, but some old experienced housekeepers think that the fine flavor flies off more than when done in a Dutch oven and constantly stirred. If you are careful, it can be done very well in the dripping pan of a stove. Let the coffee get quite cold, and put it away either in a canister or a tight box, and keep it in a dry place. Coffee may be roasted in a dripping pan in a brick oven. After the bread is taken out, there will be heat sufficient. Put about 2 pounds in a pan, stir it a few times, it will roast gradually, and if not sufficiently brown, finish in a stove or before the fire. If you have a large family, by using several pans, 6 pounds of coffee can thus be roasted, and but little time spent on it. Boiling coffee. A large teacupful of unground coffee will be sufficient for 6 persons, unless they take it very strong, which is injurious to health. Grind it and put it in the tin pot, with half a teacup of cold water and the white of half an egg. Shake it till it is mixed, then pour boiling water on it, and let it stand close to the fire, and just come to a boil. Stir it, and do not let it boil over. Let it keep at boiling heat 5 or 10 minutes, then take it from the fire, and put in half a teacup of water to settle it. Let it stand 5 minutes, and pour it off. If you wish it particularly nice, strain it through a thin linen cloth kept for the purpose. Keep it by the fire till it goes to table. If you boil coffee too long, the aromatic flavor flies off. Tea and etc. Always be sure that the kettle is boiling when you make tea, or the flavor will not be so good. Scald the pot and allow a teaspoonful for each person. Let green tea draw by the fire from 2 to 5 minutes. Black tea should be drawn 10 minutes, and it is much more suitable for delicate persons than green. Persons with weak nerves should never drink strong tea and coffee. I have known instances of persons being afflicted with violent attacks of nervous headache, and they were cured by giving up the use of tea and coffee altogether, and their general health was also improved by it. Before pouring out tea, it should be stirred with a spoon, that the strength of each cup may be alike. Milk is the best drink for children, but if that cannot be had, sweetened water with a little milk will do. A new mode of preparing chocolate. Have a pound of chocolate pulverized and put in a jar, with the same quantity of rice flour and an ounce of arrowroot. Put on the coals a quart of milk. When it boils, stir in a heaped tablespoonful of the above preparation, dissolved in a teacup of water. Keep stirring it until it boils again, then pour it out. Drink it with sugar and cream to your taste. This is called by some Rackehout chocolate, and is very nice for delicate persons, as well as those in health. End of chapter 13.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Betsy Bush. Marquette, Michigan, February 2006. Domestic Cookery. Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 14. Lard, Tallow, Soap and Candles. Rendering lard. The leaf lard should be rendered by itself, as it does not take so long as that with the skin on. Cut it up fine and put it in a clean pot with half a pint of water, stir it frequently, and let it boil fast at first. When the cracklings are light brown and float on the top, it is nearly done, and should cook slowly. When done, strain it into your vessels with a thin cloth put over a colander. If you put lard in stone or earthenware jars, it should be cooled first, as there is danger of their cracking. White oak firkins with iron hoops and covers to fit tight are good to keep lard, and if taken care of will last for 20 years. The fat that has the skin on should be cut very fine, taking the skin off first. It takes longer to boil than leaf lard, and there is more danger of burning. Put a pint of water in the pot. The skins should be boiled alone, and will do for soap fat after the lard is out of them. Soak the inside fat all night in salt and water, wash it in the morning, and put it to boil without any water in the pot. It is not so nice as other lard, and should be strained by itself. It does very well for frying. Lard keeps well in large tin vessels, with tight covers, and is not apt to mold. Rendering tallow. Cut the tallow fine, and put it to boil in a large pot with a quart of water. Stir it frequently, and keep it boiling moderately for 6 hours. When the cracklings begin to turn brown, it should boil very slowly till done. Put a little water in the bottom of your Dutch ovens or tin pans, and strain it with a cloth over the colander, or the settlings will run through and hurt the looks of your candles. Soap. It requires some care and experience to have good soap, but when you once get beforehand, it is easy to keep up the supply if the ashes are good. The lye stand should be made of cedar or pine boards in the shape of a mill hopper, and have holes bored in the bottom for the lye to run through. Have 4 posts planted in the ground to support it. Let it be high enough for a small tub to set under. If you cannot have it under a shed, there should be a tight cover of the boards to protect it from the rain. Put some sticks in the bottom of the lye stand and some straw, and pack in a bushel of ashes, then half a peck of lime, and when it is half full of ashes, put in 2 buckets of water, and another when you get near the top. Pack it well, and put on some more water. Then cover it over. Pour on hot water 3 times a day for several days. When you are ready to make soap, have a large pot of water, which must be kept boiling, and put it on as fast as it will bear. Save the strongest lye by itself. If the lye will float an egg, it will answer. Have your soap fat laying in strong lye through the winter. Put a gallon of this in a large pot, and put to it a gallon of the strongest lye. Let it boil an hour, stirring it often. Then put in 2 gallons more of strong lye. When this has boiled, put in weak lye till the pot is full. Let it boil an hour or 2 slowly, and be careful that it does not go over. Cool some on a plate, and if thick, it is done, but if not, boil it longer. Put it away in a tight barrel, and prepare to make more soap. If you have 2 large pots, both of them can be kept going at the same time. Several barrels of soap can be made from 1 lye stand. A large oil cask is good to keep soap in. If a barrel leaks, set it under a spout in a rain, or fill it with water. It is of the greatest importance to keep the soap fat in strong lye. Have an oil barrel in the cellar half full of strong lye, and put in cracklins, bacon skins, pot skimmings, beef bones, or any scraps. When eaten by lye, it will take but little boiling. It is much the easiest and safest way, where there are children, to make soap without boiling. Put 4 gallons of soap fat that has been eaten with lye in a barrel with 8 gallons of strong lye. Stir it 2 or 3 times a day for a week or 2, then fill it up with weaker lye. You may have several barrels making at a time, so as always to have some for use. It takes some time to make it in this way, but if you are careful, and once get ahead, you need not boil the soap unless you prefer it so.
If your lye is not strong, dissolve potash in hot water and add to strengthen it. Hard soap. Have 15 pounds of clean fat to 20 gallons of clear strong lye. Let it boil until thick, when put in half a peck of coarse salt. If it does not curdle in 2 hours, put in more salt till it does. Then pour it out in a tub to cool till the next day. When put on your pot with some weak lye, cut the soap out of the tub and boil it in this an hour. Then put it in the tub, let it get cold, cut it in squares, and put it on a board to dry. Unless you have plenty of ashes and soap fat, it is much cheaper to buy hard soap than to make it. If you have but a barrel full of ashes, you can make a barrel of soap. Bore a hole in the bottom of a barrel, put a few sticks across. When half full of ashes, put in a quart of lime and some water. Keep the hole plugged up till you are ready to make the soap. You can have a barrel of ashes put in the cellar in winter to use for washing and scrubbing. Keep a tub under it to hold the lye as it drops. Potash soap. Persons living in cities frequently have grease that would do to make soap, but are at a loss for lye in consequence of burning coal instead of wood. 12 pounds of pure grease of any kind, put with 10 pounds of potash in an oil barrel and filled with water, makes good thick soap, and is much cheaper than buying hard soap. It should be stirred frequently, and if the ingredients are put together in warm weather, and the barrel stands where it can be exposed to the heat of the sun without danger of getting rain in it, it will be fit for use in a few weeks without the aid of fire. If you wish to make soap immediately, put 3 pounds of potash, 4 of grease, and about 10 gallons of water in a large iron pot, boil it over the fire, and it will make good thick soap in a few hours. It need only boil long enough to dissolve the potash, which is sometimes in very hard lumps. If you use the crumbled potash, you must put rather more of it, as it is not as strong, and a little lump of quick lime will make it turn quicker. Another recipe. 2 days before you wish to commence your soap, pour about 2 gallons of boiling water on 10 or 12 pounds of potash to dissolve it. Then put it in an iron pot or kettle with 10 gallons of rainwater, hang it over the fire, and when it has dissolved, pour 12 pounds of grease, which has been purified by boiling in water, or weak lye, into a well-hooped barrel. An oil barrel from which one head has been taken, and the bung well fastened, is best. Then pour the water in which the potash was dissolved over the grease in the barrel, and stir it for half an hour. Afterwards, fill up the barrel with cold soft water, and stir it every day for 2 weeks. If at the end of that time the fat swims on the top, beat a pound or 2 more of potash fine, throw it in the barrel, stir it well, and the soap will be finished. Labor-saving soap. Take 2 pounds salt soda, 2 pounds yellow bar soap, 10 quarts of water. Cut the soap in thin slices and boil all together 2 hours, and strain it through a cloth. Let it cool, and it is fit for use. Put the clothes in soak the night before you wash, and to every pail of water in which you boil them, add 1 pound of the soap. They will need no rubbing, merely rinse them out, and they will be perfectly clean and white. This soap can be made for 2 cents per pound. Lye and soda preparation for washing clothes. To 16 gallons of water, put 1 gallon of lime water, 12 ounces of soft soap, or if hard soap it must be first melted, and 4 ounces of soda. Put them together in your wash kettle, and when nearly boiling put in the clothes, being careful to have them as much of a kind as possible. They should be wet first with common water, boil 1 hour, then wash. Scald and blue as usual. The limestone should remain in the water at least 4 days before it is used, and be about of the strength of lime water for drinking, and the same stone will do for several times if good. The lye will do for boiling a second set of clothes by adding a little more, and afterwards for towels and coarse things. Prints and flannels must not be boiled. volatile soap, and directions for washing clothes. Cut up 3 pounds of country barred soap into 3 pints of strong lye. Simmer it over the fire until the soap is dissolved, and add it to 3 ounces of pearl ash. Pour it into a stone jar, and stir in half a pint of spirits of turpentine, and a gill of spirits of hartshorn. Cover the jar tight, and tie a cloth over it. To use the soap, have a tub half full of water as hot as you can bear your hands in. Assort the clothes, and beginning with the cleanest of them, rub a small quantity of the soap in the soiled parts of each article, and immerse them in the water one by one, until it will cover no more. Let them soak for 15 or 20 minutes, then stir them well for a few minutes, and boil them for half an hour in 8 or 10 gallons of water, to which a tablespoon of the soap has been added. Rinse them, using blue water where it is required as usual, and they are ready for drying. After the white clothes are finished, the same waters will answer for the colored ones, adding hot water and more soap. By the use of this soap, most of the rubbing can be dispensed with, and it is not injurious to the texture of the clothes. It has been proved that the clothes washed in this way are more durable than with the common soaps, and the rubbing required in connection with them. It is particularly recommended for washing flannels and calicoes. The above quantity is sufficient for a family of 4 or 5 persons for a month, varying slightly as the clothes are more or less soiled. Its cheapness recommends it to all housekeepers. Candles. Weigh the tallow, then you can judge how many candles you can make. 6 and 8 candles to the pound do very well for working and reading by. 10 to the pound does to use in the kitchen or to carry about the house. Put the wicks on the rods the day before you expect to make candles, and dip them in a little melted tallow. You can then straighten them out. Have a large pot nearly half full of hot water. Melt the tallow in another pot and fill it up, and keep more tallow at the fire to fill in as it is used out. Put coals under the pot to keep it at a proper heat. Have poles set on stools about a foot apart to support the rods. Dip the rods in the pot alternately until they are as large as you wish them. Wax makes candles burn longer, but turns them yellow. The best way is to put in 2 pounds of wax when you first begin to dip, and it will be used up before they are dipped the last time. When they are done, cut off the ends and put them in boxes. Most good managers in the country make enough candles at a time to last a year. If you have not enough tallow to dip candles, you can mold some mutton tallow is very good for this purpose. End of section 14.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 15. Miscellaneous Recipes. Clear starching. Wash your muslins nicely. Rub hard soap on them and pour boiling water on. Let them lay in this half an hour, or if they are very yellow, boil them in water that has a little blue, in a bell metal kettle. Let them dry in the sun. Boil your starch half an hour, as it will be clearer, and the things will take less clapping. Rub the starch over the muslin till it's well covered, then clap it a few times. Afterwards, stretch out the muslin and hold it to the fire until it smokes. Then stretch, clap, and shake it till the piece is dry enough to iron. When you begin to starch, have a pile of plates near, and as fast as the things are ready to iron, fold them up and put them between the plates to keep moist. It's a good plan to have a board about 3 feet long and a foot wide, with a piece of blanket tacked round on the edges to iron your collars and handkerchiefs on. There is an art in doing up muslins which will take but little time once it is acquired. The same directions answer for clear starching crepe, which must first be bleached as flannels are done, and add some drop lake to the blue coloring. In cold weather, to rub your hands over with a little clean tallow prevents them from chapping, and will not alter the appearance of the muslin. To make cornstarch. Gather the corn when it is a proper age for table use. Have a large tin grater, and grate the corn into a clean vessel, into which drop the cobs as you grate them until the vessel is about half full. Rub the cobs and squeeze them dry as possible, and put them into another vessel of clean water. Rub and squeeze them again until the third rinsing will take all the starch out. Let it settle, and then pour all the starch together and drain it through a coarse cloth, and then through a flannel, and let it settle until the next morning, when you will find a thick yellow substance under the water, covering the pure white article in the bottom of the vessel. Remove the yellow substance, and pour clean water on the starch and stir it up. As soon as it settles thoroughly again, pour off the water and put the starch on dishes, and set it in the sun to dry. When you want to use it, moisten it with cold water and pour boiling water on till it is the right consistency for use. It requires no boiling. Potato starch. Pare the potatoes and scrape or grate them in a pan of water. When this is done, stir them well and let them stand a few minutes to settle. Pour off the water and the pulp from the top. Pour water on the starch that is settled, and stir it up. Let it settle again, when it will be nice and white, and may be put on plates to dry in the sun, after which it may be put away in a box or paper bags. It may be used immediately. Stir it in boiling water as other starch, but boil it much less. It is said that potato starch will injure muslins when left to lay for some time. It is to be used in some preparations of confectionery, and answers the same purpose as Poland starch. To make common starch. Mix a pint of wheat flour with cold water till it is the consistency of batter. Stir it into a gallon of boiling water. Let it boil a few minutes. Then strain it and mix in the blue. Then it is ready to thin for white clothes. Put some small piece of tallow in the starch as it boils. It makes it clearer. Washing calicoes, etc. Calicoes may be kept from fading by washing them in the suds after white clothes. If it requires more soap, stir it in the water, as putting it on the garment will fade it. Have the water moderately warm, and put in a handful of salt. When all the dirt is out, rinse them in clear water, starch, and hang them to dry on the wrong side, where they will get the air but not the sun. Alum is good to set colors. If you want to wash a calico dress, which you know will fade, make a corn mush, and as it boils, pour off half, which use as soap in washing the dress, and with the other half, which should be boiled well, starch it and hang it out immediately. In washing bed quilts, to prevent fading, spread them on the clean grass wrong side up. This prevents the colors running into each other. For chintz or lawn dresses, have very nice starch, and clap it into them. After they are hung on the line, they iron much better this way, and look almost like new. Sometimes to wash the cuffs and lower part carefully and press it all over will do without washing the whole dress. For ironing the skirt, have a narrow ironing board covered with a piece of blanket to slip inside the dress. Tablecloths, etc. When 2 or 3 spots get on a tablecloth, dip a towel in clean water and rub them off, and dry the cloth before it is put away. This saves washing, and if done carefully it will look like a clean cloth. If tablecloths are stained with fruit, pour boiling water on the spots before soap is put on. When it is so deep that this will not take it out, apply lemon juice and salt, dry it in the sun, put it on several times. You should always have cup plates, as the marks of coffee cups spoil the appearance of a cloth, and the stain is hard to get out. When tablecloths and towels get yellow, soak them in sour milk several days. Unbleached tablecloths are very good to save washing in winter, and can be laid by in summer. Care should be taken to hang them to dry in the shade, as that will keep them from bleaching. New tablecloths do not require any starch, but those that are partly worn look better for a little. Everything washes easier that has starch in it. Nice tablecloths and all fine things, after being sprinkled and folded, should be tightly rolled up in towels and ironed till perfectly dry. Then they will retain their gloss. Large tablecloths should be brushed clean from crumbs and folded without shaking, as that tumbles them. Those in daily use should be put under a press. A heavy book is suitable, or a board may be made for the purpose. They will keep in credit much longer than when laid in a drawer. It is well to put a common muslin cloth under a damask one on a large table, as it improves the appearance. Flannels. Have the water in which you wash flannel as hot as you can bear your hands in, and rub the soap in the water, or it will shrink the flannel. The water it is rinsed in should also be hot. When flannels have become yellow and fold up, I have often smoked them with brimstone, and they will be as white as new, and the fold places will open. The best plan is to have a box or chest with strings put across to hang the flannels on, and a drawer to pull out where you can set in a pan with coals and brimstone. Have the flannels nicely washed and put them in wet. Close it up till you think it wants more brimstone, when you can pull out the drawer and renew it. After they are bleached, they should hang up in the air to let the smell of the brimstone escape. If you have but a few things to do, you can put strings across the top of an old barrel, with both the heads out, cover it with a thick cloth, and lift it up to put in a pan of brimstone and coals. Always wash scarlet flannel with hard soap. Mending clothes. All clothes should be looked over before they are put away, and if any require mending, it must not be neglected. A broken stitch that can be mended in a few minutes, if left till it has been worn again, will require much more time. If young housekeepers suffer their mending to get behindhand, it will discourage them. After mending a shirt, it should be pressed before it is put away. If stocking heels are run while they are new, and the thin places darned in time, it saves much work. Washing windows. A little soda dissolved in the water is valuable for washing windows. Do not let it run on the sash, or it will stain the paint. Rinse them in clear water, and wipe dry with a clean soft towel. When they are but little soiled, clear water will answer, but if smoked or coated with anything, soda should always be used. Some persons rub their windows with soft buckskin or newspaper when they are dry and clean, to give them a polish. To make white or colored washes, dyeing, etc. Take a half a bushel of unslaked lime, slack with boiling water, cover it during the process to keep in the steam. Strain the liquid through a fine sieve or strainer, and add to it a peck of clean salt previously dissolved in warm water, 3 pounds of ground rice boiled to a thin paste. Stir in, boiling hot, 1 pound of Spanish whiting, 1 of clean glue dissolved by soaking it well, and simmering over a slow fire in a small kettle within a larger one containing water. Add 5 gallons of boiling water to the whole mixture. Stir it well, and if you are not ready to use it, cover it close. It should be put on quite hot for this purpose. It can be kept in a kettle on a portable furnace. Coloring matter may be added to make any shade desired. Spanish brown stirred in will make a pink color, more or less deep according to the quantity. A delicate tinge of this is very pretty for inside walls. Indigo mixed with the Spanish brown makes a delicate purple, or alone with the mixture a pale blue. Lampblack in moderate quantity makes a slate color, suitable for the outside of buildings. Lampblack and Spanish brown together produce a reddish stone color. Yellow ochre a yellow wash, but chrome goes further and makes a brighter color. It is well to try on a shingle or piece of paper or board, and let it dry to ascertain the color. If you wash over old paper, make a sizing of wheat flour like thin starch, put it on, and when dry put on the coloring. For a whitewashed wall, make a sizing of whiting and glue water. This precaution should always be taken before using chrome yellow or green, as the previous use of lime injures the color of the chrome. When walls have been badly smoked, add to your whitewash sufficient indigo to make it a clear white. To mix whitewash. Pour a kettle of boiling water on a peck of unslaked lime, put in 2 pounds of whiting and a half a pint of salt. When all are mixed together, pour in half an ounce of Prussian blue, finely powdered. Add water to make it a proper thickness to put on a wall. Whitewash for buildings or fences. Put in a barrel 1 bushel of best unslaked lime. Pour on it 2 buckets of boiling water, and when it is mixed, put in 6 pounds of fine whiting. Fill up the barrel with water, stir it well, and keep it covered from the rain. Let it stand several days before you use it. Then stir it up, thin it with milk as you use it, and put a half a pint of salt to each bucketful. This makes a durable wash for a rough cast or frame house, and for fences. The salt prevents it from peeling off. Chrome yellow wash. Mix 4 pounds of whiting with as much water as will go over the room. Dissolve a teacupful of glue and put it in. Then wash the walls with this to prevent the lime from affecting the chrome. If they come in contact, the walls will be striped and will not look at all well. Mix a wash of whiting, water, and glue, and color it with 2 pounds of chrome yellow. After walls have been yellow, and you want to have them white, they must be washed over with whiting and glue, and then whitewashed in the usual way. Yellow ochre wash. Dissolve a pound of glue in hot water, and stir into it 3 pounds of yellow ochre and 1 of whiting. Mix it well, and thin it with water or skim milk. It is a suitable wash for a common room or kitchen. Lampblack mixed with molasses and put in a whitewash makes a good color for a kitchen. To dye orange color. For 5 pounds of woolen yarn have 1 pound of annatto. Dissolve it in boiling water and put it in a pot of soft water with half a pound of pearl ash. Boil them 10 minutes, stirring it well. Wet the yarn in soap suds, put it in and let it boil 20 minutes, then hang it in the sun, and when dry, if it is not deep enough, dip it in again, and after it is thoroughly dry, wash it in soap and water. Green wash. Take 4 pounds of blue vitriol, pound it fine, and mix with it 3 pounds of beet whiting, and half a pound of potash. Pour on them 6 quarts of boiling water, and mix in half a pound of glue dissolved in water. Wash the walls with whiting before it is put on. Chrome yellow for dyeing carpet rags. Dissolve the chrome in warm water in an earthen vessel, dip the rags in vinegar and water, then in the chrome dye, and hang in the sun to dry. This color will stand for years in a rag carpet, and is very little trouble. 6 cents worth of chrome will dye several pounds. To dye a dark drab. For 10 pounds of cotton or wool, have half a bushel of maple bark the same of sumac berries, and a peck of walnut hulls or bark. Put a layer of this in an iron pot, and add a layer of the wool, till all is in. Cover it with water, and boil it slowly for 3 hours, keeping the pot filled with water. Then hang it out, and when dry, wash 1 skein, and if it's not dark enough, strain the dye, and put in a teacupful of copperas. Put in the yarn, and let it scald a few minutes. Take it out, dry it, and wash it well with soft soap and water. To dye cotton or woolen black. To each pound of yarn, have 1 ounce of copperas, 9 of logwood, a handful of salt, and a quart of good vinegar, which boil with copperas 10 minutes in a brass kettle. Shave the logwood, and boil it in an iron pot. When the color is extracted, strain it into the vinegar. Put in the yarn and let it simmer 20 minutes, stirring it. Then hang it in the air, and if it is not black enough, boil it over. You should have a clear day to do all coloring in. Cedar dye. Boil the boughs of cedar in 2 or 3 gallons of water for several hours in an iron vessel. Strain it off, add half a teaspoon of copperas, put it on the fire, and put in the articles you wish to dye. Let them boil a few minutes, then hang them up to dry. This will dye sage color, and can be used for cotton, woolen, or silk, and has the advantage of retaining its color. The cedar boughs should be used in the fall of the year when the berries are on them. Pear bark is an improvement and makes the color darker. To dye olive. Make a strong sage tea, and add copperas and alum till it is dark. Strain it, dip the cloth or silk in weak soap suds, and then in the dye, and air it till it is the color you wish. Maple bark and copperas make a good dark color for common purposes. To dye yellow. Boil peach leaves when they are turning yellow in the fall with a little alum. Onion skins boiled with alum make a good yellow. To dye brown. Take young walnuts with some of the leaves and bark. Wash your wool in soap suds, put a layer of it in a barrel, and add a layer of the walnuts. Fill it up with water, and put a weight on the top. At the end of a week, wring it out, and let it lay in the hot sun 2 hours. Put it back in the dye, and at the end of another week, sun it again. Keep it in until sufficiently dark, then wash it in soap suds. This makes a pretty brown that will not fade, and is stronger than when dyed with copperas. To dye red. To 4 pounds of yarn, take 1 pound of fine alum, and boil it in as much water as will cover the yarn. Put in the yarn, and let it boil gently for half an hour, then take it out and dry it. Make a dye of 2 pounds of madder and 2 ounces of crude tartar pulverized, and boil it. Then put in the yarn, and let it boil half an hour. Take it out and air it, and if it's not dark enough, put it in again and boil it longer. Brazil wood dye. Tie 2 pounds of red or Brazil wood in a thin bag, and boil it for several hours in a brass or copper kettle in water. Take out the Brazil wood and add a pound of alum, then put the rags in and let them boil some time. Hang them in the sun and dry without washing them. This will dye woolen red and cotton pink. Washing in soap suds will change it to purple. Lead color. Take 4 ounces of redwood, 2 of logwood, half an ounce of pounded nut galls, and 1/4 pound of green copperas. Boil them in 10 gallons of water and strain it. Wash the wool or cloth in soap suds, put it in, and let it remain till it is as dark as you wish. Dry it in the sun, and wash it in soap suds. Sugar paper boiled in vinegar makes a good lead color for stockings. To dye scarlet. Take 1 pound of bloodroot, 1 pound of madder, boil them in 6 gallons of ley, then stir them 3 or 4 times in 24 hours, till there are signs of fermentation. This dyes 10 pounds of cotton or linen. To dye yarn green. Take 1 ounce of best Spanish indigo, finely powdered, and 1/2 pound of oil of vitriol. Put them in a bottle, and let them stand in the sun a week. Shake it often, but do not cork it tight, lest it should burst the bottle. Take 4 pounds of black oak bark, and the same of hickory, shave them fine, and soak them till wet through. Then boil them in 10 gallons of water, till all the color is extracted. Then take out the chips, put in 1 pound of alum, shake the bottle of indigo and vitriol, and pour it in. Let them boil together a few minutes, and put in the yarn. Turn it over several times, and let it boil half an hour. Then spread it out in the sun for about an hour, and wash it well in strong soap suds through 2 waters, to keep it from becoming tender. This will color 10 pounds of yarn. You may have a fine blue color by omitting the bark. It will not answer for anything but wool or silk, as the vitriol will destroy linen or cotton. To dye cotton blue. Boil 1 pound of chipped logwood in water enough to cover the cotton. Take out 1/2 gallon, and dissolve in it 1 ounce of verdigris and 1 of alum. Boil the yarn in the logwood water an hour, stirring it and keeping it loose, then take it out and mix in the verdigris, put back the yarn, and let it boil 4 hours. Stir all the time, and take it out every hour to give it air. Dry it in the sun, and the next day boil it in soap suds. This will dye 6 pounds of cotton a deep blue. After it is done, you may put in as much more, and it will dye a pale blue. To keep apples in winter. Pick them carefully so as not to bruise them. Put them in an outhouse exposed to the north, either in boxes or barrels, or lying in heaps. After they have been several weeks in this situation, pick them over and put them in barrels which should be headed. If the weather is not severe, let them remain in this cold situation as long as will be safe, without their being frozen, then remove them to the cellar. Do not shut the windows till the severe weather comes on. Some persons pack them in dry chaff or sand, and put them in barrels and boxes in a cool garret. Directions for making mattresses. If you have an old curled hair mattress, you can make 2 that will be equally useful to those that are composed of curled hair, by using cotton and hackled corn husks in alternate layers with the hair. Some persons use a quantity of green corn and save all the husks, and strip them with a fork or hackle, and spread them on the garret floor to dry. They are nicer in this state than prepared from the dry husks, but if you have not sufficient, take the dry husks from corn that's been stripped off the top and blade in the field, have it hackled as flax. For 1 mattress, have as much as will fill 2 flour barrels tightly packed, 16 pounds of refuse cotton, which is sometimes sold very low at the factories, and half the hair of an old mattress, which should be well picked. Measure the bedstead you wish it for, and allow to each breadth of the ticking 1/4 yard in length over. For a small mattress less should be allowed, and the same in width as it takes up in making. Cut the side strips as deep as you wish the mattress, fit the corners, cut out a place for the foot posts, or fit each end square. After the bottoms and sides are sewed together, run a tuck all around to save binding. Sew the tick in a quilting frame, and stay it to the end pieces as a quilt. Put a table under to support the weight, which can be shifted as it is sewed. First put a layer of the hair, then cotton, then husks alternately, till it is done. Be careful to let hair be next to the ticking, and put some all around the sides and edges. When all is in, put on the top, baste it down with strong thread, then with a chalk line strike across to form squares to sew it by. Have a long needle prepared and polished smoothly, threaded with twine or several strands of strong shoe thread. This should be well waxed, and long enough to go through and back again. Have tufts or 2 pieces of strong cloth prepared to secure the stitches on both sides. 1 person should be under the frame to pull the needle through and put it back. It should be tied tightly as possible. When you've done the stitching, the mattress should be sewed all around, taken out of the frame, and the raw edges bound. They can be made of cotton and husks, without hair, or cotton alone. Those that have sheep can use the coarse wool and such as is not profitable for manufacturing with the husks. It's more elastic than cotton. Many persons are deprived of one of the greatest comforts in summer, and sleep on feathers, when a little care in preparing the materials and putting them together would furnish your chambers with the most healthy and pleasant beds. A large cotton sheet should be kept on a mattress, or a case made of unbleached muslin. This covering should be occasionally washed and starched. If you cannot get husks, straw will answer, or hay. To make a rag carpet. 10 pounds of purple warp, 10 of green, 4 of yellow, 7 of red will make a pretty stripe, mingled and arranged according to your fancy. The above quantity of warp, with 58 pounds of rags, will make 42 yards, yard wide. In most cities, warp can be purchased ready colored. A very good proportion is 1 1/4 pounds of rags and 3/4 pounds of warp to the yard. Save all the scraps in cutting out work. Have a bag for the purpose hanging in a convenient place, and when you have leisure, cut them. Old muslin garments that are not worth giving away may be torn in strips and colored. In cutting out clothes for boys, for men's garments, there will always be scraps and strips. By purchasing a little red flannel to mix in, the appearance is improved. A carpet wears cleaner to be about 1/3 cotton and 2/3 woolen rags to mix the colors. Do not sew a strip that is longer than 3 yards, and the cotton should be much shorter, as the warp is usually of that material, and there is more danger from fire. To keep furs and woolens. Crack the grains of black pepper, and sprinkle in among your furs and woolen clothes. After they have been shaken and aired, fold them smooth and put them in linen bags or sheets. Keep them in a large trunk or dark closet, and look at them once through the summer to see that they are safe. Tobacco and camphor are also good to pack them in, but the smell continues with them a long time, and is disagreeable to some persons. They should be well shaken and aired before they are worn. To keep curtains. Take the curtains down in the spring, shake them carefully, and brush the dust from them. Let them air a day, but not so that the sun will fade them. Then fold them neatly, and pin them up in sheets. Moreen or worsted curtains require the same care as woolen cloths. To keep blankets in summer. If you have any blankets that are soiled and required washing in the spring, have it nicely done. When they are perfectly dry, put them on a bedstead in a spare chamber, keeping one out to use on each bed through the summer. Spread a large sheet over, tuck under all around, and secure the corners with pins. This will keep them from dust and moths, and makes a good bed to use in hot weather. Carpets, etc. When you take up carpets in the spring to put down matting, have them well shaken, and if there are any spots on them, they should be washed off with a stiff brush and dried. If there is oil or grease spilt on them, mix up whiting or nice clay with water, spread it on both sides of the spot, and baste thick paper over it. When dry, fold it up to the sides of a bedstead, and pin a coarse sheet around it. In this way they will be secure from moths, and the addition of a few quilted comforts on top makes a very pleasant bed in the summer. The small moth fly appears early in the summer, and should always be destroyed when seen, as the moth is produced from the eggs which they deposit in woolens. By being careful to kill them when they first come, a house may be kept nearly clear of them. Select the softest brooms for sweeping carpets, as stiff ones wear them out. House linen. Have a book in which to set down all the bed and table linen, towels and napkins, every article of which should be marked and numbered and counted at least once a month. To clean paint. Rub some whiting very fine on a plate. Have ready some clean warm water and a piece of flannel, which dip in the water and squeeze very dry. Then take as much whiting as will stick to the flannel, and rub the paint to remove dust or grease. Then wash it well with clean water, and wipe it dry with a soft cloth. Bran boiled in water and left to settle is very good to clean paint. Use a soft cloth or flannel, it will take off fly specks and impart a gloss to the paint. Wipe it quite dry. Unless soap is used with great care, it will injure paint. Varnish paint requires nothing but clean warm water, and to be wiped dry. To clean bedsteads. In the summer, bedsteads should be brushed and searched every week. If they are infested with bugs, boil the sacking and lay in water, or put it in an oven on some boards after the bread is taken out, to kill the eggs. Fill a large bottle with red pepper pods of the strongest kind, and fill it up with vinegar. Put this in each crack of the bedsteads every morning until they entirely disappear. Never omit to search the bedsteads longer than a week. It is a good way to fill up all the cracks of the bedsteads with resin soap. After they are cleaned, move the bed from the wall, and fill up every crack in the plastering with calcinated plaster and water or putty. Sometimes bed bugs are brought into the cleanest houses before the family are aware of it. When persons return from travelling, the trunks should always be examined before they are taken into the chambers or put away. A little care at the proper time will prevent much trouble. Some persons scald their bedsteads with boiling vinegar. The acid is said to dissolve the shell of the egg. If poison is used, great care is necessary. It is said that lard is good to use on bedsteads that are infested with bugs. The grease prevents their increase. All the cracks should be filled after the bedstead has been well searched. To clean floors. Scour all the spots with soap and sand, then go over with a long scrubbing brush, a few boards at a time. Rinse it well and wipe it dry. A floor that has been well cleaned and dried without being walked on will keep much cleaner than one has been half done. Too much soap or ley makes a floor look yellow. Bare floors are very pleasant in summer, and when they get a few spots they can be taken out with dry white sand and a shoe sole, and will not need scrubbing more than 2 or 3 times in a summer. Cleaning cellars, rats and roaches. In the spring, cellars should be swept and all refuse vegetables taken out. If left till warm weather they will become putrid and endanger the health of your family. The sprouts should be rubbed from the potatoes. All the barrels should be moved and swept under. Have boards laid on the floor for meat and fish barrels, and after they are emptied, have them washed and drained ready for use. Empty flour barrels should be swept out and the heads and hoops saved. Have lime sprinkled over the cellar floor twice during the summer, or oftener should it be necessary. If the windows are kept shut in warm weather, the air will be unwholesome. Do not trust to servants. Examine and see that it is done thoroughly. Apartments where cold meat and milk are kept should be cobwebbed and swept once a week, and the safe washed out at least that often. If the cellar is paved with brick, keep a part of it washed clean to set cold meat and milk on. Cover them with tin pans and put a weight on the top if rats are troublesome. If there are rat holes, have them stopped with pieces of brick and broken glass bottles. Never use ratsbane without the greatest caution, as it is a dangerous remedy. No food or milk should be in the cellar at the time, and keep it locked up all the while it is there. I have heard of lives being lost by it. Have water set about in pans for the rats to drink, and after 3 days clear it all away and have the cellar cleaned and aired before putting anything in it. Several persons have been in great danger from burning the arsenic. When it is used, it should be put deep in the ground and covered up. Mice are kept under by a good cat and traps. If roaches are troublesome, set bowls or deep dishes with molasses and a plate on the top, with room for them to get in, and set it close to a wall. I've seen hundreds caught in this way in one night, and it is much safer than setting anything poisonous about the kitchen or pantry. They should be burnt in the morning, and the dishes set again at night. If you find a closet infested with ants, remove everything that will attract them, scald and clean it well, and they will soon leave it. It is said that strips of cotton or linen dipped in spirits of turpentine and placed about the closets will drive them away. Mats should be placed at all the outside doors and at the top and bottom of the cellar stairs. Putting straw under carpets. It is thought that carpets wear better when straw is spread over the floor before they are put down, and it will prevent the dust from rising so much. Care should be taken to have them well tacked down, as it is dangerous on account of fire. Where straw is used, they may be kept down a much longer time without being shaken. Picking geese, etc. When you pick geese and ducks, have a tub of boiling water. Dip each one in, turning it over to let every part be well scalded, and as each one is scalded, wrap it up in a cloth, and when they are nearly cold, pick them. In this way the pen feathers are loosened, and they can be picked much cleaner. Wetting the feathers does not hurt them if they are well dried. They should be put in bags and frequently sunned. Baking them in the oven after the bread comes out cures them more thoroughly than any other way. Turkey and chicken feathers are not so good for beds as goose and duck. They may be picked in the same way. Marble, etc. Marble mantles should be washed but seldom. Wipe off spots with a damp cloth and rub them dry. Hearths should be washed with soap and water. When there is a spot of grease, mix clay or whiting with soft soap and put on. Soapstone hearths may be scoured with soap and fine sand and washed off. To restore colors taken out by acid. Hartshorn rubbed on a silk or woolen garment will restore the color without injuring it. Spirits of turpentine is good to take grease or drops of paint out of cloth. Apply it till the paint can be scraped off. Rub French chalk or magnesia on silk or ribbon that's been greased and hold near the fire. This will absorb the grease so that it may be brushed off. To make new feather beds. In making new feather beds, put 1/2 pound of cayenne and 1/2 pound of black pepper in each bed. This will prevent the moths from getting into any new feathers that have not been well cured. It's best to air your beds frequently and shake them up, even if they are not slept in. It is the oil in the feathers that makes them smell bad, and when in constant use the heat of the body dries it up gradually. When beds or pillows have acquired this unpleasant smell, open them and put a few pounded cloves in each. When new beds are covered with cases, the moth will sometimes eat through without its being discovered. Covers also prevent the air from sweetening the feathers, and when new they should never be covered unless in use. When the beds are slept on, it is best to have a thick cotton sheet, or if it is cold weather, a blanket between the undersheet and the bed, and have them washed and aired occasionally. To clean silver. Wash the silver in soda, rub it with whiting, and polish it with a piece of dry buckskin. Embossed silver requires a stiff brush. Another way is to let the silver lay in chalk and water for an hour, then take it out and wipe it dry on flannel. Polish it with a piece of buckskin. Britannia ware. First wash it in clean soap suds, then rub it with a woolen cloth and whiting, and polish off with dry buckskin. Brass. First rub the brasses with turpentine, vinegar, or whiskey, then with rotten stone and a woolen cloth, and polish off with a piece of soft leather. For brasses that have been long out of use, chalk and vinegar may be used. To clean stoves or grates. Have the stone slightly warm, and if there is rust on it, rub it with a dry brush. Mix some black lead or British luster with boiling water. Rub it on a small part of the stove at a time, and polish it with a stiff brush. If the stove needs but little cleaning, wet the spots with water. Dust a little lead on the brush and rub it quickly. The black lead should be washed off several times a year and then renewed. Sheet iron stoves should be rubbed with a woolen cloth, as a brush is apt to streak. The lead may be mixed with the white of an egg in cold water. Alum water is good to mix luster. It prevents the stove from rusting. To polish the hearth of a Franklin stove, rub it over with a piece of grindstone, or use coarse sand with the sole of a shoe. When it begins to look bright, polish it with pumice stone. Cement to mend cracks in stoves. Take 2 parts of ashes, 3 of clay, and 1 of sand. Mix them well together with water, and put it on when the stove is cold. It is also good to stop a leak in a roof. Fireproof cement. Slack a peck of lime in boiling water. Put into it 3 pounds of salt, 3 of brown sugar, and 1 of alum. Mix them well together, and color it with lamp black or ochre. This has been recommended to put on the roof of a building that is exposed to fire. To take spots out of mahogany. Put a piece of paper on the spot and hold a warm iron over it, then rub it with a waxed cloth. If furniture is hurt with flies, it should be well washed with a cloth and rubbed with a cork and a waxed cloth. Varnished furniture should be first rubbed with sweet oil and then with a waxed cloth. To take grease out of floors. Mix clay or fuller's earth with ley, and put a thick coat on the grease spot. Scrape it off every few days and put on more. To put soft soap on the place and rub it over with a hot iron will take out the grease. Wash for hearths. Mix red ochre in milk and put it on the hearths with a brush. Blacking for boots and shoes. Take 1 ounce of vitriolic acid, 1 wine glass of olive oil, 2 ounces of ivory black, an ounce of gum arabic, a quart of vinegar, and a teacup of molasses. Put the vitriol and oil together, then add the ivory black and other ingredients. When all are well mixed, bottle it. To make boots and shoes waterproof. Take 1 pint of linseed oil, 1 ounce of burgundy pitch, 2 of beeswax, 2 of spirits of turpentine. Melt them carefully over a slow fire. With this you may rub new or old shoes in the sun or at a short distance from the fire, and they will last longer, never shrink, and keep out water. To make blacking for Morocco shoes. Pound some black sealing wax and put it in a bottle with 1/2 pint of alcohol. Shake it frequently, and when it is dissolved you may rub it on Morocco shoes when they are scaled or defaced, and they will look almost like new. Dry it on in the sun. To grease eggs for winter. In the spring, when eggs are plenty and cheap, it is very well to put up several hundred to use in the winter when it is difficult to get them, even in the country. Grease each egg with sweet lard, and as you do so, lay them in a keg or jar or old tin vessels that are out of use. Put them in a dry closet and keep them covered over. If they are put in the cellar, they are liable to mold, which spoils them entirely. Do not put in any cracked ones, or they will injure the rest. In this way they have been known to keep a year, and were nearly as good for puddings or batter cakes as fresh eggs. They do not do to boil or make pound or sponge cake, as they lose part of their lightening property. To keep eggs in lime water. Pour 2 gallons of hot water on a pint of lime and 1/2 pint of salt. Put the eggs in a jar or keg, and when it is cold, pour it over them, and put them in a cellar to keep. Be sure that there are no cracked ones. Eggs may be kept a month or longer, spread out separately on dishes, so as one will not lay on the other. They will keep best in a dark closet. To clean soiled eggs. When eggs are discolored from laying on the ground, wash them first in strong vinegar, then in cold water, and wipe them dry on a soft towel. Chloride of lime. A few spoonfuls of chloride of lime dissolved in some water in a bowl or sauceful is very useful to purify the apartment of an invalid, or in the case where there is an unpleasant smell of any kind. It is a cheap article, and should always be kept convenient when there is sickness in the house. To take lime out of cloth. Lime spots on woolen clothes may be effectually removed by putting a little strong vinegar on the part, which completely neutralizes the lime and does not usually affect the color, but it will be safest to wash it over with a cloth dipped in water, and rub it till nearly dry. Hartshorn and alcohol mixed together are very useful in taking spots out of cloth or merino, applied with something that will not leave lint. To take wax or spermaceti out of cloth. Hold a red-hot flat iron within 1 inch or 2 of the cloth, and this will make the wax or spermaceti evaporate entirely. Then rub the place with a towel that is free from lint, or clean brown paper. To remove a stopper from a decanter. Wet a cloth with hot water, and wrap it around the neck of the bottle. This will cause the glass to expand, and the neck will be enlarged so as to allow the stopper to be withdrawn without any trouble. Precautions against fire. Perhaps it may not be improper to remark that houses have been saved from being destroyed by fire at night by there having been buckets of water left in the kitchen. Never go to bed without seeing that there is a supply in readiness. Housekeepers should also arrange their family affairs so as to have as little going about with lights by servants as possible. Chimneys should be swept at proper intervals, and if you burn them, let it be on a rainy morning and never at night. To take ink and stains out of linen. Dip the spotted part in pure melted tallow, then wash out the tallow and the ink will come out with it. If you get a stain of fruit of any kind on linen, boil a little new milk and dip the parts in and out for a few minutes. This must be done before any water is used, or it is not likely to succeed. Oxalic acid or salt and lemon juice are good, and care should be taken to rinse the articles well after the application. Herbs, gardens, and yards. If you have a garden, be careful to raise herbs both for cooking and to use in sickness. Parsley, thyme, sage, and sweet marjoram occupy very little room in a garden, and cannot be very well dispensed with for kitchen use, and every family should have a bunch of wormwood. It is a fine tonic, either made while fresh, cut fine with cold water, or after it has been dried, made with boiling water. Tansy is also a useful herb. Horehound is excellent for coughs, and is particularly useful in consumptive complaints, either as a syrup or made into candy. Balm is a cooling drink in a fever. Catnip tea is useful when you have a cold and wish to produce a perspiration, and is good for infants that have the colic. Garlic is good for colds, and for children that have the croup. You should have some taken up in the fall to use through winter. The root of elecampane gathered in the fall, scraped, sliced, and strung with a needle and threaded to dry, will keep its strength for several years, and is good for a cough with horehound. Rue is a valuable herb. A tea made of it and sweetened is good for worms. It is not expected that persons living in a town should have room in their garden for herbs, but they are generally to be purchased at market, and should always be kept in the house, as sometimes in the winter they are much needed when it is difficult to find them. Herbs should be spread out on a cloth to dry. Turn them every day. When dry, put them in thick paper bags, and close up the top so as to exclude the air. They can be kept hanging up, or laid on the shelf of a closet, where they will not be affected by damp. Such herbs as sage, thyme, and sweet marjoram, when thoroughly dry, should be pounded, sifted, and corked in bottles. Parsley should be cut fine with a pair of scissors, dried, and put in bottles. It is nearly as good this way as when fresh. Keep it in a dark closet. Where you have a garden, do not throw away the soap suds that are left from washing, as they are very good to water herbs and flowers. It is very important to have early vegetables. A garden that is spaded or plowed in the winter is ready to plant much earlier. There are many things that will bear the spring frosts without injury, and if planted early, will be ready to grow when the fine weather comes. Tomatoes should be sowed in boxes or a hotbed to be ready to transplant. The scrapings of a cellar are good to put in the garden to enrich it. Ashes sprinkled on a yard or grass plat will keep down the coarse grass and produce white clover. The grass should be cut out of a brick pavement with a knife, and boiling lye poured on to kill the roots. Seeds should be saved as they ripen from the finest plants. They should be kept in a box with a tight lid to keep them from mice. Greasers for bake irons. Take pieces of fat from the backbone or shin of pork, cut them in pieces of 1/2 pound each, leave the skin on, salt them. They will do to grease the bake iron where you have buckwheat cakes every morning in winter, and should be kept in a cool place. After remaining in salt several weeks, they may be hung up in an airy place. This is nicer than suet. Cement for the tops of bottles or jars. Take equal parts of rosin and brick dust pounded fine, a lump of beeswax, stew them together, and keep in an old tin, melting it when you want to seal your bottles or jars. Cement for mending cast iron. To mend a crack or sand hole in an iron pot, beat up the white of an egg and mix equal weight of salt and sifted ashes. Work it very smooth and fill up the crack. Let it harden before it is used. If it is a large sand hole you wish to mend, put in a rivet and secure it with the cement. If it gets loose, it is easily fastened with the same process. Weatherproof cement. Take of fine sand 1 part, 2 of clay, 3 of ashes. Mix with linseed oil to the consistency required. Put it on with a trowel or brush. It is said to become as hard as marble. To cleanse vials, etc. Put ashes and water in each one and boil them in water, letting them heat gradually. Pie plates may be cleansed in the same way. Iron pots that have been used for boiling milk may be cleaned by boiling ashes and water in them. Mending china with milk. China can be mended, if not too badly broken, by boiling it in skim milk. It should be entirely clear of cream, or the oily particles will prevent its adhesion. Tie the pieces with tape or fine cord. Put them into a kettle of cold milk and let them boil 2 hours. Then take it off the fire, and when cold, take the china out and set it away. Let it stand for several months. China pitchers, teapot lids, cup plates and dishes have been used for years after being mended in this way. Mending china with white lead. Take the bottom of an old paint keg, and carefully with a small knife put it on the edge of the glass or china, close the parts together, place away, and if badly broken, mend the small parts first and set away. Then when dry, putter the edges you wish to join carefully, and set on the top shelf of a closet, where it will be undisturbed for a year. Linseed oil for furniture. For polishing mahogany or walnut furniture that has never been varnished, linseed oil has been recommended. It possesses a tendency to harden and become solid on long exposure to the air. It is this peculiar quality that renders it useful in its application to furniture. Rub the furniture you wish to polish, having previously washed all the wax from it with soap and water, all over with the oil. A small piece of sponge is suitable for the purpose. Let it remain a few minutes so as to sink in the wood, then rub it with a soft cloth, and again with a clean cloth. Do this every other day, and your table will soon be fit to use for breakfast or tea, without fear of spoiling the polish. When you wash it off, it should be done with plain warm water, as soap will injure it. It is best not to use a table till it has had several rubbings with the oil, and then apply it once a week. The pores being filled with the application, it becomes hard. Always give a table that is in use a rub with a dry cloth every morning. For filtering water. Put a thick layer of pounded charcoal, say 6 inches, at the bottom of a large earthen flower pot. Over this lay a bed of fine sand which has been washed to prevent its giving a taste to the water. Pour the water in the filterer and put a large stone pitcher under to receive it. On a larger scale, prepare a tight barrel by charring it on the inside by having some hickory or oak shavings burnt in it. Then put in a 1/2 peck of quicklime and fill it with water. After the lime water has stood in the barrel for 2 weeks, it will be ready for use. This preparation of the barrel is necessary to remove the acid from the wood, which would communicate an unpleasant taste to the water. Fit a partition in the barrel, perforated with many holes, about 3 inches from the bottom of the barrel, and having put in a tube, go down from the top through the partition nearly to the bottom. Put on the perforated partition some broken charcoal, then finer charcoal a foot thick, then about a foot of clean washed sand. To use this filter, pour the water through the tube, which should be open at the top like a funnel. The water runs to the bottom and filters upward, leaving all the impurities at the bottom. The pure water is drawn off from the top of the barrel by means of a spile or faucet. To keep water cool in summer when you have not ice. Where you live at a distance from water, and wish to keep it cool, put a large stone vessel in the coldest place you can find. Fill it with water, cover it with a towel, and wrap a wet cloth around it. This will keep it cool for some hours, which is a comfort in warm weather. To purify water. To put a small lump of lime into your water cask is useful. Agitating and exposing it to the air will help to keep it fresh. Strain muddy water through a sieve in which a cloth or sponge or a layer of fine sand or charcoal has been placed. Hard water may be softened and rendered suitable for washing by adding to every 12 gallons of water about 1/4 pound of sal soda. Gum arabic paste. Pulverize in a mortar an ounce of gum arabic, pouring on boiling water, and stir it till dissolved. Do not put too much water. If you wish to keep this paste any length of time, put it in a wide-mouthed phial, and pour alcohol over it. Keep it corked, and as you use it you may thin it with water if required. Put it on with a feather or brush. Preserving kettles. Bell metal, copper, and brass kettles require very nice cleaning immediately before they are used, or it will endanger your health. Vinegar with salt or ashes should be used. Save the vinegar that is left in the pickle jars for this purpose. To clean knives and forks. In some families the knives are a great care to the housekeeper, but by proper management it is rendered easily. After using them they should be wiped with a cloth dipped in warm water, then wiped dry. The handles should never be put in hot water. Then polish them with Bristol or Bath brick, which, with the rubbing cloths, should be kept in a small box, with a strip of leather nailed on one edge, on which to polish them after they are rubbed with the brick. Knives that are not in daily use should be wrapped in raw cotton and then in paper, and if kept in a dry place, will not be liable to rust. To clean teeth, with remarks on fixing the habit, etc. Pulverized charcoal mixed with honey is very good to cleanse teeth and make them white. A little Peruvian bark put in a phial with lime water is excellent to use occasionally by those who have offensive teeth, and tincture of myrrh mixed with a little water may be used with advantage to harden the gums. A little Peruvian bark put in the teeth just before going to bed, and washed out in the morning, is an excellent preservative of teeth. It is very important for parents to insist on children cleaning their teeth. At least it is well for them to begin before they lose their first set, as it makes them last longer and fixes the habit, which is of great importance. To clean kid gloves. Take a piece of flannel, moisten it with a little milk, rub it on a cake of mild soap, and apply it to the soiled spots on the gloves. As soon as the dirt is removed, rub the spot with a piece of dry flannel, and dry them on the hands. Care must be taken that the gloves are not made too wet, or they will have a wrinkled appearance. Dark gloves that are worn in the winter should be exposed to the sun for about 1/4 hour in the spring before putting them away, or they will be liable to spot. To clean papered walls. Cut the crust off of a stale bread very thickly, and rub the walls carefully from top to bottom in a straight line, using a fresh piece of bread as soon as it looks much soiled. To take old putty from window glass. Warm an iron and rub it on the glass opposite the putty. This melts the oil, and you may easily remove the putty. Cutting glass for mending windows. If you want to cut glass for mending windows and have no diamond, dip a piece of cotton twine into turpentine and stretch it tightly across the glass where you wish to break it. Then set the string on fire, and after it is burned, break the glass while it is warm. End of chapter 15. Read by Krista McQuillan, MediaTinker.com.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 16. Simple Remedies. The following remedies are for diseases which occur in almost every family, and have been proved to be useful in a number of instances. As most old housekeepers have their favorite recipes, it is for the young and inexperienced these are particularly intended, and may be used with safety when a physician is not at hand. Remarks upon a deeply seated cough. It is very important to begin in time with a cold. Consumption is sometimes prevented by very simple remedies. To put burgundy pitch plasters on the breast and back of the neck often has a good effect. They should be respread frequently, and when one part is irritated, change them to another place. Put one on your side if you have a pain there. Flannel should be put on next the skin by all means, which, with the above simple remedies, will cure a cold, if begun with in time. I have frequently known new flannel put on those that usually wore it, greatly to benefit a delicate person. The increased irritation of the new flannel acts on the pores of the skin and promotes circulation. Hair soles worn in the shoe, or socks made of flannel, or soft buckskin worn under the stockings, are very good to keep the feet warm and dry. Persons predisposed to consumption should have nourishing food, and not eat too much at a time. They should avoid strong tea or coffee, and drink milk. Eggs, oysters, fresh fish, and fowls are very good for them. Fruit of all kinds is useful. They should exercise in the air, particularly riding on horseback, or take a short walk, but not so as to be fatigued. To work moderately in a garden, when the ground is not too damp, is good exercise for a delicate person. The smell of fresh earth and of flowers is beneficial to both body and mind. After taking exercise, a glass of lemonade is very refreshing and promotes appetite. If there should be perspiration at night, change the sheets and pillowcases frequently, and the undergarments. Air the chamber and bedclothes every day. If the weather is too damp to raise the windows, shake up the bed, and leave it unmade half of the day, and put it out in the sun occasionally. By all means avoid strong medicine, or anything that has a tendency to weaken the body. Sometimes blisters are used with very good effect, also rubbing the breast and back with camphor or spirits, or with a piece of dry flannel. Taking anodyne drops, particularly laudanum, should be avoided, if possible. They may still the cough at night, but it will come on with increased violence in the morning. They weaken the stomach and increase the fever, and sometimes cause delirium. Everything that tends to excite or irritate the mind should be kept from them. It is very important to talk cheerfully to sick persons, particularly if confined to their chamber, which can be done without lightness or trifling. If they see gloomy faces around them, it has a very disheartening effect, and if the mind sinks, such is its intimate connection with the body, that it is hard to raise it. I have known persons, by judicious management, to live for many years, after it was thought they were in a deep decline, by avoiding weakening medicines, taking exercise on horseback and on foot, and never indulging in a full meal. Sometimes such persons have very good appetites, and It is a satisfaction to their friends to see them eat heartily, but they should eat something frequently, rather than overload the stomach too much. When they come in hungry from a ride, to beat up an egg with a teaspoonful of wine, and a little sugar and nutmeg out in a tumbler with some milk, and taken with a cracker or biscuit, or a piece of thin toast broken up in it, has a very strengthening effect. Persons are seldom benefited by a strict diet, but it is sometimes enforced till they lose their appetite and cannot eat. If the weather is so that exercise cannot be taken out of doors, some method should be devised for taking it in the house. Rubbing furniture and playing battledore are good exercise for a female, but should not be taken too much at a time. Men that are confined to the house are sometimes very much at a loss what to do. If such would purchase a few tools and appropriate a spare room as a workshop, it would promote their health. I have known men that were but little acquainted with the use of tools do many useful and ornamental pieces of work that were greatly valued by their friends, and the exertion kept their spirits from sinking when the weather was too inclement to take exercise in the open air. For a cough. Take a wine glass of the juice of the green horehound, or if that cannot be obtained, a strong decoction from the dry herb will answer. Mix it in half a pint of new milk, sweetened either with sugar or honey. Take this half an hour before breakfast. It has been known to cure obstinate coughs, and persons that have taken it for 4 weeks or more have gained strength and flesh, and the pain in the breast was relieved. Flannel should be worn. Elecampane and horehound syrup. Put a pint of horehound in a quart of water, and let it draw by the fire. Put a teacupful of dried elecampane root in a pint of water, cover it close, and let it boil till all the strength is out. Strain it and the horehound together, and put them to boil with a pound of sugar. When it is a rich syrup, pour it in a pitcher to cool, and bottle it. Take a tablespoonful at a time when the cough is troublesome. Sometimes flaxseed is a useful addition to this syrup. Brown mixture for a cough. Take of paregoric, licorice, and gum arabic, each an ounce, from 50 to 100 drops of antimonial wine, and 2 gills of hot water. Mix them well together, and when cold, bottle and cork it tight. Take 2 teaspoonsful at a time. If it should nauseate, give a smaller quantity. If this produce profuse perspiration, avoid going in the air unless well wrapped up. This has been useful in the latter stages of the whooping cough. Ginger tea, with remarks on its use, etc. Strong ginger tea, sweetened and taken hot on going to bed, is very good. Where persons have been exposed to the air and think they have taken fresh cold, keep the feet warm by taking a hot brick to bed, and do not increase the cold the next day. If it is not deeply seated, taking this a few nights will give relief. A piece of ginger root kept about the person to chew is good for a tickling in the throat, which many persons are subject to, when sitting in close, heated apartments, in lecture rooms, or places of worship. Lemon mixture for a cough. Put 2 fresh eggs in a jar, cover them with the juice of 6 large lemons, let it stand until the hard shell of the eggs is eaten off, then beat it together, strain it, and add half a pound of rock candy, 1 gill of brandy, and 2 tablespoonsful of sweet oil. Mixture of lemon juice and honey. Take half a pint of honey and squeeze the juice of 4 lemons on it. Mix well together and add a small portion of sugar. Take a teaspoonful every time the cough is troublesome. Horehound candy. Put 2 pounds of sugar in a pint of horehound tea, as strong as can be made, which may be done by drawing 2 sets of horehound in the same water, till the strength is out of each. When it is cold, mix in the sugar and the white of an egg. When it begins to boil, take off the scum as it rises, boil it slowly till it becomes thick, so that when you drop it on a plate, it will be hard and crisp, and pour it out in plates that have been greased with a little sweet butter. When cold, you can break it up for use, and tie it up in a jar. This is quite as useful as the candy you buy, and is much cheaper. It is very convenient for persons with a cough to have a little box of this about them, to take when there is a tickling in the throat. Mustard bath for the feet, soapstones, etc. It gives relief to a bad cold in the early stages, to soak the feet in warm water, in which you have put half a teacup full of salt and 2 tablespoonsful of pulverized mustard, and to drink ginger tea. You may keep your feet in the bath for half an hour, and then retire with a warm soapstone wrapped in a cloth and placed near them. A soapstone the size of a brick will, when thoroughly heated, keep warm until morning, and is invaluable for an elderly person or one that suffers with cold feet. Liverwort syrup. Make a quart of strong liverwort tea by extracting 2 sets of herbs in the same water. Tie a teacup of flaxseed in a bag and put with it. Keep it covered while drawing. When the strength is all out, strain it on a pound of sugar, and let it boil slowly till it is thick, keeping it covered to prevent the strength from going off. When cold, bottle it, and set the bottle in a cool place while using it. Take a tablespoonful at a time, about 6 times a day. This has been used for a cough with great benefit. For sore throat, make a gargle of cayenne pepper, honey, and spirits, or sage tea with alum and honey, or figs, boiled, mashed, and strained, and use it once in 2 hours. If it is very bad, steam the mouth with a funnel held over hot vinegar, and put on a hot poultice of hops, boiled in weak ley and thickened with cornmeal. There should be a little lard spread over. Renew it every time it gets cold. Another very good poultice is hot mush strewed with powdered camphor. Put it on as hot as can be borne, and change it when cold. A purgative should be given, either of senna and salts, castor oil, or rhubarb and soap pills. An emetic is of great importance, and has caused the throat to break when persons have been very ill. Sore throats have been cured when quinsy was apprehended by using powdered camphor and lard on flannel. It is a good way, when persons are subject to it, to keep an ounce of camphor mixed with lard in a wide-mouthed bottle or jar, and corked tight. The cayenne pepper and honey gargle should also be kept ready mixed, and used when the first symptoms appear. Or, in a violent attack, a plaster of snuff and lard may be applied with benefit, keeping it on only a few minutes at a time. Sometimes a bag of hot ashes sprinkled with vinegar, and applied hot as can be borne, has cured a sore throat in 1 night. Persons that have been afflicted for years with repeated attacks of sore throat and quinsy have been cured by bathing the throat, neck, and ears with cold water every morning. The constant use of the shower bath is very important. Keep the feet warm. Molasses posset for a cold. Take a pint of the best molasses, a teaspoonful of powdered ginger, 1/4 pound of fresh butter, and let them simmer together for half an hour. Then stir in the juice of 2 lemons, or if you have not these, 2 tablespoonsful of strong vinegar. Cover over the saucepan, and let it stand by the fire 5 minutes longer. Some of this may be taken warm or cold. For whooping cough, dissolve a scruple of salts of tartar in a gill of water, put in half a scruple of pulverized cochineal, sweeten it with loaf sugar, give an infant a teaspoonful of this mixture 4 times a day, and a child 4 years old or upwards a tablespoonful. In some cases, the relief is instantaneous. Another remedy: half a pint of honey, half a pint of vinegar, 2 tablespoonsful of sweet oil stewed together a few minutes. When cold, put it in a bottle, and put in a teaspoonful of laudanum. Shake it well, and give a tablespoonful when the cough is troublesome, and a dose just before going to bed. For an infant of 6 months, a small teaspoonful is a dose, and for a child of 4 years, 2 teaspoonsful. When there is not much fever, a little port or claret wine, mixed with sugar and water, and taken with toast broken in it, is beneficial. Children should be taken out riding, if possible, and should be well wrapped up. For the croup, put the child in warm water, and keep up the temperature by putting in more hot water. Keep it in 15 or 20 minutes, then wipe it dry and put it in a warm bed, or wrap a blanket round it and hold it on the lap, and give it an emetic, and put powdered garlic and lard to the throat and soles of the feet. Keep up the perspiration by giving a few drops of antimonial wine every half hour. The next morning, give it a dose of rhubarb tea or castor oil, and keep it from the air for several days. This treatment has been very beneficial when a physician was not at hand, and had nothing been done till his arrival, perhaps the child would have been too far gone to recover. In cases of croup, to wet a piece of flannel with alcohol and apply it to the throat as hot as it can be borne has often a salutary effect, applied frequently. It is also good to use for a bad cold, etc. Molasses stewed with a lump of butter and a tablespoonful of vinegar, taken just before you go to bed, and to grease the nose, forehead, and breast with mutton tallow, will sometimes cure a child without anything else. To pound out garlic in a rag and squeeze out the juice, mix it with molasses and give a teaspoonful at a time, has given relief when a child was very ill. Sliced onions or garlic stewed with sugar and water or molasses is very good to take for a cold. Where children are subject to the croup, you should always have a pot of water over the fire, and light wood near to heat it up as quick as possible. Children that are subject to these attacks should have their feet kept warm and dry, and always wear flannel next to the skin. It is the duty of parents to make use of the most simple remedies, which may always be in readiness, and, if applied in time, may prevent the necessity of giving strong medicines, which injure the constitutions of young children. The least symptom of the disease should be attended to. Lobelia is a certain remedy for croup. If the case is light, a few drops of the tincture, increasing the dose according to the age of the child, given at short intervals, will cause it to vomit and prevent danger. But if the attack is a severe one, you should give the third preparation of lobelia, for a child of 10 years, 10 drops, and so on in proportion. Mix it with sugar and water. Every mother should keep lobelia at hand, as it has been known to give certain relief in many cases. A child of 12 months may take of the tincture 10 drops every 15 or 20 minutes, till it acts as an emetic, or relieves by perspiration. One of 2 or 3 years may take 20 or 30 drops. The third preparation is of much greater strength than the tincture. Infant's colic, etc. Tea, made of catnip and sweetened, given to an infant when it appears to be in pain, is often useful. Sweet marjoram tea also relieves pain, and has a soothing effect on the nerves. To put the feet in warm water and put a warm piece of flannel to the stomach is important, but if neither of these relieve the child, put it in warm water for about 10 minutes and cover it from the air carefully. Wipe it dry and keep it warm afterwards. A little weak ginger tea is good for the colic, as also tea made of dried damask rose leaves. A teaspoonful of leaves will make a teacupful of tea. Uneasiness is frequently caused by their stomachs being overloaded with food, and care should be taken in this respect. Having lately met with some remarks in the Baltimore American, with which I am much pleased, I take the liberty of inserting them here. Quote, narcotics and anodynes cannot be given with too much caution. The sensitive and nervous system of an infant should never be acted upon by these powerful drugs unless in extreme cases, and of these few mothers should presume to judge. 2 drops of laudanum, says the London Medical Gazette, have been known to kill an infant, and a single drop, it is said, stole the life of a newborn babe. The most experienced medical men never administer medicines of this class to the very young, without exercising the utmost caution and making the most accurate calculations. In the present day, the more general diffusion of correct facts in physiology and pathology have caused a large class of young mothers to reject the old system of giving narcotic drugs to infants. In carrying out this salutary reformation, like all other reformers, they have a strong opposition to contend with. Old-fashioned nurses do much harm in opposing all nursery reformations. Consequently, young mothers will have a hard task to execute. Too many have not the steady courage to hold on to the end in the mild but firm opposition to all erroneous but well-meant interference. But there are others whose pure and unswerving love for their tender offspring keeps them firm to their duty. To these the next generation will owe much. They are the little band of true-hearted reformers whose good example will be like leaven, spreading until its influence is felt throughout the wide circle of maternal responsibility. Close quote. Summer diseases. The food of children in summer should be light and nourishing. If of milk, be careful that it is sweet. If you cannot get it fresh as often as you want it, boiling will keep it sweet. Sour milk and improper food sometimes bring on the summer disease, which is easier prevented than cured. A little rhubarb tea or tincture, with a small quantity of prepared chalk, will sometimes check it in its early stages, but the most effectual medicine that I have tried is called by some apothecaries red mixture, of which I will give a recipe. Chicken water, slightly salted, is very good. Make but a little at a time, and have it fresh. Rice gruel, sweetened with loaf sugar and a little nutmeg, is nourishing. To make a drink of slippery elm, shave the bark fine and put it in water. Strain it, mix it with milk, and sweeten it. Elderberry and blackberry cordials are also good in cases where there is no fever. The stomach and back should be bathed with spirits, and a little bag of pounded spices, wet with spirits, applied to the stomach, may be used with safety, when not within reach of a physician. A bark jacket has been used with success in many instances. Cut it out of fine muslin to be double, spread it open, and cover one side with about 2 ounces of the best Lima bark, and 12 pounded cloves. Put on the other side, sew it up, and quilt it across. Put on shoulder straps and strings of soft ribbon. Sprinkle it with spirits twice a day. The child should have the benefit of the morning and evening air. If it is not convenient to ride it out, walking will answer in the arms of a careful nurse, carried on a pillow, with an umbrella to protect its eyes from the light. When a child is taken sick in a city, removing it to the country often has a beneficial effect. Milk thickened with arrowroot is good diet for children. Flour dried in an oven for several hours and used to thicken milk or water is also good, sweetened with loaf sugar, and is nutritious. They should eat but a small portion of anything at a time. To cut slices of lean, fresh beef or mutton, put it in a bowl, and pour a pint of boiling water on it, and let it set close on the fire for an hour, is very good to give children occasionally, with but little salt. The stomach will sometimes retain this when other things are rejected. As thirst is an attendant on this disease, much salt should be avoided in all their food. Everything about a sick child should be kept clean, and its clothes well aired before changing them. If it is too ill to carry out of doors, have it changed from one room to another, and the apartment it left well aired. Children who are afflicted with this disease sometimes crave fruit. Ripe peaches, fresh from the tree, or ripe apples, baked or roasted before the fire, may be occasionally administered in small quantities, with perfect safety. To make toast water, the bread should be toasted on both sides very dry, and boiling water poured on it. I hope these hints will be useful to persons that cannot procure a physician, which is often the case in the country. Mustard whey. Boil a pint of milk and the same of water, with 1.5 ounces of bruised mustard seed, until the curd separates. When, strain the whey. This is a most desirable way of administering mustard. It warms and invigorates the system, promotes the different secretions, and in the low state of nervous fevers will often supply the place of wine. It is also of use in chronic rheumatism, palsy, and dropsy. Red mixture. Take 16 grains of powdered rhubarb, 30 of soda, 50 of prepared chalk, and 2 drops of the oil of spearmint, mixed in a vial with 2 ounces of water. Keep it corked up and shake it before giving a dose. A child of 10-month-old should take a teaspoonful every 3 or 4 hours. If there is much pain, 2 drops of laudanum may be added to every other dose. A tablespoonful is a dose for a grown person. Erysipelas. The decoction of sarsaparilla has proved useful in cases of erysipelas. Take 2 ounces of sarsaparilla, 1 of sassafras, 1 of burdock root, and 1 of licorice. Boil them slowly in 3 pints of water, keeping it covered close, until reduced to 1/2. Take 2 tablespoonsful 4 times a day. While taking medicine for erysipelas, meat and all strong food should be avoided, and everything that has a tendency to inflame the blood. Dusting the parts affected with rye or buckwheat flour sometimes has a cooling effect, and bathing with camphor or spirits will allay the irritation. Nettle rash is very much like erysipelas, and the same treatment is good for both. Slippery elm bark, chipped and let to stand in cold water till it becomes thick, is a very cooling drink. It may be filled up the second time. Barley water is also a suitable drink. Erysipelas is frequently brought on by violent exercise, and the perspiration being checked too suddenly. Persons that have once had it should avoid extremes of cold and heat, and pay strict attention to diet, not eating anything that disagrees with them. All acids, particularly pickles, are improper. The stomach should be cleansed by emetics. Small and frequent doses of senna and salts, if taken just at going to bed, will not occasion much sickness, and tend greatly to relieve the system of this unpleasant disease. Where the case is slight, the rhubarb pills sometimes give relief. The pores of those that are subject to it are generally open, and flannel should be worn all the year to prevent too sudden a check of perspiration. Magnesia, charcoal, and salt form a valuable compound for family use. 1 ounce of each mixed together and put in a wide-mouthed bottle. It is useful for headache or diseases of the skin. Cases of erysipelas have been cured by its continued use. Take a teaspoonful of the mixture in a little water 2 or 3 times a day, or on going to bed at night. Persons of sedentary occupations that are in the habit of taking pills will find it to their relief to use this simple remedy. It has been found beneficial in cases of tetter and ringworm in the head, using at the same time as a wash on the part affected borax dissolved in strong vinegar. In cases of erysipelas, this charcoal mixture has been used with great benefit. It is excellent for purifying the blood. Take it in small doses for 2 or 3 weeks. Then discontinue it and take it again at intervals. If this medicine should be found unpleasant, take a teaspoonful of jelly or something of that kind after it. It will answer quite as well to keep the magnesia, charcoal, and salts in separate bottles and mix them just as you take the dose, taking about an even teaspoonful of each. For dropsy, put 1/4 pound of cream of tartar and 1 pound of new nails in a stone jug with 1/2 gallon of water. Let it stand 3 or 4 days, occasionally shaking it. Take a tablespoonful 3 times a day on an empty stomach, and 1/2 an hour after each dose, take 2 spoonsful of mustard seed or scraped horseradish. If the swelling abates, you may take the medicine less frequently, or omit every other day, but do not leave it off until you are entirely cured. After it has stood some time, it becomes stronger, when you may put in more water. This has been highly recommended for the dropsy. Another remedy: take a quart of gin, put into it 1 handful of the white buds of the common pine, shake it frequently, and take 1/2 a wine glassful at a time, twice a day, about an hour before a meal, and occasionally eat a little brown mustard seed. This should be persevered in, and has been known to afford great relief in 2 obstinate cases. For rheumatism, persons are liable to have the rheumatism from taking cold in the winter. Where the pain is most violent, put on plasters of burgundy pitch, spread on leather. Persons that are subject to it should always keep pitch in the house, as it will give great relief. A silk handkerchief tied round the joint keeps it warm and relieves stiffness. If the pain is in the back part of the head, put a blister on the neck, by all means. When persons have had a bad spell of rheumatism, they should always take medicine, and avoid eating meat for a few days. Equal parts of rhubarb and castile soap, made into pills, with a little water, is a valuable medicine for rheumatism, and suits aged persons. The pills should be taken at night on going to bed. They are easily made, and should always be at hand. It is valuable as a cathartic in almost every case where mild medicine is necessary. The use of the shower bath is also beneficial. Flannel should always be worn next to the skin and the feet kept dry. Bathing with camphor sometimes relieves the pain, but there is a danger of driving it to a more vital part. Salt and water is useful to bathe for the rheumatism, when it is of long standing. Deafness, remarks, etc. A remarkable case of deafness was cured by the following remedy. An aged person, whose hearing had been very good, gradually became so deaf as not to be able to hear common conversation. After suffering some months, the patient thought of trying the following remedy. Of honey, brandy and sweet oil, each a teaspoonful, warm and mix well together. Sew a soft linen rag to the eye of a strong darning needle. Dip this mop in the mixture while warm, and put it in the ear. Hold it till cold, when renew and move it gently about. By so doing, wax that had accumulated, hardened, and stopped the cavity, was discharged, and the hearing of the patient restored. Wool should be worn in the ears, and an occasional use of the mixture, also flannel round the head at night. A young person was relieved by the persevering use of the following remedies. Put a small blister of Spanish flies behind the ears, very high up on the hard part, so as to be clear of the leaders, or it will occasion pain. When drawn, dress them in the usual way, and as soon as healed, renew them. Repeat this several times, keeping wool in the ears, dipped in sweet oil, and at night put in small pieces of fat bacon that has been boiled, and tie a handkerchief around it to keep them warm. When the blisters are healed, the hair should be cut short, to enable the patient to bathe the head in cold water, which should be poured from a pitcher. Begin with it a little warm, and gradually get it colder. This should be persevered in, even in cold weather. Wipe the head and tie it up till dry. I have been induced to make these remedies public by seeing several interesting young persons suffering from deafness, with a hope that they may be of use. Remedy for sick headache. A tablespoonful of table salt, dissolved in a pint of water, as warm as you can drink it. Take at 2 doses, and drink freely of lukewarm water until it causes vomiting. Put a hot brick to the feet, and avoid the air, which will check the perspiration. The oil of butter, a remedy for dysentery, etc. Put half a pound of fresh butter in a quart of boiling water to extract the salt. Let it melt and boil up. If there should be any curds on the top, take them off. Then skim off the clear butter and keep it covered by the fire. Give from 1 to 2 tablespoonsful at a time, 3 or 4 times a day. This is useful in cases of dysentery, and is also soothing to the stomach after violent vomiting for a long time. Sometimes a plaster of mustard put on the stomach stops vomiting. For dysentery and diarrhea. The following prescription from an eminent physician has proved valuable. Take of calcined magnesium 2 drachms, of aromatic spirits of ammonia 2½ drachms, of water half a pint, and mix well together. And as a dose for a grown person, give a tablespoonful every half hour until relieved. Some country nurses recommend dittany tea, or spicewood berries boiled in new milk. A large poultice on the stomach and bowels, made of new milk, thickened with light bread, has given relief, keeping it warm. Be careful to keep the patient's feet warm, and to bathe the back and stomach with spirits. Where the dittany and spicewood cannot be obtained, other aromatics, as cinnamon and cloves, are good substitutes. Remedies for the dysentery and cholera morbus. Take the roots of the low-running blackberry or dewberry, make a strong tea, sweeten it, and drink it occasionally. Take a large apple, cut out the core, and wrap it in wet paper. Cover it up in hot ashes, and, when cooked, take off the paper and eat it cold. Take 1 pint of good hard cider, that is entirely sound, put a tablespoonful of hot ashes into it, and stir it as soon as it settles. Take a tablespoonful once every hour for a grown person, until relief is obtained. Remedy for the earache. Mix a few drops of French brandy with sweet oil and a drop of laudanum, and pour it in the ear a little warm. Another valuable remedy is to take a few wood lice and stew them in little lard, which should be very pure, for 3 or 4 minutes. Then strain it and pour some in the ear before it gets cool. This gives almost immediate relief. The heart of a roasted onion put warm in the ear and tied around the head with a silk handkerchief has given relief. A wash for sore ears. Make a tea of the black or candle alder, wet a soft rag with it and lay it on. It should be applied 3 times a day, and occasionally wash it with castile soap and water. The patient should take a mild purgative. If the ears are very much inflamed, there should be a bread and milk poultice put on occasionally. Elder ointment is also beneficial. Weak eyes. Make a strong decoction of chamomile flowers by boiling them in new milk. With this, bathe the eyes several times a day, continuing for several weeks. To bathe the eyes in cold water before going to rest is also good. Pure rye whiskey is very good to bathe weak eyes. Persons that are afflicted with sore eyes have often been benefited by putting a small blister behind the ears, very high up in the hard part, so as to avoid the leaders. Infants should not be exposed to the light too soon. It sometimes weakens the sight and seriously injures the eyes. The pith of sassafras put in water is good to bathe inflamed eyes. A decoction of young hyson tea is also used with benefit. Persons afflicted with weak eyes should avoid a strong light, and should not strain their eyes with reading or sewing at night. I have known small doses of charcoal mixture relieve the eyes when there was a slight inflammation. Attention to diet is necessary. Fold a linen handkerchief, dip it in cold water, and bind it over the eyes at night on retiring, and you will experience relief. Pain in the eyeballs is also relieved by gently rubbing the finger and thumb over the lids towards the nose. This was published some years since, and I have known it to give relief and strengthen the eyes. For worms. Equal parts of salt and sugar, taken while fasting, are good for worms. A teaspoonful is sufficient for a child 2 years old. To take half a cup of chamomile, rue, or wormwood tea with a little sugar 2 hours before breakfast is also good. Give a dose of senna after they have been taking this 3 days. It is very important to bruise garlic and rue, to apply it to the stomach. Put it in a bag and wet it with spirits every day. The garlic and rue is said to keep the worms out of the stomach. Wormseed oil, a few drops at a time, has given relief, but should be used cautiously. Old cheese grated and given to a child has been known to afford relief. It is also beneficial when a child is seized with sudden illness from having eaten too many cherries. For toothache. Reduce 2 drachms of alum to a very fine powder, and mix it with 7 drachms of nitrous spirits of ether. Apply it to the tooth. Alum burnt on a hot shovel and powdered is sometimes good. Also half a drop of the oil of cinnamon on a piece of cotton or lint where the tooth is hollow. Cayenne pepper on cotton and moistened with spirits of camphor has been known to afford relief. A poultice of hops applied to the cheek, or a piece of raw cotton with red pepper dusted on it, or a mustard plaster, will relieve a swelling which proceeds from toothache. Cure for cholera morbus. Put a tablespoonful of hot ashes in half a pint of good hard cider, and give the patient 3 tablespoonsful of it at a time. This has given relief in half an hour. Another cure is to take a soft cork and hum it thoroughly. When it ceases to blaze, powder the coal very fine on a plate. Mix a tablespoonful of this powder with a little milk or water, or anything agreeable to the palate. Repeat the dose till the disorder ceases, which it generally does after 2 or 3 doses. This has given great relief to a person in the greatest agony with the bilious colic. For colic, drink strong ginger tea while hot, and put hot bricks to the stomach and feet. If this does not give relief, take a dose of rhubarb or castor oil. Persons subject to the colic should keep a piece of ginger about them to chew after eating. Wear flannel next the skin, and be careful to keep the feet dry. They should avoid strong coffee and tea, and eat nothing that disagrees with them. Dry toast with butter and crackers are good for persons that have the colic. For violent cases, take 2 tablespoonsful of brandy and half a teaspoonful of black pepper. For bilious colic and indigestion, put 3 quarts of boiling water on a quart of hickory ashes and a teacup of soot. Let it stand a day, then filter it, and if the complaint is bad, take a wineglassful before and after each meal. This has been very beneficial to persons with the above complaint. Warner's Cordial for gout in the stomach. Take 1 ounce of rhubarb, 2 drachms of senna, 2 of fennel seed, 2 of coriander seed, 1 of saffron, and 1 of licorice. Stone and cut half a pound of good raisins, and put all in a quart of good spirits. Let it stand in a warm place for 10 days, shaking it every day. Then strain it off and add a pint more spirits to the same ingredients. When all the strength is extracted, strain it and mix the first and last together. Take from 2 to 4 spoonsful of this cordial in as much boiling water as will make it as hot as you can take it. If the pain is not removed in half an hour, repeat the dose, and if your stomach will not retain it, add 10 drops of laudanum. Dr. Warner remarks, quote, "After 20 years' experience of this medicine in myself and others, it is impossible for me to speak of it in terms higher than it deserves. When the vital parts are affected, persons subject to the gout should never sleep without it in their chamber." End of quote. Cure for tetter. Take 1 teaspoonful of powdered Spanish flies, put them in half a pint of French brandy, wash the part affected occasionally. This has been highly recommended for me as a remedy for tetter on the hands, but I have never seen it tried. For cramp in the stomach, dissolve a teaspoonful of table salt in a teacup of warm water. If this does not stop the vomiting and cramp, repeat the dose. This is very useful in stopping the operation of an emetic, when it has continued too long. Flannel cloths dipped in hot spirits and sprinkled with cayenne pepper and applied to the stomach sometimes relieves the pain. A mustard plaster is also of use. For cramp, A footboard to the bedstead is of great service. When you are taken with the cramps in the night, and by placing the foot against it, it will sometimes give relief. Another remedy is to tie a string round the limb, between the body and the pain, about as tight as a physician does to draw blood. Wear a bandage filled with pounded brimstone round the limb, to prevent a return of it. Sometimes to hold a roll of brimstone in each hand will relieve the cramp, and persons subject to it should keep some by the bedside to use in the night. For scalds and burns. When persons are badly scalded or burned, to put raw cotton on immediately and wet it with spirits is very good. Other remedies are linseed oil and lime water, starch and cream, scraped potatoes, molasses, and eggs beaten up and put on immediately. Almost anything will relieve the pain that excludes the air. Be careful not to break the skin, as it will be longer in healing. If a foot is scalded, pour cold water over it and cut the stocking. You should be careful to use linen rags about a burn, as cotton rags cause irritation. After the place begins to heal up, a salve may be applied made of equal parts of burgundy pitch, beeswax, sheep's tallow, and sweet oil, melted together over the fire. Renew it twice a day, washing the place each time with milk and water and a little castile soap. A wash of weak sugar, of lead water, is also good for burns. A poultice of powdered elm bark mixed with water and put on frequently, wetting the sore with thick cream, is also soothing. Be careful that the limb does not contract, as there is great danger if the sinews are affected. If there should be a fever, a mild cathartic should be given. Comstock's pain extractor sometimes gives great relief. You may also apply immediately, with benefit, a teaspoonful of air-slaked lime and a teaspoonful of lard. Sift the lime and rub them well together. For a burn by vitriol or any caustic substance, apply whites of eggs mixed with powdered chalk, putting it on with a feather. Linen rags dipped in cold water and changed every few minutes, I have known applied day and night to give great relief to a bad burn on the foot, but avoid putting the foot in water. Although it gives present relief, it is dangerous. For ague, take half an ounce of coarsely powdered race ginger, infused in 3 gills of boiling water. When cool, strain and sweeten it, and for a dose give a heaped teaspoonful of Peruvian bark in a wineglass full of the ginger tea, every 2 hours during the absence of the fever. To 1 ounce of best Peruvian bark add 2 ounces of cloves powdered, and a half an ounce of cream of tartar. Mix them well, and give 2 teaspoonsful at a time every 2 hours. When clear of the fever, begin at 4 in the morning, and give it until 12 at noon. Wormwood seed, a heaped teaspoonful in a cup of water, as a dose, is also good. A third recipe is to take 2 ounces of best lima bark, 12 heaped teaspoonsful of magnesia, to be well mixed together and divided into 12 doses. Take 4 doses on each well day, at intervals of 4 hours each. This has cured a number who had suffered from ague a long time. Chilblains. Put as much alum in hot water as will make it very strong. Put the feet in when it is as hot as can be borne, and keep them in till it is cold, and warm it over, and soak them every evening till they are entirely cured. By beginning in time, it need only be applied 2 or 3 times. When blisters are formed, take 1 ounce of camphor, 1 of sheep's tallow, and 1 of sweet oil. Stew them together gently till it becomes an ointment, and put the feet with it. Take 1 ounce of glue and melt it in a pint of hot water over the fire. Stir it until the glue is dissolved, pour it out, and dip the part that is affected in this dilution until the uneasiness or burning is allayed, which is mostly in a few minutes. Lockjaw. If lockjaw is apprehended from a scratch or wound, bathe the injured part frequently with a weak ley, or warm pearl ash water. Make a poultice by boiling bitter herbs in weak ley, and thicken it with corn meal. Put a little grease in just as you put it on. Bacon skin and the rind of fresh pork bound tightly on are said to be good. Falls. If a child receives a fall, examine every part, and rub your hand on its back to tell if any part is injured. There are instances of persons being cripples for life from receiving a hurt that was not known of at the time. To rub with camphor and sweet oil and bathe the child in warm water is soothing. For the bite of a spider. Moisten a slice of wheat bread with sugar of lead or pearl ash water. Bind it on, and keep wetting it as it becomes dry. If the place swells very much, take a tablespoonful of sweet oil every hour till it is relieved. To drink water with saleratus dissolved in it has been useful. For the sting of a bee. Rub the place with hartshorn or saleratus water immediately after it is stung, to prevent it from swelling. Bruised peach leaves bound on are also good, and laudanum where it is very painful. If it swells very much, apply a poultice of onions and cream, or ley and bitter herbs. For bruises. The oil of St. John's wort applied on lint is an excellent remedy for bruises, and if used immediately, will prevent the blood from settling on the place. When children get their fingers or toes mashed, this is very good, and soon brings relief. Salt butter is also very good. The leaves of the Jamestown weed, mashed with cream, are good for a stone bruise. For felons. Make a poultice of quicklime slaked in a soft soap, and bind it on the finger. Renew it every half hour. The leaves of Jamestown weed, bruised with cream or lard, are also good. Also roast coarse salt in a piece of wet brown paper or cabbage leaf about 20 minutes. When cool, pound it and mix it with resin soap. Bind it on the felon. It is said to be a certain cure. The white of egg with unslaked lime has been known to give immediate relief. For a sprained limb. Strong vinegar and salt, put on brown paper, will cure a slight sprain, if applied frequently. If very painful, a bath should be made of bitter herbs, bran and vinegar, put on as hot as you can bear it. Great care should be taken not to use the limb too soon after it has been sprained. Some sprains of several months' standing have been greatly relieved by taking several electric shocks a day. St. John's wort oil is good to rub on a sprained limb. For a sprained ankle. Of chalk, soft soap, salt, and brandy, take a spoonful each, and add the white of an egg. Beat the mixture and spread it on raw cotton and apply it at once, when it will generally afford relief, and after repeatedly changing, it may be left off in 24 hours. The ankle is often weak when recovering, and benefit is derived from pouring cold water on it from a pitcher held high above you. Tallow and salt, mixed and spread on a piece of muslin, are good for a sprain. Cuts or wounds, etc. When cuts bleed very much, tie a handkerchief tight above the wound, or place a finger on it until you can get a physician. In the country, persons should be supplied with a surgical needle and adhesive plaster, and have lint scraped and linen rags in a convenient place. Balsam apple put in a bottle when fresh, and whiskey poured on it, is an excellent application for fresh cuts or bruises. For the stick of a needle or pin, try to make it bleed, and hold the finger in strong vinegar and salt, as hot as you can bear it. This will prevent a gathering. A mashed finger should be held in hot water a few minutes. No. 6 is a valuable remedy for cuts or wounds. Bind a linen rag over the cut and pour on the No. 6. For tetter, warts, etc., dig up the pocoon root that grows in the woods, wash it and slice it, and put it in a bottle with strong vinegar. Bathe the parts with it several times a day. Celandine root is also good, used in the same way, and either of them will remove warts and ringworms. Poisons, accidents, etc. These are valuable remedies and should hold a place in the memory of everyone, if possible. Mix a spoonful of powdered mustard in a tumbler of warm water and drink it immediately. It acts as an emetic, and has proved effectual where an ounce of poison has been taken into the stomach. When the skin is poisoned, use a wash of smartweed steeped in water, or mix soot and cream and apply it frequently. Bruised Jamestown weed and cream is also good. If you have been exposed to poisonous plants, wash your face and hands immediately in salt and vinegar, or salt and water. When corrosive sublimate has been swallowed, the whites of 2 eggs taken immediately will neutralize the poison, and change the effect to that of a dose of calomel. Persons struck by lightning should be laid on the ground, and pour water over them till life is restored. When oil of vitriol or aqua fortis has been swallowed in large quantities, sweet oil should be taken, as much as can be retained on the stomach. For oxalic acid, give magnesia or chalk and water. For tartar emetic, give Peruvian bark and water, or a strong decoction of green tea if you have not the bark. For saltpeter, give an emetic of mustard seed with water, and afterwards elm bark mucilage and small doses of laudanum. This is also good in cases where arsenic has been swallowed. When a child has swallowed a scent, pin, or needle, give it the white of egg immediately. This forms a coating round the metal, and prevents injury in most cases. Then give moderate doses of medicine such as castor oil or salts. When a fish bone has been swallowed, take the white of an egg, which will help to carry it down the throat. Also, cut a hard crust of bread. Insects taken into the stomach may generally be destroyed by taking a small quantity of vinegar and salt. When insects get into the ears, use a little salad oil or melted lard. Tar ointment for the milk crust. Take a quarter-pound of lard and the same of sheep's tallow, 3 tablespoonsful of tar, an even spoonful of sulfur, an ounce of white turpentine, a lump of beeswax the size of a hickory nut, the same quantity of powdered resin and scraped chalk, a teacupful of the inside bark of elder, a little celandine, southern wood, and English mallows. Bruise the herbs and put them on to boil, with the lard and tallow, and add a little water to keep it from burning. When all the strength is out, strain them and put the grease back in the pot with the tar, and add the other ingredients a little at a time, and stir till all is melted. Then strain it in a jar and keep it covered for use. Tar ointment is good for ringworms in the head, which some children have, and has cured children where the head and face was covered with what is called the milk crust. Before it is applied, the place should be washed with milk and water, and a gentle purgative should be administered occasionally. Rhubarb tea is good for this purpose. If it is wanted in the winter, when you cannot get all the herbs green, dried ones will do, and, when made, it will keep good several years. If there is much hair on the head of a child, it should be cut off before this is put on. It is very dangerous to give infants that are affected with the milk crust calomel or any strong medicine. They should be carried out in the air occasionally, and not kept all the time in a warm nursery. Sometimes a change of food is attended with a good result. There have been instances of infants dying very suddenly where powerful medicines had been administered. Hop ointment. Take a tablespoonful of the yellow dust of hops and put it in 3 spoonsful of melted lard, and mix it well. Put it away in a cup for use. This is proved beneficial in cases of swelling of the breast. When cold has been taken, it will sometimes backen gatherings. Bathe the place with a warm hand several times a day, and keep flannel over it. Young mothers should keep this remedy, as it is much better than preparations of camphor, which are injurious. Precipitate ointment, etc. Take 1 ounce of Venice turpentine, half an ounce of powdered precipitate, half a pound of lard, and 2 tablespoonsful of cold water. Mix the turpentine and precipitate together with a knife, then add the lard and water, a little at a time, till it is well mixed. Then put it in little boxes. This is useful to dry up a breaking out on the face or hands. Care should be taken while using it not to take cold. Camphor dissolved in alcohol or any white spirits is very good to use on pimples on the face. Blister ointment. Sometimes after a blister has been drawn with cabbage leaves, it becomes very sore and inflamed. A salve may be made of the leaves of evergreen, a plant which grows in gardens with a thick leaf. Pound the leaves and stew them in cream or sweet lard. Spread it on a fine linen rag and apply it to the blister after it has been washed with milk and water. Another salve for blisters is to bruise the leaves of the English mallows with a little southern wool. Stew them in sweet lard until they are crisp, and strain it. Apply it 3 times a day. This is good to heal a burn. Lily ointment. Gather the flowers of the sweet white lily while they are fresh, and stew them in sweet lard. This is good for a swelling or sore. Elder ointment for burns, etc. After peeling off the outside bark of the elder, scrape off the green bark that is under, and stew it in lard till it is crisp. Then strain in a jar, and put it away to heal a blister or burn, or an old sore. St. John's wort ointment and its uses. Gather the yellow flowers of St. John's wort while in full bloom. Put them in a wide-mouthed bottle, and fill it with equal quantities of lard and sweet oil. Tie a skin over it, and hang it in the sun for a month. Then strain it, put it back in the bottle, and cork it up. This is one of the most effectual remedies for bruises, or for a mashed foot or hand. It should always be kept where there is a family of children. Ointment for mortification. Take the berries, leaves, and bark of the black alder, and bruise them well in a mortar. Stew them in lard for an hour, stirring all the time. Then strain it, and add a small piece of beeswax. A poultice can be made for mortification of the berries, leaves, and bark of black alder, boiled in sweet cream, and thickened with wheat bread. Another good poultice may be made of the inmost bark of sassafras root, pounded and boiled in weak ley, and thickened with corn meal. The patient should drink tea made of the roots of sassafras and burdock. Bread and milk and flaxseed poultices. Boil half a pint of sweet milk and thicken it with crumbs of bread. Let it boil till soft. This is the mildest poultice that can be made. A teacup of flaxseed boiled till soft requires no addition to make a good poultice. Hop poultice and its uses. Boil a handful of hops in a pint of water till very soft. Then thicken it with corn meal. This is very good for a sore throat, toothache, or swelled face. Onion poultice. Slice the onions and boil them in water till very soft. Then mash and boil them with milk and some crumbs of bread. This will draw a bile or gathering to a head very soon. Lily root poultice. Pound the roots of the sweet white lily and put them on to boil in rich milk. When soft, thicken it with crumbs of bread. This is a most valuable poultice for a gathering, and has given relief in many instances where the suffering was great. Cream poultice. Put to a boil a teacup of cream. Mix 2 spoonsful of flour in milk, and stir in when it boils. Lay poultice. Tie a spoonful of ashes in a rag and put it in a pint of water for 15 minutes, with some catnip or life everlasting. When the herbs are soft, take out the ashes and thicken it with corn meal. Spread some grease over as you apply it. Adhesive plaster. Take 3 pounds of resin, 1/4 of a pound of beeswax, 1/4 of a pound of mutton tallow, melt together in an iron pan, then pour out about 1/3 into a bucket of water. Turn up the edges until you can hold with the hands and pull it as you would shoemaker's wax. Grease papers and put the plaster on them for use. You may then pour out the rest and treat it in the same way. A valuable salve for burns and other sores. Take of high mallows, heal-all, nightshade, and elderbark a large handful, and about half the quantity of Jamestown weed. Boil them for several hours. Strain off the liquid, and add to it 1 pound of beeswax, 1 pound of mutton tallow, 1 pound of resin, half a pound of lard, and boil them slowly for about 2 hours. Let it cool on the liquid. This salve will do to apply immediately to a burn or scald, or after other remedies have been used. It is also good to heal old sores or gatherings. Deschler's salve for gatherings or sores. Take about a ½ pound of sheep's suet, the same of resin and beeswax, 1/4 of a pound of thick turpentine, and half a pint of linseed oil. Pound the resin and cut the beeswax and suet. Put them over the fire with the other ingredients and keep stirring till they are mixed, but do not let them boil. Put it in a jar and tie it up. It is good for burns, biles, gathered breasts, etc. Salve for corns or bunions. Take a pint of sweet oil, half a pound of red lead, 2 ounces of Venice turpentine, 2 of beeswax, and 1 of white turpentine. Boil the oil and red lead in brass or bell metal till they turn brown, stirring it constantly. Have the wax and the white turpentine sliced, and put them in by degrees. Take it off the fire and stir till all is melted. Then add the Venice turpentine and continue to stir till it is cold. Then dip your hands in cold water and make it out in rolls about 2 inches long. Wrap each roll up in paper and keep them in a box. After soaking and scraping the corn, bind it on, spread on a soft rag. To warm a small piece of common adhesive plaster and apply it gives almost immediate relief. Sassafras Poultice. Take the bark of the root and mash or pound it. Boil it in a little water and take out the bark and thicken it with crumbs of bread and milk. Balsam apple in spirits. Cut a ripe balsam apple in small pieces and fill a bottle with it. Pour Holland gin on it. This retains its strength for years, and is useful to take a few drops at a time for the colic. It is also valuable to apply with sugar to a cut or wound. Cure for bites. Use equal quantities of resin soap, brown sugar, and powdered resin, work well together, with a few drops of molasses. A poultice of onions, sassafras, or bread and milk may be used with advantage. For mosquito bites, apply spirits of hartshorn and camphor. For scurvy of the gums, take a 1/4 ounce of bark and a piece of new lime the size of a hazelnut. Put them in a bottle with 1/2 pint of water. Wash the mouth with this 3 times a day. For an infant's sore mouth, make a strong sage tea. Put in a little bark and borax or alum with honey to sweeten it. Cork it up in a vial and wash the child's gums with it 3 times a day, using a fresh rag every time. For affection of the kidneys, boil some onions soft. Mash and apply them where the pain is seated. This has given great relief. For a gathering on a finger, mix together equal parts of Castile soap and chalk. Wet it with camphor and bind it on, or dip the finger in honey and camphorated spirits as hot as you can bear. A little burnt alum put on lint is good. Also, a bread and milk poultice with pounded sassafras root stewed in it and renewed frequently. Honey and camphor mixed in is useful for gatherings that have been of long standing. Take of the following ingredients a teaspoonful each: black pepper powdered finely, ginger, spirits of camphor, laudanum, and honey. Beat them well with the yolk of an egg, and thicken with rye flour. Or, if you cannot obtain rye, corn and wheat flour mixed will answer. This will form a soft poultice, and should be applied in sufficient quantity to keep moist, and changed once a day. I have known this to cure several gatherings that threatened to be severe. Huxham's bark tincture. Take 2 ounces of bark, 3 drachms of Virginia snake root, 1 ounce of orange peel, and 1 quart of good spirits. Set it in a warm place and shake it daily for 2 weeks. Then pour it off and add a pint more spirits to the ingredients. This is very useful to take when recovering from the ague or bilious fever, or in the fall of the year, when these are apprehended. Take 2 teaspoonsful a day before breakfast and dinner. Wine bitters for debility, etc. Take 2 ounces of chamomile flowers, 2 of centaury flowers, 1 of iron filings, and 1.5 ounces of Jesuit's bark. Put these in 2 quarts of good wine, and set it in the sun 3 days, shaking it frequently. Half a wine glass of this taken twice a day with water is useful in cases of debility, where there is no fever. Chamomile and wormwood teas are both excellent tonics, as is also wild cherry tree bark, made in strong tea, and taken cold. Spice wood berries. Boil in a pint of new milk a tablespoonful of bruised spice wood berries. This has a very healing effect in case of dysentery and summer disease in children. Spiced rhubarb. Take 2 ounces of rhubarb, half an ounce of cloves, the same of cinnamon, and 1/4 ounce of mace. Stew them in a pint and a half of water till 1/2 is evaporated. Then strain it and add half a pint of good spirits. 2 teaspoonsful is a dose for a child a year on with the summer disease, and 2 tablespoonsful for a grown person. For chapped lips, put a teacupful of rich cream over some coals to stew with 3 tablespoonsful of powdered loaf sugar. This has a healing effect. Another remedy equally good is a teacupful of honey. Add half the quantity of mutton tallow and stew together till well mixed. Pour it out in a cup and keep stirring till cold. For chapped hands, mix together equal quantities of rich cream and strong vinegar, and rub it over every time you wash your hands. Bathing. Almost every family, even if their circumstances be moderate, can have a shower bath. They may save the expense by improving health and strength. 1 bucket full of cold water is sufficient. You should wear on the head an oilcloth cap. For a person of strong health, the bath may be taken on first rising in the morning, but for one disposed to be delicate, 2 or 3 hours after breakfast is the most proper time. To produce warmth, rub the person with a crash towel or horsehair glove. You should be careful to take some exercise after the bath, or you will be more liable to take cold. Never take a bath soon after a meal, as that is injurious. Persons subject to colds, sore throat, rheumatism, sick headache, nervous disease, or general debility have been greatly benefited by the daily use of the shower bath. Children that are oppressed with heat are much refreshed and will rest well after a bath. The water should be moderated for them. Infants should be bathed every morning in a tub of water about milk warm, and may be very early accustomed to its use. They will become fond of it, and are less liable to take cold from exposure to the air. They generally take a refreshing nap after coming out of the bath. They should not be allowed to remain in more than 5 or 10 minutes, should be well wiped with a soft towel, and then rubbed with flannel and dressed, their clothes being warmed to prevent a chill. Elderberry jam for colds, etc. Add a quart of nicely picked elderberries to a pound of loaf sugar and a teacup of water. Let them boil slowly for an hour. If you prefer it without the seeds, strain the berries after boiling them for a few minutes before you add the sugar. This is useful and agreeable for colds, taken through the day or at night when the cough is troublesome. It is also said to purify the blood, and is taken to prevent erysipelas. Black currant jelly, a remedy for sore throat. Take ripe black currants, mash and strain them, and to every pint of the juice add a pound of loaf sugar. Boil it until it becomes a jelly. It is valuable for sore throats. Quince seeds, dried, and boiling water poured on them, make a useful gargle for sore throat. Lavender compound. Pick the lavender blossoms and put them in a bottle with a few blades of mace and some cloves. Fill up the bottle with good spirits, and let it stand corked up till all the strength is extracted. When, strain it off, and color it with a little cochineal. End of section 17 of Domestic Cookery. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. Summer 2005 for LibriVox.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery. Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers. By Elizabeth E. Lee. The source of liberal deeds is wise economy. Section 17. Food for the Sick. Remarks on preparing food for the sick. Few young persons understand cooking for the sick. It is very important to know how to prepare their food in an inviting manner. Everything should be perfectly clean and nice. Avoid giving any invalid anything out of a cup that has been used before, even if it is medicine. It will not be so hard to take out of a clean cup. It is well to have a stand or small table by the bedside that you can set anything on. A small silver strainer that will fit just over a tumbler or teacup is very useful to strain lemonade, panada, or herb tea. If you want anything to use through the night, you should prepare it, if possible, beforehand, as a person that is sick can sometimes fall asleep without knowing it, if the room is kept perfectly still. Boiled custard. Beat an egg with a heaped teaspoonful of sugar. Stir it into a teacupful of boiling milk, and stir till it is thick. Pour it in a bowl on a slice of toast cut up, and grate a little nutmeg over it. Panada. Put some crackers, crusts of dry bread or dried rusk, in a saucepan with cold water and a few raisins. After it has boiled half an hour, put in sugar, nutmeg, and half a glass of wine, if the patient has no fever. If you have dried rusk, it is a quicker way to put the rusk in a bowl with some sugar, and pour boiling water on it out of the tea kettle. If the patient can take nothing but liquids, this makes a good drink when strained. Egg panada. Boil a handful of good raisins in a quart of water. Toast a slice of bread and cut it up. Beat 2 eggs with a spoonful of sugar, and mix it with the bread. When the raisins are done, pour them on the toast and eggs, stirring all the time. Season to your taste with wine, nutmeg, and butter. Oatmeal gruel. Mix 2 spoonfuls of oatmeal with as much water as will mix it easily, and stir it in a pint of boiling water in a saucepan until perfectly smooth. Let it boil a few minutes and season with sugar and nutmeg, and pour it out on a slice of bread toasted and cut up, or some dried rusk. If the patient should like them, you can put in a few raisins, stoned and cut up. This will keep a good day, and if nicely warmed over, is as good as when fresh. Corn gruel. Mix 2 spoonfuls of sifted corn meal in some water. Have a clean skillet with a pint of boiling water in it. Stir it in, and when done, season it with salt to your taste, or sugar if you prefer. Arrowroot. Moisten 2 teaspoonfuls of powdered arrowroot with water, and rub it smooth with a spoon. Then pour on half a pint of boiling water. Season it with lemon juice or wine and nutmeg. In cooking arrowroot for children, it is a very good way to make it very thick and thin it afterwards with milk. Sago. Wash the sago, allowing 2 tablespoonfuls to a quart of water, and soak it an hour. Boil it slowly till it thickens, and sweeten with loaf sugar, and season it with wine or lemon juice. Tapioca jelly. Wash the tapioca well, and let it soak for several hours in cold water. Put it in a saucepan with the same water, and let it boil slowly till it is clear and thick. Then season it with wine and loaf sugar. The pearl tapioca will require less time to soak and no washing. Allow 3 tablespoonfuls of tapioca to a quart of water. Milk porridge. Put half a pint of milk and the same of water in a saucepan to boil. Mix 2 spoonfuls of wheat flour in milk till very smooth, and stir in when it boils. Keep stirring it 5 minutes, when pour it in a bowl and season with salt. Barley water. Boil 2 tablespoonfuls of barley in a quart of water. It is a cooling drink in fevers. If the weather is cold, you can make a large quantity. Some boil whole raisins with barley. Take it with or without seasoning. To poach eggs. Put a pint of water in a clean skillet with a little butter and salt. When it boils, break 2 eggs in a plate and put them in. In about a minute take them out on a plate in which there is a slice of bread toasted and buttered. This is a very delicate way of cooking eggs. Barley panada. Boil a small teacup of barley in water till it is soft, with a teacup of raisins. Put in nutmeg and sugar and break it into toast or dried rusk. Calf's foot blancmange. Put a set of nicely cleaned feet in 4 quarts of water and let it boil more than halfway. Strain through a colander, and when it is cold, scrape off all the fat, and take out what settles at the bottom. Put it in a saucepan with a quart of new milk, sugar to your taste, lemon peel and juice, cinnamon or mace. Let it boil 10 minutes and strain it. Wet your molds, and when it is neatly cold, put it in. When it is cold and stiff, it can be turned out on a plate and eaten with or without cream. This is very nice for a sick person and is easily made. Cream toast. Cut a slice of stale bread and wet it with cream. Toast it slowly and butter it. This is very nice for an invalid and an agreeable change. Milk toast, etc. Boil a teacup of milk and put it in a spoonful of butter. Toast the slice of bread and moisten it with water, then pour on the boiling milk. This is very good for sick persons and can be eaten without much exertion. In making water toast, the butter should be melted in boiling water and put on while hot. To stew dried beef. Chip some beef very thin, pour hot water on it and let it stand a minute or 2, then drain it off, and stew it in a skillet with a little cream and butter. If it is preferred dry, it may be fried in butter alone. To stew ham, etc. Cut a slice of ham into small pieces and pour boiling water on it. Let it soak a few minutes to extract the salt and stew it in a little water. Just before it is done, put in some cream and parsley. If you boil ham that is uncooked, it should always be soaked in water a few minutes. To stew chickens or birds. When a sick person is tired of broiled chickens or birds, it is well to stew them for a change. The wing, with part of the breast of a chicken, will make a meal. Stew it in a little water and put in parsley, cream, pepper, and salt, just as it is done. Chicken water. If you have a small chicken, it will take half of it to make a pint of chicken water. Cut it up and put it up to a boil in a covered skillet with a quart of water. When it has boiled down to a pint, take it up and put in a little salt and slice of toasted bread. This is valuable in cases of dysentery and cholera morbus, particularly when made of old fowls. Beef feet. Soak the feet and have them nicely cleaned. Boil them slowly and take off the scum as it rises. When they are soft and tender, take them up and separate the bones from the glutinous part, which is very nice for a sick person, and conveys nutriment in a form that will hardly disagree with the most delicate stomach that has been. Taken when nearly all other foods was rejected. A few drops of vinegar and a little salt renders it more palatable. Beef tea, etc. Take a piece of juicy beef without any fat, cut it in small pieces, bruise it till tender, and put it in a wide-mouthed bottle and cork it tight. Put this in a pot of cold water, set it over the fire and let it boil an hour or more. When a person can take but a small quantity of nourishment, this is very good. Mutton may be done in the same way. Mutton and veal broth. Boil a piece of mutton till it comes to pieces, then strain the broth and let it get cold, so that the fat will rise, which may be taken off. Then warm it and put in a little salt. Veal broth may be made in the same way, and is more delicate for sick persons. Wine whey. Boil a pint of milk and put it in a glass of white wine. Set it over the fire till it just boils again, then set it off till the curd has settled, then strain it and sweeten to your taste. Rennet Whey. Warm a pint of milk, but do not let it get too hot, or it will spoil the taste of the whey. Wash the salt from a piece of rennet the size of $1 and put it in the milk. When it turns, take out the rennet, wash it and put it in a cup of water, and it will do to use again to make whey. If you have rennet in a bottle of wine, 2 teaspoons of it will make a quart of whey, but if the person has a fever, it is best to make it without wine. Mulled Jelly. Take a tablespoon of currant or grape jelly and beat with it a white of an egg, and a little loaf sugar. Pour on it half a pint of boiling water, and break in a piece of dry toast, or 2 crackers. Mulled Wine. Beat together an egg, a glass of wine, and a spoonful of sugar. Pour on it half a pint of hot water. Stir all the time to keep it from curdling, and when you pour it in a tumbler, grate a little nutmeg over it. Toast Water. Cut pieces of bread very thin and toast dry, but do not let it burn. Put it in a pitcher and pour boiling water on it. Toast water will allay thirst better than almost anything else. If it is wanted to drink through the night, it should always be made early in the evening. Apple water, etc. Roast 2 apples, mash them, and pour a pint of water on them, or slice raw apples and pour boiling water on them. Tamarinds, currant or grape jelly, cranberries, or dried fruit of any kind make a good drink. Coffee. Sick persons should have their coffee made separate from the family, as standing in the tin pot spoils the flavor. Put 2 teaspoonfuls of ground coffee in a small mug, and pour boiling water on it. Let it set by the fire to settle, and pour it off in a cup with sugar and cream. Care should be taken that there are no burnt grains. Chocolate. To make a cup of chocolate, grate a large teaspoonful in a mug, and pour a teacup of boiling water on it. Let it stand covered by the fire a few minutes, and when you can put in sugar and cream. Black tea. Black tea is much more suitable than green for sick persons, as it does not affect the nerves. Pat a teaspoonful in a pot that will hold about 2 cups, and pour boiling water on it. Let it set by the fire to draw 5 or 10 minutes. Rye mush. This is a nourishing and light diet for the sick, and is by some preferred to mush made out of Indian meal. 4 large spoonfuls of rye flour, mixed smooth in a little water, and stirred in a pint of boiling water. Let it boil 20 minutes, stirring frequently. Nervous persons who sleep badly rest much better after a supper of corn or rye mush than if they take tea or coffee. End of section 17. Food for the Sick. Today's reading by Chris V.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. www.kray.org. Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes, and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 18. Domestics. Hints on the management of domestics, etc. Some families are always changing their domestics, and weary their friends with complaints of those they have, and inquiries for others. Deliberate before you make a change. If servants are honest, speak the truth, and have an obliging disposition. It is better to bear with a few defects than to discharge them. These are qualifications for the foundation of a good servant, and some of the most valuable I have had were such as could hardly be put up with at first. By being patient and speaking to them in a kind manner, they become attached, and fearful of doing anything to offend. When they break anything, or an accident occurs, accustom them to inform you of it immediately. Few mistresses, of well-regulated minds, will be offended when openly told of accidents, but if they are left to be found out, you always feel more disposed to blame and reprove them. By speaking to them in a mild and forgiving manner, careless servants will become more careful. A considerate mistress may, without loss of dignity, make them feel that she regards it as her duty to be their friend, and that she feels herself under an obligation to advise them in difficulties and promote their comfort. We should reflect that theirs is a life of servitude, and if they overexert themselves, or are too much exposed in early life, it will bring on disease that will shorten their days, or render old age a burden. Some young persons are too indolent to wait on themselves, and ring for the servants on the most trifling occasions, when if they were accustomed to perform these little offices, their health would be much better, and we should not hear of so many complaints, the result of want of exercise. All female servants should have time to attend to their clothing. Many have to work so hard through the day that their only leisure is at night, and then they hurry over their things in a careless manner. Where your circumstances permit, a good manservant is a valuable acquisition, and they are sometimes more easily governed than females. If mistresses were better informed, they would not complain so much of the ignorance and awkwardness of their domestics. Always give them their orders in time. If a new dish is to be cooked, superintend its preparation yourself. If you are capable of directing, a cook will soon learn to do without your constant attention. If they are slow in their movements, insist on their beginning early to prepare a meal, so that there will be time sufficient for everything to be done properly. If you expect company, have everything prepared that can be done with safety the day previous. In summer there are but few things that can be done without risk of spoiling. A ham or tongue may be washed ready to boil, castors and salt stands put in order, and pastry or dessert prepared, that will not spoil by being kept a day. In winter many things can be kept for days in a state of preparation for cooking, and it greatly assists the work of the family to have everything done beforehand. Do with as few domestics as possible. Assist with the work yourself, rather than keep one too many. Those that take orphan children to bring up are often rewarded for their trouble, as sometimes a girl of 15 will be more useful than one much older, and where a family is small it does very well, but in large families a little girl is so often called from her work that it has a tendency to unsettle and make her careless. Never allow your children to call on or interrupt servants when at their work or meals, or do anything which a child could do for itself. Children that treat domestics with respect will generally find them willing to render any assistance in their power. I have known a few housekeepers who have kept the same servants for years, who have assisted in rearing the children until they almost viewed them as their own, and these were not faultless. If they had been discharged for trifles, they might have wandered from one family to another, without being attached to any, until they became so indifferent as not to be worthy of employ. But by the kindness and patience of their employer, they became so grateful and attached as to be a treasure to her family. When they become weary of such constant servitude, would it not be better, instead of discharging, to give them time for rest and recreation in visiting their friends? I have known them to return, renewed in health and spirits. Encourage them to lay by as much of their wages as they can possibly spare, in such institutions as are thought the most safe, that they may have something to look to in case of sickness or any event which would require its use. Promote their reading in such books as are suited to their capacities. They sometimes have a little leisure, that could be well filled up in this way. I have found it to increase the happiness of those under my care, to encourage a fondness for reading and improving their minds. It tends to keep them from unprofitable company and too much visiting, to which so many are addicted. Young girls should make and mend their own clothes, and keep them in good order, and they should be taught to knit. The material of which stockings are composed costs but little, and they wear much better than those that are bought. Knitting fills up leisure moments, and promotes industrious habits, and when age comes on they will have a resource, although it appears so simple, yet if it is not learned while young, it is hard to acquire when old. When servants are guilty of faults that cannot be looked over, instead of publicly reproving them, take an opportunity when alone, and talk coolly. Tell them of your sorrow at being obliged to notice their conduct, encourage them to pursue a different course, and that you will forgive them if they will strive to do better. I have known them much improved by this mode of treatment. By inspecting every department, not only will waste be prevented, but dishonesty. In cities many persons find it necessary to lock up nearly everything, and it is a lamentable state of things that so few are to be trusted. Sometimes treating servants with confidence will have a good effect, but let them be aware that you have a knowledge of everything that is going on. Some young persons are completely at the mercy of their domestics. I have known great uneasiness to be experienced, and much loss, but by showing a little moral courage, and discharging those that are irreclaimable, an ascendancy was gained. Never suffer them to treat you with disrespect or impertinence. If it is known that they will be discharged for these faults, they will be on their guard. If you have taken a boy or girl to bring up as a domestic, endeavour to teach them at least to spell and read. They are sometimes very fond of their books, and if you once get them to reading, it will become to them a favourite evening amusement. I have known them to take up their books on every occasion of leisure. I have seen boys that worked hard through the day spend all the evening with their books, slate, and occasionally a little writing. Sometimes I have in the evening felt fatigued and listless, and would much rather read and amuse myself than go out to teach 2 or 3 in the kitchen. But in attending to this, which I consider a duty, have felt a sweet reward. Indeed, their grateful thanks expressed by words have encouraged me to keep on. I have thought a little instruction in this way arouses their faculties, and tends to make them more industrious. When I have been prevented from teaching them for some time by indisposition or other causes, I have observed that they were not so cheerful in the performance of their work. If they are reading anything they do not fully understand, take a little time to explain it to them. It will be, my young friends, like sowing the good seed, and you, as well as they, will receive the reward. I wish to encourage you in the most affectionate manner to attend to this duty. You will find it will strengthen you in the performance of others. The more we exert our faculties, the more we can accomplish. He that does nothing renders himself incapable of doing anything. While we are executing one work, we are preparing ourselves to undertake another. End of Section 18. Domestics. Read by Kara Schallenberg on February 15th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marlo Diane. ForbiddenDragon.blogspot.com. Domestic Cookery. Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 19. Remarks. Remarks on carving, etc. I do not think it necessary to say much on the subject of carving, as those who are accustomed to sit at a well-ordered table, and to observe the manner of the host and hostess, can soon acquire the art, both of carving and helping with ease, and when placed at the head of their own table, the knowledge thus gained will be found a great assistance. The proper time for children to acquire good habits at meals is not when there is company. It should be an everyday lesson, as when parents are engaged with their friends or guests, they have no time to devote to the manners of their children, and to reprove them at table is very unpleasant, as well as mortifying. Young children will soon acquire the manner of sitting quietly till they are helped, if they are made to understand that they will not be permitted to eat with their parents and friends, unless they behave with propriety. I have thought it a great assistance to the good order of a large family for every member to be punctual in their attendance at meals, and all to sit down together, with a short pause before the carving and helping commences. In these moments of quiet, the heart is sometimes awakened to a feeling of gratitude to the Almighty dispenser of our blessings. At the table, different members of the family meet, and where affection and kindness, those aids to true politeness, preside, it is truly a delightful treat to be the guest of such a family. Every symptom of selfishness should be discouraged, for if suffered to take root in a child, it lays the foundation of much that is disagreeable to themselves and others. Inculcate this excellent rule, of doing unto others what you wish others to do unto you, and always preferring others to yourself. It is the custom in some well-regulated families to permit the younger members, as they arrive at a suitable age, to take turns in presiding, not only at breakfast and tea, but at the dinner table. I have known quite young girls that have been taught in this way, carve a fowl or joint of meat with ease and grace. In helping, they should be taught not to overload the plate, as it takes away the appetite of some persons to be helped too largely. The gravy should be stirred so that all may be helped alike, and a small quantity put on meat or fowl, to which it belongs, and not on vegetables, unless it is particularly desired. If there should be a rare dish on the table, it is best to hand it around and let everyone help himself, after it has been nicely cut up. Ham is much nicer to be cut in very thin slices. So is salt beef and tongue. Young housekeepers, in selecting their dishes for dinner, if they have not an experienced cook, should avoid those that are difficult to prepare. Never try a new dish when you expect company. Your guests will be more gratified with a neat and moderate table, with a few plain and well-cooked dishes, accompanied with the smiling countenance of the hostess, than with a great variety of ill-cooked and badly arranged viands. Economy, the source of charity. If your circumstances will not admit the giving away much, you can, by economy, give a little, and a blessing will attend it. There are few of the very poor that know how to repair old clothing to advantage. A garment will be of much more service that is well mended before it is given to them. It has been remarked that the poor are ungrateful, and forget the favors conferred upon them. I have seldom found them deficient in this respect, and when they are, if we would reflect that if some of us received no more than we deserve, we should be but poorly off. We know in our own families how acceptable is a nice present of something that a sick member can eat, and it is sometimes the means of restoring the appetite. When anything cooked in the house is rejected, the feeling of love with which it is presented, is a cordial to a sick person. How much more acceptable will something nourishing be to one oppressed with poverty as well as sickness. When the rich are diseased, the physician often finds it necessary to enjoin strict abstinence, but very different is it with the poor, who frequently suffer for want of nourishment. When the mother of a poor family is ill, how greatly are her sufferings augmented by the knowledge that her children are deprived of her services, and how acceptable to such a family would be a loaf of bread, or a large bowl of soup, which could be made of materials that would hardly be missed. Dried beans or peas and onions are a cheap and valuable addition to soup, also cold vegetables. The liquor that fresh meat is boiled in should be carefully saved for this purpose, if there are those near you that need it. It may seem at first troublesome to a young housekeeper to take the necessary care to save for the poor. It is certainly much easier to let the cook have her own way, and waste or not as she pleases. But for your encouragement, my young friends, permit me to say, you will be sweetly rewarded for your attention to them. One eminent for his charities, near the close of life, made this remark: "When I spent, I lost, but what I gave away remains with me." To encourage children in acts of kindness to the aged and afflicted. Young children may early be taught to administer to the wants of the aged and infirm. Some mothers are in the practice of giving away a small sum of money to their children, as a reward for some little service or piece of work that they have done, the money thus obtained to be laid out for a sick or old poor person. This method has an excellent effect on the minds of children. It incites them to industry, teaches self-denial, and the feeling of love and charity which are thus easily instilled into their tender minds make a lasting impression. If they spent their little fund in trifles for their own use, they would acquire a habit of selfishness, which, when once formed, it is most difficult to eradicate. I have remarked the pleasure with which children will relate the incidents of a visit which they have permitted to make to a poor family, and it is a refreshment to persons advanced in life to see a young family thus trained. As soon as little girls can sew, they should be encouraged to make garments for the poor, or repair their own old ones as a present to a child of their own size, or make patchwork out of old dresses for a bed covering for poor people. Their being permitted to do these things should be a reward for good behavior and attention to their lessons or other duties. When they are old enough to make a loaf of bread, a pie, or a little plain cake, allow them to do it, and take as a present to, or make broth or panada for a sick person. This teaches them to prepare these things while young, and may be useful to them in after life. How cheering it must be to the aged or afflicted to see smiling young faces enter their dwellings, bearing their little offerings of food or clothing, the work of their own hands. Be encouraged, my dear young mothers. If you thus train your children to works of charity, you will be doubly blessed. Early rising promotes punctuality. It is an old and true saying, that if you waste an hour in the morning, it is seldom recovered all day. This dispirits you, and the next day there is still something left undone. A late riser is rarely punctual in her engagements, and more of the happiness of married life depends on forming a habit of strict punctuality than young persons are generally aware of. If you are distressed at having required habits of late rising, and want of punctuality, remember by perseverance they can be overcome. Fix an hour for rising, and let nothing but illness prevent you being up at that time. While forming this useful habit, you should retire to rest early. Many things can be better attended to at an early than a late hour in the morning. Where families rise before the sun, the day seems much longer. All the active employments of the early riser are accomplished before her later neighbors have finished their breakfast. The duties of the bath and toilet being performed, her chamber well aired and arranged, and her parlor in order, she is ready for the more quiet employments of reading and sewing. In a well-regulated household, servants perform their duties with life and energy. Determine on an hour for your meals, and if all members of the family adhere to it, scrupulous exactness will soon be established. Hints to young wives. The authoress is well aware of the difficulties which surround a young wife on her first setting out, particularly if situated at a distance from the kind mother who has hitherto directed her. With servants who watch every movement, and will soon discover whether the new mistress is qualified for the task she has undertaken. Accustom yourself to rise early. Fix a certain hour, and let nothing but indisposition prevent your being up at that appointed time. By this means your affairs will all be arranged in good season, and you will have time for recreation, in walking, riding, or in reading, such authors as will tend to your strength and improve your mind. Young persons removed from large families often suffer greatly from loneliness, whereas if they were occupied with household affairs, they would not feel so severely the absence of their husbands while attending to business. Be punctual to the hour that has been fixed on for your meals, and let good order prevail in every department of which you have the command. A mistress of a family is much happier who knows how everything is going on, from the garret to the cellar. By inspecting everything, you soon become interested, and we all know when that is the case, the most difficult pursuits become easy and pleasant. And with what pleasure will a young wife welcome her husband to his meals, when her conscience assures her that she has done her best, and that nothing is neglected, and how well it will lighten his labors to reflect, when absent, that the partner he has chosen is performing her duty at home. I am fully persuaded that the formation of domestic happiness is generally laid the first year of marriage. Therefore, my young friends, act well your part. If you desire to be treated with confidence, you must merit it. If you keep an exact account of all your expenses, there will be less danger of living beyond your income, of which there have been so many lamentable instances. Never buy anything because it is recommended as being cheap. Many cheap things amount in time to a large sum. In selecting furniture, let utility, not fashion, govern your choice. Some young persons furnish their parlors so extravagantly that necessary and useful articles are neglected, for want of means to purchase them. Be persuaded that happiness does not consist so much in having splendid furniture, as in attending to the everyday comforts of those around you. If you marry without the useful knowledge necessary for governing your family, lose no time in acquiring it. There is a time when most young girls show a fondness for domestic affairs, before they are old enough to go into company, when it would be an agreeable change to be absent from school and assisting their mothers. The knowledge thus acquired would never be lost. Many a young man who commenced with fair prospects has been ruined through his wife's ignorance of domestic duties, and she has suffered from the constant diminution of his esteem and love. I once knew a lovely and accomplished young lady, accustomed to every indulgence, who on her marriage removed several hundred miles from her parents, to reside in the country, where servants were difficult to procure. This delicate and sensitive young creature was much distressed by her ignorance of almost everything connected with housekeeping, and after suffering repeated mortifications, concluded to learn to do the work herself, and when this dearly bought knowledge was acquired, she was able to teach her ignorant servants, and resolved, if she ever had daughters, to use every means in her power to teach them. When a prudent wife is made acquainted with the circumstances of her husband, she will endeavor strictly to keep within their bounds, always remembering that losses and events, over which he has no control, may occur and greatly reduce his income. And how will it assist her to bear a reverse of fortune, if she has acted with no discretion? It will strengthen the wife to encourage and cheer her partner, and enable him to struggle through difficulties which were thought insurmountable. Happiness will not forsake such a family, though they lose almost everything. The peace which is the result of a good conscience will remain. This will strengthen them to begin anew, and the divine blessing will attend such efforts. A few remarks to encourage young housekeepers in their first attempts. As bread is the most important article of food, one of your first attempts should be to make a few loaves of good bread and rolls, of the most simple kind. Bread rolls are very easily made. If you succeed tolerably, it will encourage you to try again. When you make cakes, begin with the simple kinds, plain jumbles or cakes that you can roll out, or crisp gingerbread. Sponge cake is easier than those that have butter in them. I have known young persons succeed very well with it. Bread rusk is also easily made, or a few plain pies. Do not trust the baking to an ignorant person, but superintend it yourself. Sometimes baking in a stove is protracted by the dampness of the wood. Before you bake, have dry wood prepared. Watch the time. It is a good plan to have a clock near the kitchen. Do not have too many things on hand at once, but perfect yourself in the knowledge of a few important dishes. If you make good yeast, you'll be more certain of good bread, light cakes and rolls. To cook a steak nicely is also important, and with a dish of potatoes well cooked, a dish of coleslaw and an apple pie or a little stewed fruit will make a good plain dinner. When your family is small, you can have something nice every day without cooking much. Veal cutlets and mutton chops are easy to cook, and may be prepared in a short time. If you have a fowl and boil it, you can save the soup and warm it over for the next day. A cold roast fowl may be hashed. On days that you have cold meat, a batter pudding or plain rice pudding is easily prepared. If you wish to have an early breakfast, make every preparation that you can overnight. Set the table, have the relish cut, ready to cook or to warm over, and cold bread may be sliced and wrapped in a cloth to keep it moist. Coffee should be ground, and dry fuel and water at hand. With these preparations, breakfast may be ready in half an hour from the time the fire is made. If you have warm corn bread or rolls, it will require more time, but if you have them made up overnight and put in a cool place, they will not sour and can soon be baked. Maryland biscuit are very convenient, as they are always ready and will keep good a week. I have found it a great advantage to set the table overnight, particularly if you have a separate room to eat in. Although it takes but a short time, every minute is important in the morning. When the mistress washes the breakfast things, and puts them in their proper places, and counts the spoons and other articles, she can see when anything is missing. A mop is useful for glass and china. Keep a pan or a small tub for the purposes of holding the water, which should not be too hot. If tea things are put in very hot water, it'll be apt to crack them, or they will look smeared. Put a little soap in the water, wash the glass first, then the silver, then the cups and saucers, and lastly the plates and knives and forks. If spoons have been used with eggs, put them to soak immediately to prevent their turning dark. Have a common waiter for the pan to stand in, and on it drain your tea things. Spoons, when used with care, require polishing but seldom, as it wears the silver away. Dinner dishes should be washed first in moderately warm water and soap, rinsed in hot water, and drained before wiping. Put everything in its proper place, and inspect your pantry and cellar frequently. Sometimes things are forgotten, for want of attention, until they are spoiled. Air the cellar frequently. Do not let refuse vegetables accumulate, or anything that would be likely to cause sickness. You should provide coarse towels of different kinds, for china and glass, and for dinner dishes, also knife cloths. Have them marked and kept in their proper places. Some persons have their towels washed out every day, but it is better to save them for the weekly wash. If towels are thrown aside damp, they are liable to mildew. You should keep dusters of several kinds. Old silk handkerchiefs are best for highly polished furniture, or an old barege veil answers a good purpose. For common purposes, a square of coarse muslin or check is suitable. You should keep one floor cloth for chambers, and one for the kitchen. Keep brooms for different purposes. Always use a soft one for carpets. As soon as they wear stiff, they will do for the kitchen or pavements. Pouring a little hot water on a broom softens it for carpets. You may save tea leaves to sprinkle over your carpet. When you give a thorough sweeping, this will brighten it, and occasionally to wipe it over with a cloth that has been wrung out of hot water cleanses it. Of course, this is only required for carpets in constant use. It is of great importance to health that sleeping apartments should be well aired and swept. If you sleep in an apartment where there has been a fire during the day, it should be well aired before going to bed, or if the room is close, having a little air admitted so as not to blow on persons that are asleep. A window that will lower from the top is an advantage. Beds should be well aired before they are made. Take the clothes off and leave them at least an hour. In pleasant weather, you may keep your chamber windows hoisted for several hours, and even in cold weather the windows may be kept up a short time. And if on any occasion you may be obliged to have the beds made without airing, turn the clothes half-way down, and leave them for several hours. Some persons have cheap calico covers to spread over beds while the room is swept. This is a good plan on account of the dust. Bolster and pillow tucks wear better if you have a check case basted on. This should be changed, washed, and starched occasionally. It is a good plan also to have check covers for mattresses and feather beds, but the covers should not be kept on beds that are not in use, lest they should be liable to moth. In winter, a blanket should be put next to a bed that is not often slept in, or for a delicate person, and be particularly careful that sheets are dry before they are put away. In summer, it is most healthy to have your chamber floor bare, and have it washed occasionally. It is important to examine your clothes after they come from the wash, and see that they are perfectly dry before they are put away. End of Section 19. Remarks. Recorded by Marlo Diane. March 10, 2006. Pisgah West, Prince Edward Island.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Domestic Cookery. Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee. Section 20. Cultivation of Flowers. A few flowers and plants, when properly taken care of, are ornamental to the windows of a parlor or sitting room, and will repay the care that is bestowed upon them. Begin with a few that are easy to cultivate, and you will probably succeed. Persons that are fond of flowers and have collected a number are generally willing to give their young friends a few plants, and where we succeed in raising a fine plant from a slip or cutting, we value it more than one that has been purchased at a greenhouse. Geraniums, cactus, wax plants, Cape and Catalonian jasmines, and some others, are easily cultivated in a parlor. Roses, camellias, and azaleas bloom best in a moderate temperature, as the heat of a parlor, unless very large, dries the buds and prevents them coming to perfection. I have known these to bloom very beautifully in a room that was very slightly heated, either over one in which there was a fire or in an apartment next to a stove room. If the weather is very cold, they should be removed to a warmer room until it moderates. The windows that are open to the south are best. When the blossoms have matured, you can bring them to the parlor, but if there is much heat, they will not remain perfect so long as in a moderate room. Roses are sometimes troubled with insects, which should be brushed off with a feather, and the plants washed with a decoction of tobacco not too strong. They will not bloom when thus infested. There is another insect which fastens itself to the bark of lemon trees and other plants. Frequent washing with soap suds and brushing the stems removes it, and sometimes wash the leaves with a sponge when the weather is too cold to put them out of doors. Setting them out in a warm rain, or watering them well all over the foliage, is very reviving to plants. Be careful to have pieces of old broken earthenware at the bottom of each pot to drain them, or the plants will not thrive. The earth should be sometimes removed, and an occasional repotting is an advantage, being careful not to disturb the roots. A mixture of charcoal and sand and rich earth of more than one kind is thought best. Earth fresh from the woods is good for pot plants as well as borders, but should always be mixed with a stronger soil. Roses that are planted round a house should have a deep, rich soil made for them, and they will then bloom beautifully all the season. Pot plants should in summer be placed in a situation where they will not be exposed to intense heat. Some persons place their pots in the earth on the north side of the house, others keep them in a porch where they can get some sun. They require much more water in summer. The wax plant blooms beautifully in summer and should be kept in a sheltered situation, not exposed to the wind. It should have a strong frame of wood and wire to run on, well secured in a tub or box. Hyacinths and crocuses should be planted in pots, boxes, or small tubs, in rich earth, in October or November. A small painted tub is very suitable and will hold a dozen hyacinths and as many crocus roots. The most beautiful I ever saw in a window were planted in this way. By keeping some in the sun and others in the shade, you can have a succession of blooms. They are also very pretty in root glasses, but this plan will exhaust the roots. After blooming in the house, they should be planted in the garden. The same roots will not answer the next year for parlor culture. They increase very fast in the garden by proper care. There is something refining to the mind in the cultivation of flowers, either in a garden or in pots. Many hours that would be weary or lonely are thus pleasantly occupied, and the mind refreshed. I now take leave of the reader with a sincere desire that these remarks be made of use, and that the recipes which I have been at pains in compiling and arranging may be acceptable. End of Section 20. Cultivation of Flowers. End of Domestic Cookery, Useful Recipes and Hints to Young Housekeepers by Elizabeth E. Lee.